Yeah, we're gonna pick on them too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Louie Tee Network.
Who else could it be? Me, your man, Louie Tee, here on this beautiful March 30th. You know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is. I don't tell
What
you.
is it? What is it?
What is it,
Oh,
man?
What is it?
It is a beautiful reunion that we do every so often here. It's the NFC East Super Friends. Now, it does look like we're down a man, but don't worry. We understand it. Still licking his wounds. Can I get that sound drop? Yeah.
There's
He's
a
still looking
D.
a little bit of the wound.
Yeah.
Right? Oh,
Eagle
God.
down,
Oh,
baby.
Eagle down. Still looking a few of the wounds, right? So, we'll give him a chance to get himself together, collect his thoughts. And he'll join us a little bit later, man. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong.
I'll
with
tell you what.
first. All right.
That was a beautiful thing, man. I could not have done this show had they won the Super Bowl.
Oh my God.
No, sir.
Brutal.
Yep.
Okay, it would have been brutal.
Yep.
Oh,
We would have
yeah.
never heard the end of it. I mean,
He would have been early. He would have figured out a way to be here on time today.
Yeah, he would have been here yesterday.
bright and early. Okay, trust me. All right, he would have been here bright and early.
Yes.
Y'all know what it is, man. We
Yeah.
already cutting up. We ain't been here a minute, and we already acting a fool. I got my guy Law over there representing the Dallas Cowboys. Got my guy Bad Dog representing the New York Giants. Yours truly representing the Washington Commanders. And when he gets here, Lord Brunson will be representing the Philadelphia Eagles. Together, we make up the NFL or NFC East Super Friends. As a wise man and an OG in the game once said, often imitated, never mother effing duplicated. How are you gents doing today?
Good.
Yes, man. If there's an off-season award, man, my Cowboys are way in first place right now. Man. Y'all gotta catch up.
I would not put you ahead of the Giants. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Giants have made some great moves this offseason.
Yeah,
you know what I will say, Law?
What's that?
Last year, Jerry Jones, I thought, was extremely vulnerable last year, right? It's almost like he started to sense mortality for the first time in a long time. And I feel like he made the comment, like, I would really like to win another Super Bowl before I die, right? Like, we haven't heard Jerry Jones talk like that.
Yeah. I hope Jerry Jones lives another 100 years, to be honest.
You might outlive us all, though.
I treat him like Al Davis. I'm like, bro, I don't expect him to go anywhere anytime soon, right?
Right.
But I thought for the first time last year, he realized, bro, I don't know how much more time I got. And we got to start going for it. And this offseason is the first time I can truly say Dallas is going for it. Like, I feel like the moves that you've made scream, hey, we trying to win a chip this year. Right?
We trying, man.
And now this is a short-term fix. So this means you're pushing chips to the center of the table because you went out and got some 30-somethings, right?
Yeah.
So
30 for
you
30.
didn't go out and get some young boys to try to help. You went out and got some old KG Wiley veterans out of the old folks home to try to help y'all get it done. So that means y'all trying to win and y'all trying to win this year. And I think Jerry got to see the NFC is wide open.
It's wide open.
It's wide open. When we're talking about Jalen Hurts is potentially the best quarterback in the conference,
man,
that tells you all you need to know about
a running back, the best. Oh, my bad. I mean, Jalen Hurts, man, second place MVP guy.
Second place NFL guy too.
NFL guy.
First loser in both.
He can't even defend his nest over there.
Hey, look, man.
But he's gonna get a nest egg. I can tell you that much right now. I can't wait for them to pay him.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get him in when he gets here. We're gonna get him in before he get here. When he gets here, all of that. You know what he's gonna say. You know how he's gonna try to treat it. Like, if y'all won't there, then y'all can't talk to me, right? You know, he's gonna give us that whole spiel. But
he's winning with that Louie Tee. He can literally say, "Hey, man, the last time we won the Super Bowl or you won the Super Bowl, we didn't have facial hair." I know that's the angle. But just to circumvent that, you and I never got a chance to witness a Super Bowl loss, though.
I got to witness one of those.
Oh, yeah, well, unfortunately.
It sucked, but I also got to witness 4 Super Bowl wins, and neither one of you have gotten to see your team win 4 Super Bowls.
I didn't get a chance to see 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
God, dog, boy. Yeah. God, dog, man. God, you win the 4 of them, man.
And it's crazy because he got a taste of it back in the day, and he's got some present day taste too, right?
Yeah.
So he's gotten best of both worlds. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good, man. I told you this is just gonna make our journey that much sweeter. Look, I told y'all 2 shows ago. I said, if we get rid of Daniel Snyder, that's our Super Bowl. Okay, it changes everything. He is going to think about Bad Dog, right? Last offseason, Bad Dog was like, look, we got rid of the GM. We got us a new coach. We cleaned the house. At this point, I'm good. Like we're hitting a reset button, and it's a necessary evil if we're going to take 2 steps forward, right? This is 12 steps forward for us. Okay. If Daniel Snyder, and it's no if at this point, he's all but gone. It's just a matter of who's going to buy the franchise at this point. So we're feeling so good about where we sit right now. And this offseason has been a really big offseason because we got us a new offensive coordinator. And we're going to have a new owner. We feel really good about all of the pieces that we've assembled. Now, I think we would have been a little bit more excited. And I think this is somewhat tied, and they keep telling us it has nothing to do with, the change in ownership. But I like to think that some of the lack of spending probably, stemmed from not knowing what the future is going to hold and what the new ownership group is going to want to do. However, watching, it's been bittersweet because everything that we've done has been positive. But then you look around the division, specifically at YouTube, right? Because I feel like the Eagles lost a lot of shit, man.
They did.
They lost a lot.
They're going to lose more when they have to sign Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
you can only backload those contracts so much before it gets you. Listen, that's
wake up.
One thing I can say about the Eagles is that they do have 2 first-round picks, and
they do.
So they did well there, but they did lose a lot. I still think they're the best in this division, but I'm glad
they're on that roller coaster that's going down. But before we go into more details, man, Louie, what the hell y'all doing? Are you really into Sam Howell like that?
Why not? Do you see my hat? Do you see my hat?
Oh, let me see what it say. New Howell order. Oh, look. Take that hat off, and you better go. You better go and go get Lamar Jackson. Stop playing around with your food. So you're not on the Lamar Jackson hype at all?
No. Did you hear what Bad Dog just said? When you pay a quarterback the kind of money Lamar Jackson is looking, first of all, I don't think the Ravens have any intention of letting him go anywhere. They just don't want to spend a penny more than they need to, which is why they put the non-exclusive franchise tag on him. They want someone to sign him to an offer sheet so he gets a feel for what the market is for him, and then they're going to match. But to say that Lamar Jackson is not like he's just available. You have to sign him to an offer sheet that the Ravens have the first right of refusal, right? They're not going to refuse that. They're going to sign. But to your point, you just want to talk about going and getting Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Ron Rivera talked about it. I've been talking about this. I would have no issues if they went and did that. However, understanding in the roster building mode, you're going to lose players. Like Deron, if we were going to go after Lamar Jackson, there is no Deron Payne being brought back. We're talking about our 2 defensive ends, Chase Young. We don't really know what he's going to do. Montez Sweat. Right now we're looking at like, hey, we're probably going to have to pick one of them. 2 dudes pretty much playing for 1 contract. You sign Lamar Jackson, neither one of them are coming back. You can't.
But he's Lamar Jackson. With those 2 boys, with those 2 boys, how many times you been into the playoffs? How many times you been in contentions? Right. Hey, you bring in Lamar Jackson, you make him fill in some pieces and some holes elsewhere, but you will have a legitimate chance. Not saying because Sam Howell could be more of the same of what you guys just experienced. Now, granted,
I don't think so.
Now, granted, don't take that last game that you played against us, that was the coming out party for Sam. But if you want to feel that way, then go ahead. It's all good.
That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. Like, you just got the tip of the iceberg. I don't think you heard what he said after the game. He said, "Hey, we left points out there. We beat them, and we could have beat them. We beat them bad too, and we could have beat them worse. But we left points out there." He's not.
So that's the real side. So you're gonna get that for 17 weeks next year, huh?
Oh yeah.
You're gonna sweep the Giants. You're gonna sweep us. You're gonna sweep the Eagles.
No, what he's saying, he's gonna leave points out there every week is what's gonna happen. Because how will he get all the points he should get?
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Okay.
Well, Dak do it. Dak do it every year. You know what I'm saying?
Dak didn't do it last year. Dak didn't do it last year.
Hey, leave us alone.
Right? Dak didn't do it last year, right? We made sure that we did our part.
We did close.
Dak did not do it last year. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
contract is awful. I love Dak's contract. Jerry did a nice job with that.
Oh man, come on, man. Hey, I ain't gonna talk about Danny down there. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, man, we had to sign Dan. His contract ain't nearly as bad as Dak's. We can get out of that after 2 years.
For real? What's the language of the contract? Because I just looked at the number and said, "Oh wow,
it's not bad at all." He's only in like a $21 million cap at this year.
Mm-hmm.
He spread it out over 4. So his incentive, he can get up to 190. I think it was 190.
Yeah.
Over 4 years, but we can get out of that after 2 years because of the way they did the contract. It's incentive laden, signing bonuses, all that stuff. I mean, listen, that was one reason I loved what we did in the front office last year. You look at the front offices of the Buffalo Bills, they're really good with the cap. You look at the front office of the Philadelphia Eagles, how he's a wizard with the cap. He's really good at maneuvering, knowing the language, the loopholes, and all this stuff. Right. Well, Joe Shane came from Buffalo. He understands.
True.
Brandon Brown, our assistant GM, came from the Eagles.
True.
He understands. So these guys did a really good job of getting these guys in here. And what I think what I think Shane is doing, and I love it, he's not really handicapping us in 2024. They tagged Barkley. Now, I know they restructured Waller, so Waller's going to have a bit of a cap hit. He was no dead cap. I don't really know. I didn't see what they restructured the contract.
Right.
There's a dead cap because they needed to make room for some money because they're still a little cap stricken. Paying Daniel Jones obviously cost a lot of money, but we had to sign Daniel Jones because if we franchised him, we couldn't keep Barkley. You can't franchise him bold. Couldn't maneuver that $32 million around, so we would have been stuck. Getting Daniel Jones done allowed us to maneuver the money around, but you look at they didn't do anything with Leonard Williams. He might be gone next year. Saquon Barkley might be gone next year. They only signed Sterling Shepard to a 1-year deal. They signed Paris Campbell to a 1-year deal. They did a lot of 1-year deals. And in 2024, our cap is extremely healthy. So I like the way Shane and Brown are doing this, where they get these bodies in here. I like the Paris Campbell signing. I love the Okereke sign. We need an inside linebacker in the worst way. I love the Darren Waller trade. I love that trade. We didn't give up anything. We barely got to pay the guy anything.
Yeah, true that.
So, again, I think he's done a good job for 2023. We're not a Super Bowl contender, but I really think he's leaving that slate open for 2024. We're going to have a lot of cap space. And then you're really going to see what these guys can do. But I'm looking forward to the draft. I mean, this is where you do it. You don't do it in free agency. We all know, any real football fan knows.
Right.
The draft. You do not build through free agency. As Giants fans, we know we'll get them. We'll try to go out there and make a splash with the biggest name free agents. Crash.
You feel on free agency and then you build through the draft, but you make sure you're not having too many people going through growing pains. And to be 1,000 with my team, that's where we've been having issues with. Like, we draft pretty well. It's just that we didn't do on the front end free agency. But now that Jerry Wayne and his son is trying to at least get the 30 for 30 boys, like my guy Louie Tee said, it may be a good wrestle between us and you, And I can't stand that the Washington won the last game to give you guys hope all throughout the year, but I can't wait to beat y'all down.
We were conceding defeat there, right? Because we were distraught over the Cleveland loss the week prior that put us out of playoff contention.
True.
So we were distraught. We just knew y'all were going to come in and y'all had a chance to win the division. So we were fully expecting y'all to trounce us. And we weren't even mad about it because we were like, you know what? It's about a difference of about 6 spaces in the draft. Four. I think it was like 4 spaces in the draft.
4,
or whatever. It wasn't super significant, but it was significant enough. So we were like, you know what? It is what it is. We were still pissed off about the week prior. And then Sam comes in and does what he does.
Damn.
And you know, Dak does what he does, and we got to have a conversation about your boy Dakota tonight, because Dakota Rain is he look like he going in reverse.
Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. We had a lot of hook routes and a whole bunch of excuses that I could put out in front of you guys. I'm gonna lean on the excuses part for right now. But before I go any further, I wanted to say, if you guys were to lose that game, would you been on a fire sale with De'Ron Payne? Because that's who everybody really wanted. And how did y'all come up with the money to pay that dude?
No, I mean, so our cap situation isn't bad. We're actually healthy despite not having a ton of cap space right now. I think a lot of what they've done is they've positioned themselves to be like, our GM says his favorite term is cash to cap, right? He's not looking to borrow from future years. He doesn't want to restructure. We have Ron. I don't know if they've restructured maybe more than one or two guys. They really haven't restructured anybody in the 3 years that he's been here. And they love this cash to cap philosophy where it's almost like paying cash for everything instead of using a credit card and then having to pay it back later, right? So you want to be able to look at how much you're paying a guy and have that subtracted from your books immediately and not have to worry about, hey, like for instance, the Cleveland Browns just restructured Deshaun Watson's deal, right, to free up $24 million. But guess what? His cap hit is $64 million each of the next 3 years. Like, they can't do anything with that. They got to take that on the chin, right?
True.
So at some point, it's going to catch up with you. You can't keep kicking the can down the road. And they've done a great job of just not kicking the can, period. So we were in a great position. Like last year, instead of them restructuring, they could have restructured some deals. We didn't have to get rid of our starting left guard, Eric Flowers. We didn't have to get rid of Landon Collins. We had already asked him to take a pay cut, and he did. We asked him to take another pay cut. He was like, come on, bro. Are you serious? Another one? Nah, go ahead and release me. Somebody pick me up. He didn't know it was going to be, 10 weeks into the season that he would get a job. But we didn't have to get rid of Matt Ioannidis, our defensive tackle. We did all of that in the name of going after Carson Wentz because they didn't want to restructure deals. They wanted to keep it cash to cap. So our cap situation actually isn't bad. You knew Carson Wentz was coming off the books once he didn't get it done. So they got rid of him. They moved on from a couple of guys that were eating up, a little bit of cap space. It freed up some space for them to make some moves in free agency. And I think they've got a couple more moves that they're going to make down the line. That's going to free up some space. And honestly, the De'Ron Payne contract freed up more space because the number that he was sitting on with the franchise tag was more against the cap than the number that, normally when you sign a guy to a new deal, a lot of that new money is in signing bonus and guarantees right up front. And so you're able to lower that base salary for that first year of the contract. You really don't feel
Daniel Jones is
right. That first year of the deal isn't going to really impact. It's that next year where you're going to start to feel the impact of that deal because they're getting a lot of that money when they sign their name on the dotted line. Same thing happened with De'Ron Payne. So that cap number came way down. It was up in the 20s, for defensive tackles. That number was up in the 20s. We brought that number down significantly when he signed his deal. So I don't think the plan was ever for him to go anywhere. Once he performed the way that he did, they weren't sure about him, which is why they didn't sign him to the extension last year when they did Terry McLaurin. They wanted to see. And then he goes out and has the third most sacks of any interior defensive lineman in the league.
Man. Him and Javon Hurts. Javon Hargraves. Yeah, both of those guys. Yeah.
Beast. I'm glad he's gone. He's and gone. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I'm glad both their asses are gone. Okay.
They go.
So he was never going anywhere. I know a lot of people were eyeballing our stuff, but he was never going anywhere. And now it's about the two defensive ends. And right now they're running a race and Montez Sweat is out in front of Chase Young. Chase has got a lot of ground to make up, but we'll see what he's able to do coming off of that injury this year. But honestly, I like where we sit because no one's paying attention to us, and this is commonplace for us. Normally, no one's paying attention to us because everybody else in the division, usually it's just Philadelphia and Dallas that everybody's talking about. Yep. And it's, little Washington and New York down at the bottom. But now the Giants made all these moves. They went to the playoffs last year. They're turning in the right direction. Yeah. Philadelphia went to the Super Bowl, and everybody expects them to do what they did again. I don't, because I think losing Shane Steichen is a huge loss. He was the architect of that offense last year. And maybe they got a guy waiting in the wings who was right up under him that's going to keep that party going. But Shane Steichen was huge. I wanted them to keep their defensive coordinator.
You're right.
I was like, don't hire him, Arizona.
Keep him
here.
you know.
Keep his ass in Philadelphia.
Kind of like the Giants. I wanted them to keep Jason Garrett. Y'all supposed to have Jason Garrett for 9 years, man.
Listen, you can have him back if you want. I don't know what he's doing. He's golfing, he's swimming or whatever. But I agree. I mean, you look at when Frank Reich left the Eagles, how it destroyed Carson Wentz. It was the same thing. Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate. Reich went away. A lot of people underestimated the value of Frank Reich to Carson Wentz. Wentz has never, again, injuries kind of hurt Carson Wentz, but he's never been the same.
Right.
So, yeah, losing an offensive coordinator can really hurt. And as Giants fans, we figured, I figured Kafka would be back for another year. Figured Wink would be back. But we're going to lose Kafka at some point.
Right.
And I don't know what that's going to do because I still think Brian Daboll could be the guy to call the plays. But, I'm just glad we got our guys back for another year. I'm glad that Daniel Jones finally has some damn stability. I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for Daniel Jones, but you look at the amount of offensive coordinators and head coaches, about his third head coach in 4 years. I don't know how many damn offensive coordinators have come through this and how many injuries and wide receivers we pulled off the scrap heap. And they set him up to fail. Yeah. And, there's still Giants fans that are Jones detractors. I came around on him. I mean, I just want to win. I don't care what his stats are. I'm not a Madden guy. I'm not a fantasy guy. I'm not a player guy. I'm a team guy. I want my team to win. Daniel Jones did enough. He had 5 game-winning touchdown drives or, game-winning drives at the end. And against Minnesota, he went down there and tied the game with a touchdown two-point conversion. We lost on a 63-yard field goal, whatever the hell it was, at the end of regulation. So he could have had another one. I mean, he drove us down there and got us in position to go to overtime.
Yeah.
So he's done really good things. He improved. He cut down on the turnovers. He did everything that was asked of him with limited. Who is he throwing to?
No, that was the amazing.
And our offensive line sucked. So to give him some stability, to get him a guy like Paris Campbell, who I really thought was a great sign, to get him a guy like Darren Waller, and I do think the Giants are going to take a major swing in this draft at the interior offensive line. I really do. So I'm just glad Daniel Jones has some stability. We'll see what he does. I mean, I know some guys like, oh, he got paid way too much. What did Derek Carr get? About the same. And Derek Carr is 7-8 years older than Daniel Jones. So I'll take my chances with Daniel Jones.
Wait. Are you saying that Daniel Jones and Derek Carr is in the same room?
Yeah. I think they're about the same. But you look at Derek Carr. Look at Derek Carr's weapon. Amari Cooper most of his career. Devontae Adams. Can Daniel Jones have a Devontae Adams? Can we have a Devontae Adams over here at Giants? Can we have an Amari Cooper? Has Daniel Jones ever had one of those guys?
I don't even know if he would know what to do with one of those.
Right. No, can we get him one of those guys? He hasn't had that. And listen, my brother-in-law's a Raider fan. He'll tell you, you don't like Derek Carr. He's glad Derek Carr's the hell out of there.
My buddy.
Well, we'll find out. Look, these are the stats that I love. As long as Danny Jones is 1-6 versus my Cowboys, I'm cool with that. And as long as Saquon Barkley is 0-7 versus my Cowboys, I'm cool with that. And excuse me.
As long as Sam Howell is winning those 5 rings.
Past history, baby. We're talking about the future.
I knew you were going to say that. But as long as Ray Dakota is 27-7 versus the NFC East. That makes him king, and especially your Washington team. Dak Prescott is 9-2. You got to give him respect. You got to give Dak Prescott respect.
I don't care about the interceptions this year.
Hacking away at that.
27 picks for Dak. Dakota Rain. He was raining interceptions last year. He lead the league in interceptions and played like 10 games or whatever.
That's
okay. That's okay.
Like $50 million a year. What's his dead cap? Like 65.
But nobody brings up the fact that he had a broken thumb. But those are excuses. So I get it. Let him lead the NFL. Well, but he was tied in the NFL with interceptions.
Let me ask you this. How many playoff games has Dakota Rain Prescott won?
Hey, man. Hey, he's 2-4.
How many has he won? Let me hear. How many?
He won 2-4. He's 2-4 in playoffs.
So Daniel Jones has one less playoff win than Dakota Rain Prescott.
And it's about to change this season.
You're right. Man. Daniel Jones going to have more playoff wins than Dak at the end of this year.
Hey, let me
no.
tell you this right now. It's going to be the Dallas Cowboys, the Washingtons, the Giants, and from first to worst, it's going to be the Eagles.
Hey,
there you go.
LB, you hear that? LB, y'all lost a lot this year.
That's why he last coming there now.
Look, hold on. I'm asking him right now. How do you feel about what Law just said? Y'all lost a lot of stuff. Nothing? He got nothing to say?
He got nothing.
He got nothing to say. I see him right there on the screen. He just ain't saying nothing.
They lost a lot of stuff, including the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
No, I take that back. It's going to be a toss-up. I'm predicting the future. It's going to be a toss-up between the Washington and the Giants for that second.
Listen, when we started doing this show, I know, again, like Louie said, is pretty much Dallas and Philadelphia. And I think when we started this show, this was like during COVID. So it was right when Washington won this division at 7-9. We were a laughing stock. Yeah. And we've always said we just want the NFC East to be the beast again. And last year it was. Yeah. I mean, 3 of the teams in this division made it to the Final Four in the NFC.
That's right.
So, and Washington was right there till the end. So, yeah, I mean, and they got Eric Bieniemy, like Louie said. Again, you can't underestimate the front office changes, how much that means. Another thing the Giants did this year that I love is changing the freaking turf.
Yeah,
that is such an underrated aspect. What the Giants did this offseason, that might be my favorite move, is changing the turf. But I agree, Law, this division is going to be a toss-up. Health is going to be important, but I think these teams are starting to kind of get on even ground. So it's going to be a fun year, man.
It's going to be even more interesting because in past years, in particular last year, I knew the division was going to be good. I couldn't have foreseen what the Giants were going to do, right? I would have swapped us out with the Giants, but I knew the division was going to be good overall. And even the Giants, who I thought would come, bring up the rear, I still thought they were going to be really solid because of the schedule we were playing. I told you guys, as long as you take care of the NFC North and the AFC South, normally we beat the hell up out of each other, and you're going to get wins here, you're going to get a win here, you're going to loss here within the division. But as long as you take care of business outside of the division, and my whole thing was you needed to go no worse than, because you were playing 8 games outside of the division in those 2 divisions, and then you get your 3 games outside of the conference, right? Or extra game out of the conference, and then the 2 that are the teams that finished at the same spot in the conference as you did the year prior, the one division that you're not playing. So I said 8-2, or excuse me, rather 6-2. No worse than 6-2 is what you needed to be playing against the AFC South and the NFC North. And we dropped the ball. Everybody beat the Titans, right? Except us. Everybody beat Jacksonville except Dallas. But that was I think that was the only team you lost to, them in Green Bay, right?
Yeah. Who we play this year though? We played this year?
The AFC East.
Who's the AFC East?
So that's
Bills, the Jets, Pats, the Dolphins. That's a tough division.
That's going to be a tough division. Like, you're not getting a walkover this year, right? And then in the NFC,
we'll all beat the Patriots though. As long as Joe Judge stays there, we good.
Yeah.
As long as Joe Judge is part of that offense, I don't care who the quarterback is.
It's a mess. We talked about that last year. We saw that coming a mile away when Belichick couldn't make a decision. First of all, you got a special teams and a coordinator and a defensive coordinator trying to be an offensive coordinator. What the hell is wrong with you? So we knew that was a problem, but they got Bill O'Brien this year. So I expect that to be more organized and for them to get that going in the right direction. But it's going to be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more difficult this year than it was last year for this division to dominate, because we're playing a much tougher schedule than we did a season ago. But the same thing applies, right? This conference is wide open. When you look around at the NFC, at least last year,
you're the best in the conference.
There was Brady and Rodgers still,
right?
And we didn't know Brady and the Bucs were going to fall off a cliff, because they were coming off of another good season the year before, and Rodgers and company had the best record in football, or in the NFC rather, last year. So we didn't know they were going to fall off a cliff this past season.
It all depends on when we play these teams too, though. In the AFC, I want us to sprinkle some of those. Like for my Cowboys, I want us to sprinkle some of those games early. I don't want weather to play a factor. Not saying that my team can't play in cold and crazy windy elements, but I want us to play the Bills early if it's at home.
I forgot. I've seen all of our, because you already know who your home.
Yeah, we go to Buffalo late here. I think
y'all go Buffalo late.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we do. But I mean, we're a cold weather team anyway.
Yeah. So your home.
I might go to that game. I don't know.
Are you close to Orchard Park?
No, I'm a long way. I'm way closer, like Boston, and Buffalo is a good 4.5 hours away from me. The city in Boston, they're about half that time. So, but I know my in-laws are huge Bills fans, so
you probably go.
That'd be fun. My brother-in-law is a Giants fan, like me. My sister-in-law and my brother-in-law's mother, they're Bills fans. So
bless their heart, man. Bless their heart.
That'd be a fun one. Out there in January in Buffalo is beautiful.
After looking at what you guys have done this offseason and all the moves that you've made and how you've positioned yourself, what do you think is the biggest need that you have going into the draft? I'll start with you, Law. You guys went out. The two biggest needs that you had, and another offseason, I was begging somebody to come take Dan Quinn off your hands. Please take him away from them. He's, to me, the glue that's holding that whole thing together. He's like the linchpin
he is.
That's holding that together. And I'm like, I wish somebody would just get this man a job he cannot refuse so he can leave, so this thing can kind of start to fall apart at the seams. But he's still there. That defense is still going to be really good. And off the strength of that, the offense is going to, I think, be really solid. The two biggest needs that I perceived the team to have was a number 2 receiver, which you didn't have, and losing Dalton Schultz is huge because he was like your number 2 receiver. Even though I think you've got tight ends in place, Hendershot and all those guys that you have are in place to take his spot and be solid. But number 2 receiver and number 2 corner, because that mess you put on the field opposite Trayvon Diggs last year at the end was brutal. That shit
it made Sam Howell look like a young Tom Brady, didn't it?
Hey, look, man, he was gonna do that to whomever. It didn't
come on now.
Out there.
I'm trying to get you close.
He was dropping dimes on y'all, man. It didn't really matter, but it did help that it was Mullen and all of these bums that you had out there, and Clark at linebacker that we were blessing. It did help that you had some bums out there, but they were going to get blessed anyway. But
yes, indeed.
You go and get, the receiver, right? And Brandon Cooks, and you go out and you get the corner and Stephon Gilmore. So you've taken care of what I perceive to be the two biggest needs that you had last year. Zeke's no longer there. I told you 2 years ago.
Yeah, you did. You kept saying.
I kept telling you, your best running back is not Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
And all that shit you and Lord Brunson were talking about. And I was
Brunson want him. He wants Zeke. Brunson wants Zeke.
He's talking about, hey, I'll take him. Hey, he's there. He's all yours if you want him. I keep telling Zeke, just take your ass to Cincinnati. You're a legend in Ohio, the state of Ohio, because what you did at Ohio State. They moved on from Samaje Perine. Just go there and be that big physical back.
They came out that they said that they didn't want him though. So it's one of those situations.
I wouldn't want him either.
Yeah, get out of here, man.
I wouldn't want him either. But so what's the biggest need?
Well, all right, before I say that, I like the way you said what's the biggest need. So from you, Bad Dog, what's the Cowboys' biggest need? So I like to do this little game. What you think?
Geez, I don't know. You could use another running back, probably. You could use another receiver.
Okay.
So, I mean, your defense is pretty good. Your defense is pretty good. But I mean, I don't really follow the Cowboys, man. It's hard. I didn't follow I didn't follow your off-season moves and so.
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know from you, and then Louie Tee already laid it out for me.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Right. I think
he laid it out for me.
Yeah. I told you last show I love Donovan Wilson, and I was upset that you guys re-signed him. I wanted him to leave too. There's certain guys on every team in the division that I'd like them to go away. He was one of the guys. It'd be nice if you left the division. I was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I'm so glad he's not here. Javon Hargrave, I'm so glad he's not in the division anymore. You can go, okay? Yeah. Donovan Wilson was one of those dudes. Hey, I wouldn't be mad if you found some money somewhere else, Tampa Bay, go somewhere, bro. And y'all saw fit to bring him back. Very versatile player. I feel like the offensive line, specifically the interior center, in particular, you've had some issues with injuries on the inside. You lost Connor McGovern. I mean, I know.
Yeah, we lost Connor McGovern. So I see where you're going with it at that. And from a drafting philosophy, I'm a core guy, interior guy, built from the inside out, whether it's defense or offense. And I don't want to fall in love with measurables, but I'm gonna throw these names out here as far as on the defensive side. There's a guy named Kalasha Cansey. He's the reincarnation a little bit to me, just to me. I ain't finna say LT bad dog, but John Randall,
Okay, John Randall. Okay,
yeah, I like John Randall. I'm not finna say Aaron Donald,
John Randall loves him because they claim he did under, I think it's the 6 Foot Club or whatever they call themselves.
Right.
So they took a picture together. I saw them on social media posing together. So
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, him and John Randall took a picture together. Because I think it's the under 6'2" club or something they call themselves. And, I think Randall sees a lot of himself in Cansey. So
man, so I love it even more because me naturally evaluating this and giving my analysis of it, I didn't know that until today. So that let me know that what I'm seeing is more tangible, right? So I like him. I like the Dawan Jones. Oh my goodness, man, his arm extension is crazy. There will be some situations like look, the other Ohio State left tackle, he's not going to be there at 26. We all know that. The Broderick Jones, he won't be there. I do like Steve Avila, but I look at him more of the first earlier rounds in the second round, not necessarily in the first at the 26th spot. I'm not that high on Bijan Robinson because if he falls all the way to the 26th spot, why? What would be the reason?
Because the league, honestly, because the league doesn't value the running back position that way. True. Most people look at the running back position as a position you don't invest a first round pick into, because for me, I would look at it in the opposite manner. I would invest the first round pick because I would have the option,
the fifth year,
and then let them walk after that. So I could grind you for 5 years and then let you move on. Instead of 4 years.
Well, we did have that option even with my guy Ezekiel, remember? But he read up before that 5th year time.
He wasn't having it.
He wasn't having it.
He wasn't having it. He went to Mexico. He's like, I'm not coming back till y'all give me my deal.
So I value the interior, man. If the Cowboys go get an interior plug, because I'm tired of us looking at the other guys like the D-Ron Payne, like a Jeffrey Simmons. I like those boys for the Cowboys, but they already on other teams, and you got to give up draft compensation to get those guys, which the Cowboys covet draft picks. So we can get our own. I know a lot of people talk about Mozzie, but I like Mozzie more in the second round with the 58 pick. He wears number 58, by the way, but I look at it like that. If we can get a guy from the inside, it'll work for us. I even like linebackers like a Trent Simpson. I like Drew Sanders. I can go on and on about defensive guys that can play for the core, and I go on and on about the philosophy of drafting an interior offensive guy.
I think linebacker is going to be interesting in this draft. I don't think it's a top-heavy position, but I do think there's some depth at that position that you get a quality football player at some point in the draft. I think day 1, day 2. More specifically, day 2, I think is when you're going to see the linebackers really start to come off the board.
But it dies real quickly right at the 3rd and 4th. It just goes.
It goes off a cliff.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's why I said it. I think it's not top heavy, and I think the depth of it is in the 2nd, 3rd, and probably early 4th round. If you don't get it while supplies last, hey, good luck.
Yeah, I'm seeing people saying about Miles Murphy, Jack Campbell. I like those boys, but we got a lot of edge guys already for my Cowboys.
So, Bad Dog, with your team, you made so many quality moves. Like you talked about Paris Campbell. I love the 1-year deal for him, right?
Yeah,
I love the trade for Darren Waller, 3rd round pick. Now, I will say this is as deep a tight end draft class as we've seen in a long time. I say the 2018 class was the last really deep tight end draft class that we've seen. Daniel Jeremiah said it's the best tight end group he's seen in a decade. So, and I concur. Like, it's right up there with 2018 for me, which was loaded. So the value may not actually be there. We saw what Dalton Schultz had to take from the Texans, right? Like we saw the same thing with Mike Gesicki. Nobody's giving tight ends money. Why? Because there's so many of them in the draft this year, right? So, but none of them are Darren Waller. I can assure you that the closest you may get is Dalton Kincaid. No, none of them are Darren Waller. If he's
especially
healthy,
at the back end of the third round. I mean,
right.
That's
The biggest thing with him is he's got to be healthy, right? When he's
yes,
healthy,
that's all I got. Same thing with Paris Campbell. I mean,
exactly. Got to be healthy.
He had a big year last year with the quarterback carousel in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
They were a disaster.
It was a good year. I wouldn't call it a big year. It was a good year for a
him.
guy
It was a breakout year
by his standards because he had been banged up pretty much his entire career.
But I like him coming out of the draft.
I thought I was lukewarm on him because a lot of that Ohio State offense, because he played with
Which is why I didn't like Dwayne Haskins.
Mesh concepts, right? Just a little shallow cross. He would catch it. They're athletes. They'd run past everybody. He didn't really blow me away, but I think he's got a lot of untapped potential. I love the Bobby Okereke signing. I wanted him. He was one of the guys on my list because we needed linebacker so badly. He was one of the guys that I identified along with, David Long and, Aziz Al-Shire and some of these other guys that I was like, hey, man, if these dudes are within the wheelhouse, go get him. And it makes a ton of sense that you guys went out and got him. There's something about Stanford linebackers, I guess, that you guys just really like in free agency. But and then obviously what you were able to do with just, what I think one of your most underrated signings was Raheem Nunez-Roches. Like to me, he gives
you a run stopper. I mean, you saw it happen against Philadelphia. We got bullied on that side of the ball, so we definitely need to beef up the interior offense. Well, there's no question about
it. And also when Leonard Williams was injured, there was no other guy other than
because you could double team Dexter Lawrence.
Exactly. You didn't have another dude. You needed some depth.
Yeah.
He's a really good player. I don't think people realize how good, Raheem Nunez-Roches is coming from Tampa. That's a really quiet, under the radar signing that I think is going to benefit you guys as well. But in saying all of that, I think I know what your biggest need is. I want to hear.
Hey, before you say anything, I would trade you right now, Jonathan Hankins and Big Bo for Dexter Lawrence.
Hell no.
He's actually
going to be a giant, man.
He's not doing that shit.
Come on, man. I give you Jonathan Hankins and my guy.
You had Jonathan Hankins here already.
Right.
You got the sexy Dexy dance. He's been doing that for a long time with the Giants.
Boy, man. I really like Dexter Lawrence coming out of college, though.
Right now, the Giants.
I did too. I actually thought we reached for him.
Wow.
At 17. He was definitely a guy that I wanted the Giants to get, as was DeAndre Baker. We ended up with both of them, but I was so pissed off about the Daniel Jones draft pick at that time. I didn't care.
You didn't
it didn't matter to me.
Right.
Yeah.
For the Giants, there's been a lot of guys. Who do you think we need? We need a wide receiver. We need this. I think the Giants are going to go best player available. We have a lot of holes. I think Keely Ringo is definitely a possibility. We could definitely use a corner. That
was the position I was going to say.
I mean, that's a big thing. And we like George.
Start Fabian Moreau at corner. I'm sorry.
Right. We still have Adoree Jackson. But yes, I agree. We could definitely use. I think that's a massive need for the Giants. And I think Keely Ringo is definitely a possibility. Cornerback. There's talk about Jordan Addison. I would definitely take Jordan Addison. We can still use a number one receiver. We don't have a number one receiver. We have depth there. We have a lot of number twos.
Right. You got 22.
Not a number one.
Right.
Jordan Addison could be that guy. Trent Simpson's a guy you mentioned. You can never have enough depth. We still need inside linebacker. Okereke certainly helps, but Trent Simpson would be awesome. And then, of course, a huge need for the Giants is interior offensive line. Mm-hmm. And I love John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota. I like those Big Ten, country strong, all you in the trenches, guys. And we have not had a good center in years. We have not had a good interior offensive line in years. We have bookend tackles. I think that Evan Neal's going to have a good season. I think that he showed promise. I think he was getting better and he got hurt. So we had kind of an up-and-down year, as did Andrew Thomas's first year. But we know what Andrew Thomas is. And I think Evan Neal could be that good as well. So we need to start building that interior. If you're going to, and that's why I said, I think the Giants are going to take a massive swing at the offensive line this year. You just paid your quarterback $160 million over 4 years with $82 million guaranteed. Okay, you just gave the guy a ton of money. You better protect him. We know Daniel Jones has had injury issues. throughout his career. He runs a lot too. So, he's going to get beat up. You don't want the kid getting smashed in the pocket. So the best way to do that is build your interior offensive line. That's also going to help your running game.
True.
The Saquon Barkley. You're able to run the ball. It makes the RPO more effective. You play action pass. The linebackers freeze for a second. Darren Waller gets behind the coverage. Everything works. Listen, this is a passing league, and there's no question about that. But I still think, I'm an old school guy, everything's predicated off the run. If you can run the ball, you win football games. Look at the Eagles. Nobody ran the ball better than Philadelphia. When they're at their best, they just beat the shit out of us.
They did.
Throw the damn ball. Just here you go, run the ball 8 yards. Here you go. 9. They're blocking our guys 10 yards down the field. If you're able to run the ball, you control the clock. You keep your defense off the field. You're winning games. Because if the opposing team is on the sideline, man, they can't score. They ain't gonna win.
Yeah, I would hate for you guys to get Cody Mox. I hate for you guys to get him. Yeah. Or that Joe Tipperman or Tipperman, I hate for you guys to get those two boys,
Yeah, I like Tipperman a lot out of Arkansas. It's gonna be interesting seeing all of the moves that you guys made, because one of the things I enjoyed last year, like you said, couldn't stop the run, right? We had a dodo for offensive coordinator last year because Brian Robinson was getting 9 a pop against y'all.
Scott Turner,
right? He was
9 a pop.
He was,
and
he was
for whatever
me off. I like him though, man. I like Brian Robinson.
Is there a reason why he's not getting the football? I'm like, can somebody help me?
We were glad he wasn't in the football. Thank you.
Yeah, I know you were. I mean,
thank God he ain't running the ball anymore.
You guys definitely have to shore that up. But another thing was everything last year, and obviously we know you didn't have any receivers, but you didn't have any speed either. No. And so everything was 10 to 15 yards and in.
Slayton's got some speed, but Slayton.
That's it. I mean, he was the only guy, right? But it's
now you got Paris Campbell. He's a 4-3 guy too.
Right, that's what I was getting at, is that it allows you, because if you go after Jordan Addison, he's not a speed demon, right? But what he's a route guy, is a separator, right? Yeah. He can run routes. So you could feel comfortable, selecting a Jordan Addison and still know that I have guys that can take the top off the defense if need be.
I mean, you mentioned linebacker or tight end being deep, linebacker being deep, wide receiver is very deep too. I don't think there's like a standout wide receiver in this draft, but it is very deep. The Giants can easily get a guy like a Marvin Mims in the second round, who I like, or Marvin Mims.
Linebacker is not deep.
What's y'all pick numbers? What's the Giants pick number?
We're 25 and 57, I think. 57. I don't know. I don't know exactly.
You got so Jackson Smith and Jigba would go well with you guys, but
LB says he needs a good link.
JSN, huh?
I don't know if he's
Louie. LB says he needs a good link.
Oh, you should have it. Tell him to go to the to our chat.
Go to the Super Friends.
Yeah, on IG.
Because I had a hard time finding a link too.
Yeah,
it's weird because it won't accept it through the Instagram. Tell them
if it doesn't, I can send another one. Hold on.
Yeah. Send it via the Twitter and tell them to log in through the computer. Somehow Instagram it don't allow you to go through it.
I found it through Instagram. It just took me. I kept clicking on the wrong thing.
Yeah. Man, so y'all got the 25th in the 57.
I can check real quick. I want to say it's 25 and 57.
25 and 57. So the same availabilities that we will have for my Cowboys, you will have. So
yeah, we're right about the same.
Right about the same. Yeah, just a step right ahead of us.
Yeah, 25, 57.
And then I think somebody put in the chat 25, 57, and is that 89? 89. Okay. I mean, you could do some damage, man. I would still say draft a wide receiver. I'm not trying to help y'all out, but you would still need another wide receiver.
We may be able to get one in the second round. I mean, there could be. I mean, I don't know how good Jalen Hyatt's going to be in the NFL, but
I do not want you guys to get Jalen Hyatt though.
I don't know how good of a he's fast as hell. I just don't know how good of a route. Or Tennessee had a gimmick offense. Like there was Giants fans that wanted Hendon Hooker, and I'm like, man, the guy's older than Daniel Jones is. What do you want him for?
But man, you won't have no issues of him slanging that thing deep, man. Pause. But it's just one of those things. Him on that team, man, with what you got with Paris, that will go good, believe it or not. Yeah. But Danny Jones, he's the guy that's going to utilize his legs. He's going to be in his second year with Brian Daboll, and it's going to be, I hate to say, it's going to be a upward trend for him. But you seen how Josh Allen, he's on a downward spiral right now.
Yeah, he missed Daboll. I mean, he's not statistically had a good year, but he's not the same as he was. He turned the ball over a ton. Inside the red zone, he was really bad this year.
If you talk to Bills fans, they'll tell you it's all play calling, though.
Yeah,
they did not love Ken Dorsey last year.
Dorsey,
so.
And they were this close from losing against Dolphins.
Yeah.
Hey!
I ain't trying to hear none of that. What y'all talk about?
Hey, no. How you doing, man? How you living, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yeah,
I'm doing good.
What's going on, man?
What's up with it? What's up with it? How y'all feeling?
Himself.
I mean, it is. It was tough. It's tough.
Oh,
it was tough for a while.
That's why I left you alone, man. Nobody wants to hear.
It was tough for a while.
I saw you had to pull out the pistol and you had to pick them off one by one because people were coming at your neck after it happened. I like to give space in those situations.
Yeah, but
all the way to the mountaintop and just miss out on getting to the very top. But it was people coming at your neck that weren't.
This is the thing, though.
The vicinity.
The Eagles cost me $100, LB. I don't ever bet that much money on a football guy. I put $100 in the damn Eagles and they let me down. That's
$100. Do me a favor, bad dog. Do it all the time. Just to keep putting $100, man, on the Eagles. They're gonna play like every time.
That's the best $100 I ever spent in my life. Was that?
I got a theory, though. As soon as Louie Tee shut up on Instagram, we lost. He was talking every playoff round. He just was talking. Oh, y'all gonna lose this round. As soon as he shut up, we lost.
It was gonna be a good game. I knew it was gonna be. I fully expected y'all to lose to San Francisco. And if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt, I'm telling you, you don't win that game.
I don't care about none of that.
Right? It ain't like he got.
I don't care about none of that.
Y'all hurt him.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all hurt man. Y'all took the man out.
This is the narrative. Everybody.
I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about it.
Everybody's acting like he slipped on a banana peel on the way to the game.
You know what I mean? It's not like he ran out of bounds and he stepped wrong and he hurt his back muscle or something. Y'all literally hit his elbow and knocked the man out of the game. So
we was on a mission. We was on a mission. That was one of the historic pass rushes in recent years. You know what I mean? And that was our identity, man, being able to get home. So it was a lot of positives though that I took from that though, because I learned a lot about Jalen Hurts. I learned a lot about key players on our team. The main guy is Jalen Hurts though, man. Like it ain't nobody else with a quarterback in the division that could have shot it out like that with Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion.
Oh, you know what I mean?
I seen some.
Come on, man.
What you mean?
What you mean? What you mean?
Huh? What you mean? Hold on.
So you mean to tell me if the Cowboys somehow found a way to get in there, they would just fold it up again? Huh?
Yeah, that's what y'all do. I mean, listen, you know what? Let me talk about the Cowboys for a second while I got you right here.
Y'all robbed me right here.
No. Y'all have robbed the NFL of a golden opportunity. Y'all robbed us. All you had to do was beat Mr. Irrelevant, and then it would have been the Eagles and the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game. Y'all know, y'all feel like y'all could beat us so much. All y'all had to do was meet us at the altar. We was waiting.
Yeah.
You robbed us of an epic showdown. You know what I mean? Y'all would have sold, man. Y'all come on, man. Y'all would have lost us too.
Blame Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Blame Dak Prescott for that.
I'm tired of blaming Dak.
Issues, but at the end of the day, I hear you, I heard you, and now I see you about the whole situation with your defensive coordinator. He was great all year long, and then when he got to the Super Bowl, he forgot to be great, as well as your offensive coordinator. So my
offensive coordinator. I mean,
coordinator.
My offensive coordinator. So this is the thing with my offensive coordinator. He was bailed out all year. So was the defensive coordinator. You know what I mean? We didn't even have hot routes. Jalen Hurts made a lot of stuff happen, and it made the offensive coordinator look good. He got the offensive coordinator hired. But as far as our defensive coordinator go, you know, I knew that was going to be the thorn in our side. I'm well documented saying that he was the one that scared me the most. You know, he just, you know, the moment was too big for him. You know,
he had a coaching job now.
I wanted him to stay in Philadelphia so bad. I was trying to put together a little bit of a pot, like a GoFundMe. Like, let's keep Jonathan Gannon in Philadelphia, man. I think we can raise some good money.
Hey, Louie Tee, that hurt us more than the Super Bowl loss.
Oh, look, man. I was looking forward to it, man. I wanted him to keep up to 2 or 3 more years. Of black and that defense.
I mean, listen, hold on. We got show him this side. We got guys that's talking to me about Super Bowls who ain't seen one.
Did we call that one? Did we call that one?
I mean, that's an easy phone call, Lou. That's an easy phone call, Lou. You should have known that was coming. You should have known. That's an easy phone call. Y'all acting like
I knew you were gonna say that.
Come on. It's tough. It's tough losing there. But what I can say is this about my fan base: we happy. You know what I mean? We won a lot of playoff games.
Yeah, y'all happy? Are you really happy?
LB,
y'all really happy. Y'all really happy.
We happy with the organization because they constantly put us in positions to compete for championships. The Dallas Cowboys and the Washington Commanders don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about playoff runs or competing.
Hey, Louie
Daniel Jones had a better year than Dak Prescott.
We definitely don't know how it feels to lose the Super Bowl, though, man. I definitely don't know that feeling. Do you know that feeling, Louie Tee?
I don't, man.
I know.
You don't know. You don't.
Explain it to me, LB. How do it feel?
You don't know the feeling of winning either. It was a life sentence ago. You don't know the feeling of either or.
Hey, I had a little peach fuzz. In 95.
Hey, how does it feel?
How does it feel, though? Real talk.
I mean, I honestly, it hurt because I wanted the second Lombardi bad, and I wanted it to be Jalen Hurts. You know, that's my guy. I've been riding with him for the longest of time.
Yeah, LB is about one of the 5%. I love it. You guys are like, I knew Jalen Hurts was going to be bullshit. Ford Brunson's one of the only people that I know that backed Jalen Hurts from day one. And this fans coming to my page when I made the reaction, Jalen Hurts laughing at they drafted him. Oh, this aged like milk, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you get the hell out of here. This video was 3 years ago. Now you're going to come back and go, I knew Jalen Hurts was good. Yeah. That's usually when you don't have receipts.
But, you know.
So kudos.
Actually, the damn hat, he had so much freaking confidence in the kid. I'll give him that. But I want to kind of the greatest like Jalen Hurts sucks. Jalen Hurts this. I go into Philly 500's live stream. He's got 1,700 people in there, 1,400. Oh, Hurts blows. Hurts this. Hurts sucks. Hurts fast. Hurts is great. That's hilarious to me.
But this, I'm gonna tell you.
Shout out to him for that, though. Real talk.
I'm gonna tell you what hurt the most. What hurts the most is the way he played and we lost. That's what hurts the most. Because it's hard to duplicate performances like that, let alone to do that in the Super Bowl. You can't do that. People can't do that from week 5 to week 6. Have back-to-back games like that. That's what hurt the most for me.
That might be the best performance I've seen from a losing quarterback in the Super Bowl in my life.
Yeah,
and I can take it a step further. That was the greatest game Jalen Hurts has played in his life.
Yeah,
but you were wanted at that time, though. You see what I'm saying? You needed at that time. So it was the greatest game he ever played in his life. I mean, hiccup after hiccup, he responded, and I'm like, this defense got to do something. Y'all got 70 sacks, didn't get a sack. Kadarius Toney almost ran a punt back.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon he ever did for the Giants.
No. Keep going, LB. Keep going.
Jonathan Gannon was just lost in the sauce, man. Yeah. I mean, Patrick Mahomes. Patrick wasn't even wheeling and dealing like that. It was a bad defensive performance, man. And then you get to the offseason. Then you got Chauncey Gardner acting like he deserved all this money, bro. You was a part of that defense, bro. That was a collective unit of steaming hot garbage on Super Bowl Sunday. It was like, you know what I mean? It was a collective unit, man. I'm talking about Hurts did his job. AJ Brown did his job. Devontae Smith did his job. Dallas Goedert did his job. The offensive line did their job. Shit, whoever was running the ball did their job. The whole offense was locked in, and the defense didn't even show up. That's what's more disappointing to me. Like the performance, you can't let your quarterback down like that. You know what I mean? You can't let your quarterback down like that. Honestly, deep down inside, I ain't give a damn if none of them came back. I ain't give a damn if none of them came back.
What about Slay? What were you in?
I'm glad.
You glad Slay back? My dog.
I'm glad Slay and Bradbury back. I'm glad the tandem is back. You know what I mean? That makes sense bringing both back. I always felt like Javon Hargrave.
Now? Are they the best tandem now?
What moves? I feel like Miami just made a move. I can't think of it.
Yeah, they got
Jalen Ramsey. Yeah, they got Ramsey.
I think Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard. I think that's up there. That's up there as well. You know what I mean? I don't think it's y'all, Law.
Diggs and Gilly. I
don't think it's y'all.
I see what you did to my boy Koye posting the picture of my guy Gilly getting used by Jefferson. I saw that, but you got to understand. You want to know why? Why did you do my dude like that? Because I got a rebuttal for that.
Okoye, that's my God. You know what I mean? Yeah. It wasn't that malicious. This is the thing, though. When you post how good he is all of a sudden in that one particular game, you don't post him getting cooked for 10 receptions, 12 receptions, 100 yards, and a touchdown. You leave out all the meat and potatoes. You don't just show me 2 plays. Overall, he got cooked.
But don't you know who got the clamps on Jefferson?
Of course you're going to say Diggs.
Diggs got the clamps on the brother. Don't you know? Just go back. I know you don't watch a lot of Cowboys game, but just go back and watch Cowboys versus Vikings, and you would probably never see Jefferson catching a touchdown, getting over 20 or 30 yards because we got the clamps over here by the name of Trayvon Diggs. So Gilly wouldn't even have to worry about that again.
You're not disappointed. You're not disappointed, Long.
What?
You're not disappointed.
I'm in the middle. I'm medium well over here because here's the thing. Just like you're happy about you getting rid of your defensive coordinator, I'm happy of getting the inverse. We got rid of our offensive coordinator. 4 curls, man. Playbook looked like it was written by Crayolas and stuff like that. Come on, man. I even know that Louie Tee is happy that he got rid of Scott Turner over there. Are you happy, Louie Tee? You know.
I'm jumping over the moon, bro.
He can jumping on the moon.
But this the thing. But this the thing, though. This the thing, though, for me. First of all, I have nothing bad to say about the Giants. I'm trying to find something bad, dog. But like you guys were kind of impressive. But when does Dak Prescott get some of the blame? Come on now. He's an 8-year veteran.
I love Dak's contract. It's great.
We got to have a conversation about him tonight.
Listen, please, let's do it. I am ready for this one because it's an 8-year. This dude going in year 8. He never had a playoff run. And in case y'all want to change the narrative on a playoff run, it's championship game or higher. Getting to the divisional round is not a playoff run. Okay. The guy never had a playoff run. The guy never been all pro. The guy never been a top 3 quarterback in the game. The guy led the league in interceptions and missed 5 games last year.
Keep going. Now, what else you want to put on Rain Dakota Prescott resume? Come on. But don't leave out the important stuff. Don't leave out the important stuff too. He's 27. He's 27-7 versus the NFC East. That makes him king. And on top of that, he's 8-3 versus your Eagles.
Let me tell you
versus the Washington team. And come on, keep going.
Let me tell you. Let me
Daniel Jones.
That's what I'm saying. Let me tell you how that don't matter though, Law. Y'all could have swept us this year, and we still would have went to the Super Bowl. Y'all don't stop the show for nobody in the division. You gotta win when it's time for the playoffs. But beating up on us all them years, we was the NFC least, has not gotten you guys to a championship game.
It's about to get us to one now. Come on, baby.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's go. We can get better.
I'm gonna say this.
Jerry Jones is American gangster. They will buy whatever that he's selling.
LB.
He's the biggest gangster in the world.
I know you've been following some of our moves. Are we better or are we worse than what we were last year? Yes or
worse.
No? You better for sure. I think you better. I think you better.
Now, what about you, Bad Dog? You said worse.
I think the Giants are on par with you guys now. I do. I think the Cowboys and Giants are very even now.
Byproduct of the Giants improving and the Cowboys getting worse. I think I think the Cowboys got better. I mean, it all depends.
I think they got better
on that, obviously, because I think when it's all said and done, Michael Gallup is now allowed to be a number 3 receiver. They paid him like a number 2, but he's really a third option after the injury. And it's hard because when dudes get injured and major injuries, you don't know what you get in that first year back. He wasn't himself last year. So if he comes back and he's 80% of what he was before the injury, add that Cooks to the mix with what you already have in CeeDee Lamb, that's a formidable trio right there. Because it was funny to me when we were having
who's showing him the ball.
We're gonna have that conversation again. Yeah. Let's get there. Yeah.
But it was funny last year when we were having a conversation about receivers, and you was laughing. You was keep keying over there, right? I'm like, you're not even in this conversation. You got one receiver. That's it. It was me and LB having this conversation. And you over there trying to import yourself or something. You ain't had no business being a part of. So I'm like,
hey, let me say this. I apologize, man. That was just me with my Cowboys vision going through that thing right there. But here it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all hear that? I think we have the best tandem now.
What tandem you talking about?
You talking about in the division?
You talking about wide receivers
in our division?
Oh my God!
I think my Cowboys have the best tandem. CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, right now the best tandem. Right now,
Devontae Smith is better than CeeDee Lamb.
I don't care about that.
First of all, the Eagles just offer the strength of and I'm not a numbers guy. I like to go with the eye test. Just off the strength of numbers and what we've seen from Devontae Smith in his first 2 seasons and AJ Brown and what we know he's capable of, ain't no way in hell they better than them 2.
I agree.
Man, get out of here, man.
Listen. I don't even like talking about AJ Brown. I'm not even gonna disrespect AJ Brown's name. You don't got a receiver better than Smith.
Oh my gosh.
CeeDee Lamb ain't better than Devontae Smith. And that is as arguable as you could get for real. It ain't no clear-cut winner in that one. So if he can't clear Devontae Smith, then what we talking about?
We shall soon see.
I feel the same way. I can't make that claim yet. My boy ain't been in the league, and I'm a big, hey, you got to do it again, dude. Duplicate that, right? So, but I'm just telling you all for potential and what I've already seen in a small sample size. I put Jahan in front of your boys, both of them. I ain't even. I'm gonna do the same thing with Terry. I'm not even gonna put.
You getting ahead. You getting ahead of yourself now.
Number one tandem. Louie Tee, y'all are number one with Terry, with Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson right now.
The Eagles are 1. We're 2.
I ain't mad at that because
I'm not worried. I love
it's It's very arguable.
I don't love.
It's going to be so good because.
Clearly, nobody else in the league loves Brandon Cooks either. That's why he's
okay. That's okay. That's okay.
And it's the thing, though. How can you have the number 1 tandem when part of the blame, so y'all say, for that interceptions is guys like CeeDee Lamb running around?
Wait a minute. Hold on. We was talking about a guy by the name of Noah Brown, who was the 4th and the 5th option last season, the season before last. And then last year, we elevated him to be the 2nd and the 3rd option. That was due to the fact that we didn't go out there and get nobody. We went and got a T.Y. Hilton. I know you know his name, 3rd and 30. You know what I'm saying? T.Y. that we pulled up. He was 33 years of age, and he gave us a little spark here. And he didn't have no OTAs, preseason training camp, and now we finna get better. Man, you watch out. Around this time, when we do our mid-season review, rewind this tape, and you're gonna be like, damn, that doggone Law Nation was right. Only if Dak Prescott stay healthy, Brandon Cooks, as well as my guy CeeDee Lamb. Hey, Bad Dog will contest with that. CeeDee Lamb will have a phenomenal year. Come on.
Don't try to use Bad Dog because he's such a huge CeeDee fan.
Lamb is better than Devontae Smith. I mean, come on, man. What are you talking about?
No, he's not.
Say it again. Come on, LB. I'm not going to give him AJ Brown, but he's better than Devontae Smith. Come on, man.
No, he's not. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
CeeDee Lamb is a freaking beast.
And he know Bad Dog got a soft spot for
I do.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
I got a soft spot for
debate. I'm trying to win this debate right here. You know,
I got to get a 30 second because we moving away from the real conversation, which is Rain Dakota. Like, let's not steer away from what we're supposed to be talking about. You said earlier that he had a broken thumb, and you tried to use that as an excuse. Is that the excuse you're going? Is that your final answer? Is that why we saw all those interceptions?
Is a piece of it because he didn't have those kind of caliber of interceptions before that time frame. Right or wrong?
Right now,
I mean, he
I
threw
saw
for
a dude
37.
that was struggling up here. When we played y'all in week 18, the man should have thrown a pick 6 to Kendall Fuller on a route where I'm like, what the hell was Dak thinking about? And he dropped it. The very next play, he throws the worst pass I've seen on an outbreaking route. It is a easy speed cut to the outside, and he throws that 3 yards inside for a walk-in pick 6. There is
regress Scott.
Here with
regress Scott.
Nothing to do
Dak regress Scott.
Okay,
look, bro, have you ever
pick 6 against the 49ers at the end of that game? The linebacker just dropped it.
What is your favorite ice cream, Louie Tee? What's your favorite ice cream?
I don't eat ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a vegan. I don't eat ice cream. I get vegan ice cream, but I don't eat ice cream.
Well, sherbet is good, right? You know what I'm saying?
It's okay. Pistachio is better.
Pistachio. But what I'm saying is that there are vanilla ice cream out there, and we were vanilla against your Washington team. We saved everything for Tampa Bay. We saved everything for Tampa Bay. We just gave it up when we played the Niners. We just folded up. But, hey, Dak Prescott versus Tampa Bay, regardless of what anybody say, they were still a top 10 defense last season, and we were still able to beat them up.
What about the Dak Prescott legacy drive against San Francisco? He had the ball. 12-19. He had the ball. The legacy drive. The first play, he almost threw a pick 6 to Greenlaw.
Should have thrown the pick.
I think wasn't it like a speed out as well? Or something.
It was something over the middle of the field that he was staring down. Probably a little.
It was a counter hook route, button hook route, and all of those things. But
he missed the read though. He missed the read though.
It was still one of those stick routes. You run it to the sticks and you throw it to that receiver. And I'm telling you guys, we didn't have back-to-back schemes, no concepts, no philosophy when the Cowboys played. Come on. All right, so let me ask you.
I can't buy it, Lo. I can't buy it.
What was the Cowboy? What is your philosophy when you play in games? When the
Philadelphia Eagles?
What's your philosophy when you play? Yeah, when you watch your Eagles play, what is your philosophy?
Physicality.
No. I'm talking about scheme.
What do you mean scheme?
Scheme, philosophy, what you try to do?
A lot of RPO, a lot of RPO.
Because your quarterback was able to get to the Super Bowl without throwing a single touchdown pass, yes or no?
I mean, I'm trying to think. But he didn't have. But you do what you have to do though.
You do what you have to do. Did he throw a touchdown pass to get to the Super Bowl?
Did he need to?
Exactly, because y'all
he didn't need to.
Y'all had a philosophy, y'all had a scheme, y'all had things put into place, y'all had concepts.
But this is the thing, though.
All right, keep it a buck though. He was awful.
A buck about what?
2 playoff games. He was awful.
How was he awful? How was he awful? That's the thing. That's the thing. Y'all are so removed from winning football. Y'all don't even know what it looked like. You don't even know what it looked like.
You gonna sit here and tell me
why?
He was good against the Giants? You gonna sit
why do you? He didn't even have to be there against the Giants. We just ran the ball on them.
I don't want to hear that.
What do you mean?
Anytime
San Francisco.
Anytime you set foot on the field, you put your best foot forward, right or wrong? Right or wrong?
If your second string running back could run the ball down the throat of the opposition and y'all could blow them out, what's the point of having to throw the ball and put the ball in jeopardy?
Because they didn't put Hurst in the position to throw those interceptions. They didn't put Hurst in those positions to fumble the ball. Think about it. You know what?
No. Y'all watch film, right? I know both of y'all up there watch film. Y'all got to stop being biased. I'm not going to let y'all get away with that. Jalen Hurts, hold on, let me finish. In the San Francisco 49ers game, Jalen Hurts, without even throwing the ball, was a problem for that defense. The way he froze Fred Warner. The way Fred Warner was so terrified of the possibility of him keeping the ball took out one of the best players in the National Football League. Just Jalen Hurts being on the football field. Y'all watch film, and I know you saw that. Oh, okay. Then. So why? I'm talking
about throwing the football.
If you don't have to
with his legs.
If you don't have to throw the football, why do it? Why throw the football if they don't have no more quarterbacks? We took that dude out in the first drive of the game. But you know when he had to throw the football,
take his quarterback out, he would have had to throw the footballs.
But the quarterback was there. We had the ball first.
Listen,
we had the ball first.
And he wasn't good on that first possession. Listen to me.
What are you talking about? He converted a 4th down pass to Smitty. One hand.
He catch the ball. What are you talking about?
He didn't catch the ball according to your rules? Because the stat sheet say it was a catch.
Catch the ball. That's Kyle.
The stat sheet say it was a catch. And that's why Devontae Smith is better than every wide receiver on both of your rosters, because he got up and hurried up to the line. That's smart football.
I should have made some popcorn for this segment.
Did he throw a touchdown pass to Dallas Goedert? Didn't he throw a touchdown pass? Didn't Dallas Goedert catch it with one hand? It was a terrible pass. He had to catch it with one hand.
Oh my God! Now, oh my God! If Odell catch a one-hand pass, everybody on the end there getting knee pads. Now our guy catch a one-hand pass is a terrible pass.
That wasn't a good pass. Don't compare.
It wasn't a good pass.
We're not talking about Eli Manning. We're talking about Jalen Hurts. Okay, we're talking about Eli Manning.
Yeah, well, listen. The thing with Odell Beckham was he was also pass interfered with. Remember, he was held.
Right.
I agree.
Contributed to him having to make that catch. Yeah. So Eli threw the ball right. We're not gonna bash Eli.
Listen. My quarterback knows his receivers. He know if he put that thing up there, somebody gonna go up there, put that paw up there and get it. Y'all got to get on that level because you out here. Is that a Sam Howell hat?
Yes. It's a Sam.
You out here running with Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett, and you out here running with an 8-year bum.
Hey, don't.
Danny Dimes is the second best quarterback in the division. Y'all need to catch up.
I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not arguing.
See, Philly 500 made fun of me for saying that Daniel Jones would be better than Dak.
I already know what it is. Ask your boy Law what Sam Howell's out here doing. You'll find out soon enough. You got blessed by Taylor Heineke. If Heineke can bless you,
Taylor Heineke is better than Sam Howell. I think Heineke's better than Sam Howell.
Again,
I think Heineke is better than Sam Howell.
They say turn your mic up. They say turn your mic up, Louie Tee.
This is the problem.
Turn your mic up, Louie Tee.
This is the problem. This is the problem with these Washington fans.
I don't want to kill them.
This is the problem with these Washington fans. Y'all thought beating Dallas was some type of achievement or a Super Bowl or something. That was a regular season win, and y'all wasn't even making it to the playoffs. Y'all thought beating Dallas was some type of achievement.
So this is what I'm telling you.
I'm confused.
We building.
What y'all get for that?
We building, right? When you building, you take baby steps. We taking baby steps over here. We building towards something.
Since 92.
No. Since 2020, when Ron Rivera got here.
Damn, man.
Ron Rivera, the worst coach in the division.
Hey, look, I'm not going to argue with you because I don't necessarily love Ron myself. But I can tell you what he's done is he's built this team into a team that can compete. You should know your worst loss of the season came from who?
Ooh.
We went to the Super Bowl, so that's irrelevant.
I don't want to hear.
Did it stop us from playing in the big game?
I'm just asking.
Did it stop us from playing in the big game?
Asking you a question. I ain't asked you for nothing else. Your worst loss of the season came from not the Kansas City Chiefs, not the Dallas Cowboys, not the New Orleans Saints, but from whom?
The New Orleans Saints.
Okay, right. You're wrong. Dallas, your worst loss of the season.
Of course you're going to say it wrong.
Yeah. The Washington team got us,
The New Orleans Saints was the worst loss than y'all's.
No, it wasn't. We beat you by.
We threw a pick six. We threw a pick six to end the game. We lost the game on a pick six.
I don't care. Just like you just told me, I don't care. What standards you have? The score, you lost by 11 points. It was your worst loss of the season. Okay, we dominated you in your own building on national.
This a man talking to us. You know what? I can't argue with nobody who ain't make the playoffs. We ain't doing that.
Look. I'm not going to get into specifics. Okay,
there are none.
You had your piss cup. You got to the Super Bowl.
There are no specifics.
You got the piss cup. It's okay. I'm not mad at you for that, man. Take your second place silver medal lap. Go ahead and take your lap around the building. It's okay. We're not mad at you for that. You had a great season, but you didn't cap this shit off. You were the first loser. Okay, I was real humble last.
So what does that make y'all do? I'm confused. I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you talk. Veins all popping out of your head. What does that make y'all? If we was the first loser, what do that make y'all, Louie? In all honesty, when you wake up and realize that you're a Commanders fan, how do you really feel? You ain't been. Listen, we ain't even got to talk about Super Bowls. You ain't been to a conference championship game since 1992.
That's fine.
Sam Howell is your quarterback. Sam Howell is your quarterback.
You just
you got to understand where you at in life.
One Super Bowl. You have one.
You got to understand where you at, and you remember it more than you remember your own. You remember mine more than you remember this more than you remember your own. You remember this. You remember this more than you remember your own.
This is what we're about to do. We're about to get new ownership. Listen. Let me school you, because we about to be back up. I looked at the fellas and I said, hey, put the word out. We back up. Okay. The minute Dan puts ink the paper, and that shit dries, put the word out. We back up in this bitch. All right. We gave y'all serve notice to y'all bitch asses last year in your own building. All right. We took Dallas out to the woodshed, sending them to the playoffs, questioning themselves. Do we even belong in the playoffs? Right.
You might go
left hand. Let's say left hand up.
Who are we? I ain't gonna
they didn't do it against the G-Men, no, didn't they? Hell no, they still can't beat us. We can't beat either one of you guys.
Bad dog.
We beat them all the time.
It's laughable.
Oh my gosh.
Division sweep us. Nobody in division sweep us. All right. You chill out, bad dog.
Hey, listen.
The Commanders gonna be 5-12. Y'all gonna be 5-12, Louie.
We made the playoffs because you can't beat us.
We'll see about that. Because my boy is coming. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna leave this here because I know y'all gonna have jokes. Just like we had jokes about.
We don't even have no jokes. It's no jokes.
I'm gonna leave this right here.
Oh my God.
There is a lot of space.
You are the stinkiest team in the best division in football.
Listen to what I'm about to say to you. Because again, your worst loss of the season, Dallas' worst loss of the season, yours truly. Listen to what I'm about to say to you. It's a lot of space and opportunity in not just only this division, but in the conference for growth. When we having a conversation about Jalen Hurts being the best quarterback in the conference, not just the division, the conference, it's a lot of opportunities out here for somebody to climb up. You know what I'm saying? We out here, we looking, it's a lot of corners available, right? We trying to start, we gonna get this corner right here, then we gonna get this corner, and then we looking to move in like Marlowe. We looking to move in on some territory. So what we gonna do is we gonna start slow. We started with Dallas Mark ass, right? Last year at the end of the season, and we gonna work our way up. What happened?
We lost Law.
He was tired of hearing a motherfucker who ain't make the playoffs.
He was salty about what he did to him last year. He couldn't take.
He got intercepted by Dak.
Right. Dak intercepted his connection.
That's right.
But we gonna move in slowly on the territory. It ain't gonna happen overnight. But just like we made fun of you for your hat with Jalen Hurts. Hold on, let me see if I can. We made fun of you. Hold on, gotta move one more.
Yeah. Getting back to my rightful spot. I had to make sure that my audio was straight. You know what I'm saying? I had to jump out just a little bit and come back in. But I'm back.
Gonna let you know right now. Sam Howell is better than you think. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm not gonna try to convince you.
Based off what? Huh? Based off what? The Dallas one?
No.
Because that was a very small sample size. What are you basing that off?
3 years of college ball at the University of Chapel Hill. The man preseason ball. And then the game. It's very
so ironic that Hurts was a Heisman finalist, but we didn't count none of that though. We just said he was trash. Right. Sam Howell was trash. Louie, please don't get your hopes up.
We looked at Jalen. We looked at the
and that determined that you need glasses. Sam Howell is trash, Louie. Please don't do this to yourself.
I'm glad you just gave me
the same way
you gave me.
No.
When I was able to play it, you just gave me my soundbite.
The same way y'all did with Carson. The same way y'all did with Carson Wentz.
Carson wasn't. We knew what Carson was. We weren't looking for Philadelphia Eagle Carson. We just wanted.
What's Sam ceiling?
Hold on.
What's his ceiling?
Hold on. What'd you just ask?
You heard me. What's his ceiling? And it's so crazy. I watch you break down film, and you know he trash. What are we doing here? Sam Howell is trash.
Wow.
He is trash. He got lucky against Dallas. He got lucky against Dallas in the damn rain, and y'all out here ready to. I live in the DC area. Y'all making me sick.
It wasn't raining.
It was rainy that day. Law, wasn't a little precipitation out there, Law, when y'all lost to the
Look. Here's the thing.
It wasn't raining.
Sam Howell, for his career, is 168 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. So, you better go and Louie Tee, man, you my brother, man.
You watch
in the NFC East. Y'all better go get Lamar Jackson. That's all I'm saying, bro. Get Lamar Jackson. Don't try it.
I hope they keep Sam Howell. I don't want Lamar Jackson.
I pray to God.
Please keep Sam Howell. Keep Sam Howell.
You know what? I'm about to buy Sam Howell. I'm gonna buy me a Sam Howell.
Put Howell season. Put Howell season.
Right.
Or Sam
season.
This is a joke.
It's the new Howell order.
Show him the hat. Show him the hat.
You can see the hat. He ain't
see that?
I see it. I see it.
You already know.
I see it. I see it.
New Howell order. The takeover begins. It started with Dallas's Marquez.
Oh my God.
He's not even going to beat Brissett out in camp. Brissett is going to beat Sam Howell in camp.
All right, you can stop talking now.
Brissett is going to beat Sam Howell in camp.
Oh, they got Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, they picked up Jacoby Brissett. You want to know why? They picked up Jacoby Brissett? Because they got Sam Howell.
Because he's the consummate professional backup quarterback, like he's always been his entire career. He's going to come in here, mentor the young fella, be a great addition to the quarterback room. That man will not see the field unless something catastrophic happens to Sam Howell. Don't sound dumb. Don't listen to these talking heads out here who don't know nothing.
I don't even watch TV.
Be a backup. I'm glad you don't watch TV.
Yeah, I don't even watch TV because they're probably saying what you're saying.
No, they're not saying what they're saying. That dumb shit you just said. They don't know what the hell going on.
So you honestly think Sam Howell could compete for being the best quarterback in his division?
You damn right.
You think that?
It's not going to happen overnight. I already told you. I already see where Dakota's going. He's trending downward. Right, I want to see what he's going to
do. Regress, Scott.
He's going down, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Daniel Jones, but I do like the fact
you should be. Have you guys beat Daniel Jones yet? What is Daniel Jones? You know, Law loves to throw the record out. Dak Prescott. What is Washington's record against Daniel Jones? Does Washington beat Daniel Jones yet?
We beat him before.
What?
You only.
Oh, you beat him because Dexter Lawrence comes off sides and that missed extra, that mixed field goal.
You can't beat nobody else in the division, so that ain't gonna cut it. Okay, you won 1 game in the division last year. That shit ain't gonna cut it.
That was against you.
Right, it was. I'm not going.
I'm taking notes real good over here, man.
Problems over here,
bro. I'm telling you. It's a lot of Lamar Jackson is the only one that can save that franchise. No new ownership. No new jersey, no new song, no new Lamar Jackson is the only one. He's the only one.
Go a long way. It's, you underestimating how much new ownership is going to change things in Washington. Like
Louie Tee,
as long as Ron
Howell become the best quarterback for the NFC East, or even do great crazy numbers. Look, I'm gonna get one of those hats. I'll wear that hat on this show. Okay, I'll wear the hat on the show.
Look. Well, I'll have one waiting for you. But like I said, I'm not predicting that he's going to be the best quarterback next year, this time next year. Like I'm not.
Go get Lamar Jackson.
What I'm telling you is right now, I have no problems sitting at the bottom quietly, minding my business.
I mean, you've been there since 1992. See, that's the difference with us and y'all. You are content with that. Hey,
how many?
You content with it
since 2020? How many times have you won the division? The same amount.
What do you mean? We got the most playoff wins in the conference since 2020, since 2000.
It's the same difference. You were at the bottom of the total.
But this the thing though. This the thing though. You was when y'all in 2 years. But when y'all when y'all win a division, we all know it's a joke. We know we ain't got to worry about nobody putting nothing in their cabinet because y'all won it.
It didn't matter who won it. Somebody had to win it, and we took it. Okay. We took it from y'all, right? At the end of the day, I'm going to sit comfortably and quietly at the bottom. But what I'm telling you is, by the time we come back next year, it ain't going to even take the whole year next year. It'll be somewhere in that midpoint of the season. We're gonna come back, and my man gonna be looking down at somebody. Is it Daniel Jones?
In the year 2026,
I can't tell you.
2027. That's when
you
predict
down at one of these quarterbacks, and by the time we get to the end of the season, it may still be one. It might be two of y'all.
You're gonna be 45 years old before you're gonna be 45 years old.
I'm just telling y'all, you've been warned. That's all I'm gonna say to you. You've been warned. I'm not gonna sit here and try to explain nothing to y'all because y'all already like most people, you already have made up in your mind who Sam Howell is. Oh, he's a 5th round pick. He's trash. He's this. He's that. That's fine. You'll see. You'll soon see.
We'll see, okay? Man.
You already saw.
But to be fair,
talking to you. I'm not talking to you. You already saw.
Louie Tee, just to be fair, the Eagles went 9-8. And then they said, you know what? That wasn't enough. They went and spent $100 million for A.J. Brown. They put more and more weapons around Jalen Hurts. They didn't wait. They didn't say, let's see a couple years down the line.
We don't have to do that. We got 3 dudes already. We got Terry McLaurin.
So why wouldn't you? So why wouldn't you be lobbying for a quarterback that's proven? Because you don't know what you're getting out of Sam Howell. Since you already got the whole.
In doing that, we already had this conversation. You won't hear for this, so I'll refresh you. I'll catch you up to speed. When you go out and look, I'm not opposed to Lamar Jackson. What I'm trying to tell, and I've been talking to Washington fans about, I'm not opposed to him. If they went and got him, I would be excited about it. Okay, but I know what we have in Sam Howell. I know Sam Howell has the ability to be a really good quarterback in this league. That's why they haven't made the move. If this was this same thing, this same opportunity presented itself last year, we would have put an offer sheet in front of Lamar Jackson already. Okay, because we were so desperate for quarterback. We're not as desperate because this is what they've said. I can't speak to what he's done in practice all year. They said they love what he's done in practice all year. And then when he got his opportunity against Dallas, he played really well. Okay. I can tell you what I saw from the man for 3 years at the university.
What was his stat line against Dallas?
He was 11-19 for like
168 yards, right?
A touchdown and interception. The interception was bad. It was a bad interception. But those are the growing pains you're gonna go through with a young quarterback. He's gonna make some mistakes, but he threw some dimes in that game too, and he had a rushing touchdown as well.
Against Trayvon Mullen, a guy that's been a journeyman. He threw it all on some guys that they could have put me at DB, man. I would probably did a better job than one of those DBs out there, bro.
He blessed whomever was out there to be blessed. That's we gonna leave it at that.
Okay,
he can't help who y'all put on the field. Y'all put some scrubs out there, then we gonna bless them. Right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, Lamar Jackson, what he's asking for is a fully guaranteed contract, essentially. Okay, it's a lot.
Did you say this? Did you say this about Carson Wentz last year?
No, I didn't say anything about
that. I just feel like
Carson Wentz, I said all we wanted him to do was be the Indy Carson, the 28/7, 27/7 Carson Wentz. Like if we got that, with the way we could play defense, we knew we would be a playoff team. Obviously, we didn't get anything remotely close to that. And I told you this last year, and I'm standing by this. I firmly stand by this. We let Carson Wentz down before he let us down. He had 7 touchdowns and 3 interceptions in the first 2 weeks of the season. It was the week 3 game against y'all when we had all the injuries. We had our center. He broke his ankle, and we lost him on the last snap of the game against Detroit. And our whole offensive line deteriorated that week 3 game against y'all when he got sacked. Y'all broke him. Like literally, the man's spirit was broken after that. He was not the same dude that we had the first 2 weeks. So
let me ask you this: is Tyler Heineke better than Carson Wentz?
Is Taylor? I mean, mentally, yes, he is. Physically, no, but mentally, Taylor Heineke is one of those dudes. This is why I love him, and this is why Washington fans love him. Is one of those dudes that he just don't give a damn, right? He just don't give a shit. So he can go out here, throw a pick, look terrible for 3 quarters, but if you give him the rock with the game on the line, he'll do you. Ask Bad Dog, right?
Like, and this was the question to set up this. Is Taylor Heineke better than Jacoby Brissett?
To me, he is. Jacoby Brissett is meh.
Is Taylor Heineke better than Sam Howell?
No, hell no. I've already had this conversation. Like, there's nothing to talk about. If they felt that good about,
so you basing everything off of what he did at Chapel Hill.
It's a combination. I told you what he did for 3 years in college cannot be like people take what Brock Purdy did and they think, oh, this was just some revelation. No, Brock Purdy played a lot of college ball. He saw a lot of defense. He was prepared. And then he got to sit down, watch NFL football, see the speed of the game. And when he got his opportunity, that wasn't a fluke. He
so
played a lot of football.
Bennett going to be good because he saw 9 years of Georgia, however the hell long he's played there?
Who?
Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett saw a lot of college football, won back-to-back national championships in the toughest conference of football.
I like Stetson Bennett. I don't love Stetson Bennett. I think he's going to actually be like Taylor Heineke in the league to me.
You know what? He's going to be a giant. I have a feeling.
I wouldn't mind taking
the draft. I have a feeling. I'm not serious.
You're going to have to take another quarterback later in the draft.
Like in the 6th round. Watch.
Tanner McKee, baby. Don't sleep on him.
Hey, so what I'm
Sam
saying,
Howell trash. We're gonna break him too. We're gonna break him too. Same way we did Carson.
If we get Lamar Jackson
and Purdy,
you're going to lose players essentially. If you go out and get Lamar Jackson, you can't re-sign. You might not be able to re-sign Cam Curl. You won't be able to sign Montez Sweat. We wouldn't have been able to re-sign Deron Payne. You would have had to have taken some L's where you don't want to take L's, and he would have made the offense dynamic and we would have scored points. Are we stopping anybody though? Not sure. And last time I checked, Lamar Jackson hasn't finished the season in 3 years. All right. Last time I checked, Lamar Jackson has 1 playoff victory. So while everybody going Google Gaga over Lamar Jackson, he's in the same damn boat as Dak Prescott, who just got his 2nd career playoff victory. So
Lamar Jackson is a league MVP, so I beg to differ.
Lamar Jackson is a league MVP.
And
he's a regular season quarterback. He's 41, 49, and 10 or some shit like that. His records in the regular season.
So from that logic, Jimmy Garoppolo just got a doggone contract with a new team, and he's been hurt for the last years too. For the last 4 years, he's been hurt, by the way.
Jimmy Garoppolo's playing the Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo's been to the NFC Championship game twice.
So Garoppolo's better than Lamar Jackson.
I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you.
That's what you just implied.
That's what I said. I said he's a better playoff quarterback. He's a better playoff quarterback because in the playoffs,
you put Lamar Jackson on the Niners, he probably would have.
Lamar Jackson had the best record in the AFC 2 years ago and lost to the Tennessee Titans. I don't want to hear about a better team. He did not play well. You can be a really good regular season.
So you rather the bottom line is you rather have Sam Howell over Lamar Jackson.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said I'd rather for what Sam Howell presents us, which is a rookie contract for the next 3 years, to allow you to continue to build your roster. Because if he's good, which I think he's going to be good, and you're going to have to pay him, you can plan for that. Everything that we've done, 3-year contract, 2-year contract, so that these contracts expire when it's time to pay Sam Howell. You can plan for a guy being good. You cannot plan for just dropping Lamar Jackson in here with a $250 million fully guaranteed contract. Now you got to get rid of some dudes.
What does Sam Howell do so well that you're convinced that he's going to be great, or that
wear burgundy and gold? Wear burgundy and gold.
Okay, so
because I didn't listen, I was too busy watching the Giants last game. I did not watch the last game between Washington and Dallas.
So here's a quick.
There's a reason he went in the 5th round. That's why I'm asking.
There's a reason because I've already laid this out, and our coach literally just said the same thing. He talked to people, and they told him the same thing that I've been telling people for the last 3 weeks. So he got swept up in a bad quarterback draft. All right, and it's easy to have happen because his last year wasn't as impressive as the 2 previous years. Right now, he's the 2nd highest efficiency quarterback in ACC history. Only behind Trevor Lawrence.
ACC sucks. Outside of that conference is garbage.
I don't care about the competition. It's a Power 5 conference. Okay,
but it's a bad conference.
It's not a bad conference. It's a
bad
solid conference.
It's like the Big 12. I love the Big 12.
There's only one elite conference in college football. That's the SEC. That's it. The Big 10.
Big 10 is better than the ACC.
Big 10 is
better than the ACC. The Pac-12 and the ACC are about the same.
Okay, so
what conference is TCU in?
They're in the Big 12. That conference doesn't even count. That's Texas just left that conference. Oklahoma, I think, is leaving that conference.
They did now. Yeah, they're going to the SEC.
Yeah, you know why? Because you can't win shit in the Big 12. Okay, you got to go.
You're going to be uneasy with them moving to the SEC, and I'm a Sooner fan. I know this.
So exactly.
We don't play any defense. We're going to get our heads beat in.
You couldn't even play defense in the Big 12. What you think?
I'm saying we don't play defense. You're going to get our heads beat in. The SEC kicked our ass all the time. LSU, Alabama.
You asked me what makes Sam Howell good. He's got a quick release. We're going to a West Coast scheme with Eric Bieniemy as our new offensive coordinator. He's going to get the ball as he did against Dallas. He got it out of his hands quickly to playmakers, allowed them to make plays. Now, it's a low bar in Washington. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, we saw actual passes being thrown that we haven't seen since Kirk Cousins was in Washington, and that was 2017. Okay. He was putting balls in front of guys that could get run after catch. He throws I will say right now, I'll go on the record and say he throws the best deep ball in this division already.
I know he was going to say it
already. Okay.
And let me just say this. Astros just scored, y'all. Scored 3-2.
Yankees won today. Garrett Cole, the shutout.
Braves won 7-2 over the Nats, but that's not news. The Nats stink, but it's our division. That's what we do. So
okay, go ahead.
So you telling me Sam Howell, who got he's 168-yard game.
He adds a dimension in the red zone. One of our biggest problems was we were moving the ball up and down the field. We can move the football.
Did he even throw a deep ball in that one game that he played in for you to make this statement?
Yeah, to make that statement.
Yeah, he threw. Did you watch? So no, you didn't watch it. That's fine. I made a video. I made a promo for the new high order because the takeover begun in week 18, right? So in that video, there's a deep ball he throws to Terry McLaurin on the money. There's another deep ball on the other side of the field that he throws to Jahan Dotson that Jahan Dotson gets interfered with. It's right there.
Can you name the DB that was covering him?
Well, the one that he got interfered with, I want to say.
No, I'm talking about the other one that he threw.
It was Mullen. It was Mullen.
Trayvon Mullen, you know.
This is what I'm telling you. Who cares who it is? The ball was perfectly placed. Is what I'm saying. He's not even playing in the league no more, man. Don't worry about who was covering and worry about where the ball was placed. He couldn't have walked up and handed it to him any better.
That's one throw. We're talking about one game.
Like this is ludicrous. This is ludicrous.
You look at his collegiate career. That was his biggest trait, was his ability to throw the deep. This is a large sample size of him.
There's a lot of great college quarterbacks don't make it in the NFL. Look at Graham Harrell for Texas Tech. The dude threw for over 11,000 yards in his last 2 seasons at Texas Tech.
In the Big 12.
The ACC is trash. Who are they playing?
in Graham Harrell, it has no physical traits. None. Like, don't bring up.
But look at his numbers. Look at Colt Brennan in Hawaii. You know about Colt Brennan?
He played with Washington,
right? Look at the numbers.
Again, another guy that was solid, right, but didn't have any NFL traits.
Is Howell?
Sam Howell have a better deep ball than Dak or Hurts.
He throws a better deep ball than everybody in the division.
I don't think he throw a better deep ball than Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones don't even throw a deep ball. What are you talking about?
Daniel Jones can throw far. He just don't have the weapons. Daniel Jones can throw a deep ball.
Daniel Jones can throw far. What did you just say?
Daniel Jones can throw a deep ball. You have to throw far to throw a deep ball.
According to stats, Dak Prescott throw a better deep ball than anybody in this division, though. According to his accuracy rating, too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so I'm here to tell you
that
Jalen Hurts had a top 5 deep ball in the league.
You also got to look at it this way too. The Cowboys had no film. There was no NFL film on.
Yeah.
No, he's a starter.
This is the thing. I'll give you the perfect example. Jalen Hurts' first start was against the #1 defense in the Saints. Cooked the Saints. He looked phenomenal. The next couple of games after that, he looked like he had some learning to do.
Hey, Daniel Jones in Tampa Bay, right? He had 4 total touchdowns in that game. Ran for
exactly
2, right? Looked amazing, and then he struggled because shit, look at this. He can do this.
You know what I mean? The point that I'm trying to make, though. Daniel Jones didn't have a team ready to win now around him when it happened. Neither did Jalen Hurts to an extent. They had to get pieces and whatnot in Philadelphia.
Are the vets pieces?
That's what I'm saying. Are the vets in Washington ready to do what you want to do? Wait for this guy.
You're making my point for me. We have a team that's ready to compete now, and you're dropping a young quarterback that's ready to lead them right now. This isn't Ron Rivera doesn't. If Ron Rivera didn't think,
please stop talking. He didn't even know y'all was eliminated last year.
You're not wrong.
Ron Rivera.
You're not wrong. But listen to what I'm saying. If Ron Rivera, look, the man is coaching for his career right now. If he didn't think highly of Sam Howell, do you really think he would be staking his claim on Sam Howell if he didn't think the kid could do it? If he doesn't,
yes, I think he would. I think he would. I'm gonna tell you why.
If he doesn't win,
he took a chance on Carson Wentz. Nobody else would touch Carson Wentz with a 10-foot pole. Ron Rivera does not know what he's doing.
Listen, he had to do that because nobody else was coming here. He had to go after.
And then you bench Carson Wentz, which probably was the ultimate mistake. Then you bring Heineke in. Then you bench Heineke. Like, come on.
We didn't bench him. He got an injury.
He got hurt. Okay. He got hurt. But you bench Heineke, right, to bring Carson Wentz back in and fucked up the whole momentum. Yeah. That was a Ron Rivera move.
That was Ron.
You don't know what he's doing.
Y'all better go get Cam Newton, man. Y'all better go get Cam Newton for real.
I said that. I think that's what they. I think that'll be okay for them over there.
Yeah. Instead of Jacoby.
As long as they don't get Lamar, they will be in the.
Trying to help you, Louie Tee. We don't want you to be at the bottom at least, man.
Y'all talking nonsense now. Y'all talking nonsense.
Is Jacoby Brissett better than Cam Newton?
You putting the chips on a man with 168 yards. Are we talking nonsense?
Yeah, you talking nonsense. Absolutely. you talking about kick Cam Newton? The man is washed, not even in the league. Now I know you. I know you trolling now. You say what you want about Sam Howell.
Louie Tee, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna make a movie out of you if you don't cut this Sam Howell nonsense out. Because when he fold, I'm gonna make a movie out of you.
And when he succeeds, I'll be like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Are you?
I'm gonna be.
I'll eat it. If you succeed, I'll eat it. Do you? Is Jalen Hurts good? Is Jalen Hurts good quarterback?
Put it like this. I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna flip it over here, Louie Tee.
Huh?
Cam Newton would have been better than Josh Johnson that got knocked out, would have got knocked in for the 49ers against those Eagles. They would have had a better opportunity to beat the Eagles if they had Cam Newton as a backup quarterback.
Like the fourth quarterback. You think Cam Newton gonna sit and be?
Josh Johnson just got there like a week ago too.
You think he's gonna be a quarterback on somebody's roster? Yeah, right. Cam Newton got.
And you know what? You know what we ain't do? We ain't do what Dallas did. See, Dallas took it easy on Sam Howell. We would have wrung that boy neck. They'd have been drafting a quarterback. We would have rung Sam Howell neck.
How you did Taylor Heineke, right? How y'all run?
We would have run that boy neck.
Taylor Heineke neck, right? When he put 32.
Y'all caught us slipping. Y'all caught us slipping.
Man.
Listen, what you wanted us to go undefeated? You wanted us to go undefeated?
He was going undefeated.
Pull it up where I ever said something. That's I don't say stuff like that. That's ludicrous.
You were 11-point favorites at the crib. And we did.
Yeah, and that's usually when it happened. That's usually when it happened.
In your own building.
That's usually when it happened.
And that was with Taylor Heineke. Now we got Sam Howell. So you really about to get some work. But I'm gonna leave it at that. If Heineke's doing work, then Sam Howell's definitely gonna do some work.
Now Desmond Ridder gonna be the starting quarterback over there in Atlanta.
Yeah, Desmond Ridder is ass. They're
gonna have Minshew by week 9.
Heineke will be starting in Atlanta by week 5. Mark my words.
Man, y'all sleeping.
You don't think Atlanta's drafting a quarterback?
I don't. Because
so wait a minute now. Hold on. So Howell is better than Desmond Ridder?
Yeah, man. What? Absolutely. Like I told you. I'm gonna tell you what happened, and I've explained this to Washington.
Let me look at some Sam Howell.
Wait a minute now. Come on, man. How you gonna do it?
I'm gonna tell you what happened. Sam Howell, and this is what happens to a lot of quarterbacks. That when you have talent and it's a mass exodus and you can't leave too, and you get left behind, you're going to see a precipitous drop-off in your production. The man came in and set all kinds of ACC records for a true freshman in 2019, okay? Had a tremendous year in 2020 with De'Ami Brown and Daz Newsome, the 2 running backs, Carter and the one the Broncos took. 2,000-yard rushers, both of them were 2,000-yard receivers, and Newsome and De'Ami Brown. His tight end was really good. He went to the NFL. All 5 of those dudes went to the NFL after the 2020 season. 3 of his offensive linemen went to the NFL after the 2020 season, right? So he's left with dudes coming in, ain't played no college ball, a lot of raw guys, and he went into that 2021 season as a Heisman preseason Heisman favorite, right? They go on the road.
So it's Mr. Rattler. What does that mean?
Huh?
So why did he fail to the 5th round though? Talk to me.
I'm explaining that to you.
Go.
So that next year, that first game, they go to Blacksburg, they lose, right? And they struggle. He willed them to 7 wins though. They still made it to a bowl game, all that good stuff. He had a solid season, but by his standards, he was not what he was the year prior. And a lot of that, and his offensive coordinator said the same thing. His head coach said the same thing. We didn't do him any favors. We didn't put talent around him. We didn't prepare him to have that season that you need to propel you like he had the previous 2 years, right? The man had to transform his game. The first 2 years of his career, he had a combined 200 yards rushing.
They said that Sam Howell is a poor man, Mitch Trubisky.
Listen.
Hey, I can't. Hey, I gotta get the chat is savage right now, Louie. You gotta cut this out.
Mitch Trubisky.
I want him to be. I want him to be. Let them laugh. Let them joke. I love it. Right?
I just don't see how after one game you're talking about he's going to be the best quarterback in this division.
Did I say he was the best quarterback in the division? I didn't say.
No, you said he's going to be.
He has the potential to be. And I said he's going to.
Everybody's got potential.
He's going to leapfrog.
Try to pay your mortgage on potential.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen, guys. Listen, the Eagles gonna take care of this problem. We're gonna take care of this problem for y'all, right?
So
don't worry, y'all. We're gonna put Sam Howell in the dirt.
You couldn't do it to Heineke, but you're gonna do it to Sam Howell.
We're gonna put him in the dirt.
We're gonna put Sam Howell in the dirt. I'm telling you right now.
Put him in the dirt.
You couldn't do it to a backup, but you're gonna do it to a.
We're gonna put Sam Howell in the dirt. Okay. Hassan Reddick gonna baptize that boy, and we gonna all see who the real Sam Howell is. Right. We're gonna put Sam Howell down for you.
We'll see. We can talk till our face turn blue. We'll see. It's a lot of time between now and then. And there'll actually be games played. You know that, right? There'll actually be games played. Yeah. So we'll revisit this the next time.
Yeah.
I don't want to turn this into a Sam Howell discussion. You've been put on notice.
I would say what'd you say, LB? Bad Dog, week 5, week 6, eating crow, Sam Howell crow. What'd y'all say?
He gonna see. He's programmed.
Like conversations we had about Jalen Hurts, so I welcome all of this.
Okay.
These are the same things we said about Jalen Hurts.
He's not Jalen Hurts though.
He like, come on, man. Jalen Hurts, second round draft pick, man. Come on, man.
He ain't Jalen Hurts.
Sam Howell, had he come out after
coming out of college,
if he would
Sam Howell better than Jalen Hurts. Come
on,
bro. Coming out of college,
coming out of college, Sam Howell better than Jalen Hurts, a Heisman finalist.
Absolutely, he was.
My goodness, man.
If you would have took Sam Howell,
Eagles, man,
if you would have took Sam Howell and you would have put him on the Oklahoma team, he'd have put up the same numbers, if not better, than Jalen Hurts. I
don't watch much college football. It's safe to say that Oklahoma is in that good conference, right?
No,
they're in one of the better ones.
Yeah,
Big 12 is probably third best.
They don't play any defense in that conference.
So he's in a better conference than Sam Howell was in, right?
Yeah,
they're equal. Bad Dog already said they're comparable.
Was Sam Howell in the worst conference?
No.
It's a bad conference. The ACC's got Clemson. NC State's all right.
Yeah.
They have
the conference ain't good.
It's not a great conference. It's not Pitt's not terrible. Like, let's not make it seem like the ACC is just
Purdue. I mean, come on, man.
It's not
a good conference.
It's not a great conference. It's not terrible though. Let's not act like it's just the bottom of the bottom. All right.
Sam Howell was better than Jalen Hurts coming out of college.
It's better than the Big 12. I'll tell you that.
I could believe Willis went before Sam Howell.
He went before him because of, first of all,
combine stuff. Huh?
It was all measurable. It was all measurable.
Malik Willis is better than Sam Howell.
Okay, look. I watched.
I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
I'm trying to work with you now. Come on.
I'm not going.
He's better than Sam Howell. I mean, listen, 168 yards. Don't Malik Willis got a win too?
He played.
I mean, they got Willis in favor of Dobbs, so I don't know.
I can tell you because you don't watch nobody but the Philadelphia Eagles, so you can't.
That's not true. I watch the NFC East.
Okay, you don't watch nobody.
And Sam Howell had 100 yards, and we are talking to him.
You didn't even watch that game, so don't.
No, you want to know why I watched it? You want to know why I watched it?
You were busy struggling.
I watched it.
You weren't watching.
I watched it because they played the Cowboys. I watch a lot of Cowboys games. I want them to lose every day.
Struggling with the Giants JV squad. You weren't watching our game. They were playing at the same time. And you're not going back and watching that game. Yeah, right. Who you think you're talking to, man? Stop.
Is that a fitted cap? Is that a fitted cap? Is it fitted cap?
I got a trucker and I got a snapback.
Okay, hey, just send me the snapback, man. Send me the snapback, man. I'm gonna text you my address and everything. When Sam Howell get up there, man. I need it.
I'm gonna put one.
Because I'll eat some crow. I'll eat some crow if Sam is doing what he's doing.
Well, it's gonna be no crow to eat on this one.
Get it ready. Get it ready.
I'm gonna have a dinner plate and everything. I'm gonna say my guy Louie Tee says Sam will be here.
I want you to pass it around to everybody on the panel when you get finished taking a couple spoonfuls. Pass that thing around and let everybody get a little bit. And y'all don't get nothing to drink with it.
You might be passed that hat around as a collection plate when this one's all.
The same thing we said about first season. Same thing we said. I love it.
But listen, it's different because we did because it came to fruition. That ain't easy to do, Louis. That ain't easy to do.
That's why you get out in front of it. It's easy.
Okay.
It's easy. What Michael Jordan say when he had that bat? Hey, it's easy to talk shit when you up, right? It's easy. You swinging a little bat with the cigar. It's easy to talk shit when you up, right?
Yeah.
Talk that shit when it's even or you down. I'm talking
my
shit.
That's what I've been saying about my guy Dak. That's what I've been saying about my guy Dak. I said Dak Prescott 27-7.
Right now.
My guy's so far ahead of y'all. It's a shame.
After it happens, when
Dak is not even the best quarterback in the division.
27-7, man. He's 27-7 against the NFC East. He's so far ahead. It's a shame. You know, in order for y'all to beat him, he put up
who the best quarterback in the division. Who the best quarterback in the division?
Look, I'm gonna break it down. Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in this division right now. Right now.
It's a Janet Jackson.
Louis. If Louis agree, he just upset about Sam Howell.
League, bro. What have you done for me? And your boy ain't done shit lately. Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the division right now, man. Stop your nonsense.
Easily. Daniel Jones is second.
I won't go that far. You capping.
Daniel Jones. I ain't capping. I truly believe it. I believe that.
That's cool.
I believe that. If the Giants would have played Dallas in the next round after they beat Minnesota, they would have cooked Dallas. On everything I love, they would have beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Based
on everything. What happened was he ran into a buzzsaw.
He won in 6.
He ran into a buzzsaw.
They
ran into a buzzsaw. Bro, they was talking about Daniel Jones being so white hot after beating the Minnesota Vikings. We were damn near underdogs.
Come on, man. All right, let's talk about the Eagles all season, man. LB wilding now. He capping. So y'all lost a lot of stuff, man. Y'all lost all.
I don't think so.
I do, but this is the thing.
Let's talk about it.
I can say that you were prepared. Howie was prepared for some of the losses that you were going to have, right? You drafted the center because you thought you were going to have to replace Jason Kelce, but he's back, which is a big move. So you had drafted a guy in the second round last year. You drafted the linebacker out of Georgia, so you assume he's going to step in. You lose Javon Hargraves. You assume Jordan Davis is going to step in there and give you something. So I
got Fletcher back. Fletcher came back.
Yeah. We don't talk about Fletch, man. Fletch is 97.
Yeah, 7 sacks from a defensive tackle position last year.
Nobody's worried about Fletch old ass. Okay, that's a nice guy to keep. I was cool. I like Brandon Graham coming back. I like those dudes. The only dudes that scared me on your defensive line was Josh Sweat and Javon Hargraves. One of them is not there, so I know
Hassan Reddick didn't scare you.
And Hassan Reddick, I always forget about him. He is forgettable, but Hassan Reddick as well. He's very good. So those were the 3 dudes. One of them isn't there anymore. I want to see what you do on the interior because interior pressure is just as important as edge rush pressure. But I think where the biggest hits came was in the secondary. You lost Marcus Epps and you lost. I didn't think you were going to lose Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. When you trade for a dude like y'all did, and really y'all got him for pennies on the dollar, right? I figured, oh man, you stole. And I heard, so I need you to help me with this because I don't actually know the particulars of this. I heard, was it 3 years, $15 million y'all offered him? Is that what y'all offered him?
It was like 3 years, $24 million, something like that.
Okay, so if
this is the thing. The first 2 years of the contract, he was going to make $3.5 million, and that's where he didn't agree. The third year of the contract was heavy. He would have made like 14 million or something like that.
He would have never saw that money, and he knew that. Like,
yeah. I mean,
that was disgusting.
That was bad. Yeah, that was. If that's alleged. If that was, he said he never even got offered anything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's all alleged. So this is what I think happened. What happened was he mismanaged the market. He see dude from Cincinnati get 14, and he think he played up to that level, but nobody wanted to pay him that.
But yeah,
he missed a lot of games, man.
Nobody was getting paid.
Nobody, no, bro. The safety market is just bad right now.
Just
after Bates got his bread,
the safety market was booming 2 years ago.
Right. It was booming.
Right. And nobody was
right.
Now,
right. I mean, he led the league in picks.
Right. He should have. I feel like he was a huge piece of your defense. And I was shocked that y'all.
I think he could be replaced.
I don't. But we'll see.
I think he could be replaced. This is the thing. Whoever did anything on the back end of that defense got to be mindful that we had 70 sacks. So pressure in the face of the quarterback is a lot of the reasons why a lot of those guys ate, if you want to be technical about it. When you talk about losing Marcus Epps,
12 of those interior pressures and sacks came from Javon, and he's no longer on the team. So keep going.
Right. We just picked up a defensive tackle from the Saints. I mean, he ain't Javon Hargrave. I think Javon Hargrave was the biggest blow. You know what I mean? I think that was the biggest blow. I don't think it was Gardner Johnson. You talk about losing Epps.
I don't either.
Right. You talk about losing Epps. Yeah, you talk about losing, but this is where Javon Hargrave wasn't good at in run defense. So we still had to go out there and get Linval Joseph and Ndamukong Suh to stop the run in certain games. You know what I mean? Javon Hargrave was on the field when we lost to y'all. Y'all were running the ball right up the middle. So you know what I mean? I think it's pros and cons with having a guy like Javon Hargrave. I like Javon Hargrave, but you know, it's time for guys to step up. Jordan Davis, first round pick. You know what I mean? He got to step up. Nakobe Dean, he got to step up. This is the one thing I don't like what the Philadelphia Eagles do sometimes, though. I feel like in terms of your linebacker, Nakobe Dean, he should have been thrown into the fire. You know what I mean? You should have threw him into the fire last year. There was so much talent on that team. It wouldn't have hurt nothing. He would have been primed and ready to go. Now he's still got a couple kinks to work out. But, you know, I think we only really took the biggest hits, if you want me to be honest, is that linebacker.
Yeah,
you brought back Slay and Bradbury.
TJ Edwards was the hidden sauce with you guys because he was a tackling machine. I think he led the league in solo tackles. He was the green dot. He was like the quarterback of the defense. But you know what I mean? Like people act like we lost. People act like we lost Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
Nah,
they will be replaced.
We lost a lot of pieces on the defense.
They will be replaced
that we already didn't think was all that great to begin with. So you lose all of these pieces, and we're not sure, and you might actually get better.
So if you didn't think they was all that great, what are we talking about? I think Reed Blankenship could step up and play big minutes.
Because I thought you had talent and it was mismanaged. That's why. Because I thought that those guys were actually really talented, and with a better defensive coordinator, you could have gotten more out of that defense. Now you're not as talented anymore defensively, especially on the back end. But I can tell you there were games where your corners are getting.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not being as talented because now you have a better defensive coordinator who can get the most out of the talent that you have.
Who is your coordinator?
Sean Desai.
And he's coached well.
He's from the Fangio tree. You know what I mean? He does the same thing. Like the guys that he's bringing in fits his scheme. So what he does is bring pressure from the front without blitzing, but he disguises more. Don't you know how Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl was able to call out cover zero? He would have disguised it. It would have looked like cover zero, but it would have been something else when the ball snapped. You know what I mean? We got a guy who actually pays attention. So, you know, I think that he's going to be able to get the most out of what we have. So he's going to balance himself out.
You don't have any evidence that he's good.
The same way you don't about Sam Howell, but I'm making my point. But your point is flawed because it's still guys on my team that played in the Super Bowl. It's still proven talent on the roster.
It doesn't matter about the coach though. The coach, you can have guys that have talent in a coach that's ass. You've proven that already.
Our
offensive coordinator was horrible. It doesn't matter.
Our guy came from the Chicago Bears where they were 4th in sacks with less talent.
Okay. Did he coach that?
We were first.
Did he coach the defense?
He was a part of the defense. We were first.
Did he coach the defense?
He had a hand in it. He's the coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm just okay. That's all. You're basing it off of essentially you're projecting, right?
Projecting. Okay.
That's what you're doing, right?
I don't think I'm projecting. He has a track record of being a defense.
Of being a defensive coordinator. He has a track record.
Who?
Sean Desai.
Yeah, he has a track record. So how many years has he been a defensive coordinator in the NFL?
I'm not sure how many years he's been a defensive coordinator in the NFL. I'm not sure. But I know he's a defensive coordinator.
Pretty sure.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, go ahead, do that.
Okay.
But weren't you projecting what Sam Howell was going to be?
That was the point I was trying to make. It's a double standard.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Get the point I was trying to make. But anyway, I think
That's what you can do, man. That's what it's all about. You gotta project it this time of the year. It's March. It's March.
So why are y'all trying to kill me then?
Because Sam Howell's trash.
Okay, I wanted to hear you say because you hadn't said it. You hadn't said it. I want all of y'all on record. You said it now. Now
I want to throw it out there.
All right.
Week 1, Jacoby Brissett will be your starting quarterback if y'all don't go out there and get one. Come on, man.
You know better than that, man. Jacoby Brissett is a professional backup quarterback. That's like me saying, hey, week 1, Cooper Rush is going to be your starting quarterback. That's like me looking at Bad Dog and saying Tyrod Taylor.
I'll tell you, there was definitely some Giants fans that wanted Tyrod Taylor to be the starter.
Yeah, and he was just the defensive coordinator of the Bears.
So if Tyrod Taylor was
in 2021,
if Tyrod Taylor was on your team, Louie Tee, will he be the starting quarterback? Tyrod Taylor,
if he was on Washington,
the Washington team.
You say what?
If Tyrod Taylor was on the Washington team, would he be the starting quarterback?
A backup Tyrod Taylor is a backup quarterback. Like you're naming guys that are backup quarterbacks. They're backups for a reason.
Yep.
Okay, we'll find out what Sam we're gonna be.
So I think Washington.
I shouldn't open up that argument again.
I don't think Brissett will be a starter. I think Washington wants to find out what Sam Howell is. Now, if he makes it through the year, great, but he might not. I think they have to see what they have. I think they have to
see what they have exactly.
Because, like Louie said, they do have they got wide receivers. They got a good running game.
If we can protect this is the thing. Last year,
if he can't succeed with that offense, they know they got to move on from him. But you got to again. He's
we got an offensive coordinator. And here's the thing.
Yes, Eric Bieniemy.
There's some things that will complicate matters.
He's still trash.
He's a smart guy. He's going to be learning a new offense for the second consecutive year. Because he's got Eric Bieniemy coming in there, so that's going to make it a little bit difficult. But I expect him. He's a smart dude. I expect him to pick up this offense. I expect him to excel again. The biggest thing, I'm not worried about none of our skill dudes. Okay. Right. I feel like we can compete with just about anybody in the league skill wise. It's the offensive line. That was the problem last year. And if we haven't fixed it, and I still think there's more work to be done in the draft, then it's going to be a problem again next year. So that's the biggest thing is we got to
better draft a quarterback.
We will draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
To back Sam Howell
in the first round.
Is it Hooker?
What picks you got, Louie?
I don't know what our second round pick is. We're 16.
You don't got a first round pick this year?
16 in the first round.
16. Okay.
I don't know. I would assume we're like 47, 48, 49, somewhere in there.
So there's no quarterbacks in this draft you would take over Sam Howell if one fell until after 16.
If Levis falls there, if Will Levis fall to the 16th, you won't pick him.
No, I don't.
He possibly could fall to the 16th.
Who could? Will Levis?
Will Levis.
Oh, I don't think so. He might.
He might. Crazy? 4 quarterbacks are going in the top 10. What are y'all smoking?
Yeah,
we've seen quarterbacks drop before, man.
I agree.
Be one of the quarterbacks.
Will Levis might be.
They said the same. They said the same thing about Dwayne.
No, they didn't. If we weren't dumb enough to take him, nobody would have taken him in the first round. Nobody would have taken Dwayne Haskins.
So Sam Howell was better than Will Levis?
To me?
Yeah, to you.
Yeah. Oh. Will Levis has much better measurables. Stronger arm, bigger guy, all of that good stuff. Yeah. I'm not sure about Will Levis. First of all,
Will Levis sucks. Dude puts mayonnaise in his coffee. Scratch.
Look, Will Levis
weirdo.
He wasn't great at.
He didn't look good at the combine anyway. Oh, look at how far he throws. Yeah, controlled the temperature environment. No corners.
I don't love Will Levis. I don't love him.
What about Richardson? If he falls to the 16th, would you?
No,
he's not falling. But I
like Richardson.
I don't like Richardson.
I don't like him either.
I don't like Richardson either.
Okay.
Look,
Bad Dog let him do some conferences.
Look, man, because me and Bad Dog watch college football. That's why we can say that. We watch
Bad Dog. Since you watch college football, Bad Dog, how do you feel about Sam Howell?
He already said
I talked about Sam Howell.
I mean, that's the point I'm trying to make. Is it don't matter that y'all watch college football? You got two different opinions.
Got to give him a chance. I don't think he's their future. I want them to roll with Sam Howell. I don't want them to get Lamar Jackson.
I don't want to get Lamar Jackson.
You don't have to worry about us getting Lamar Jackson. Y'all need to worry about Sam Howell.
Bad Dog. If Sam Howell was on your team, would he be over there?
What are we doing?
Daniel Jones is better than Sam Howell is.
I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just messing with Louie Tee. I'm messing with you, dog.
I know
if Sam Howell was on our team, he'd be carrying Jalen Hurts bags.
What are we doing?
He damn sure will be competing for no time. over goddamn.
I'm messing with you, Louie Tee. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Over all pro Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, he would have been on the silver medal Philadelphia Eagles process.
Shit, he gonna be on the no medal Commanders.
He would have been on the silver medal Eagles. You finished taking your second place lap yet, man?
No, I mean I'm fine. I'm fine. Listen, I've moved on. I've moved on from my loss. Okay. You will not make the playoffs again this year. I will be back in the playoffs, competing for a championship.
After what you said to me last year, I am not going to say anything to you because you dismissed me last year. I was adamant we were going to make the playoffs, and we didn't make the playoffs. So my approach this year is a simple one. I'm just going to let it play out. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let the players do the talking on the field. I like the moves that we've made. I don't love everything that we've done, but I like what they've done. I like the approach that they've taken this offseason. And while Lamar Jackson was in the conversation in the national media, it's never been one that they've actually discussed behind closed doors because they know what Lamar Jackson would do to our cap. And we're just not in a position to do that. If you want to, we've spent the last 3 years since Ron Rivera, and you can say what you want about Ron. And I say this to the fan base all the time. You say what you want about Ron Rivera, but we are a much better team since he got here in terms of a roster. He's built this thing, and this is what you want when you've done it the way he's done it. You build the infrastructure of your football team, and then you drop a quarterback in, and you hope that fella. It's what the Seahawks did with Russell Wilson. They built that roster. It's Legion of Boom. All those dudes were ready, right? Drop Russ in as a rookie in 2012, hit the ground running, went to the Super Bowl, win again, should have won 2 in a row. And the rest is history. The Buffalo Bills did the exact same thing. They built the infrastructure of their football team. Hadn't made the playoffs since 1999. Tyrod takes them into, I think, in 17. They drafted Josh Allen in 18. They dropped Josh Allen in the middle of that thing, and he had his growing pains. And then by 19, took off. And
that was a little different, though. That was different. Buffalo is not the same as the Seahawks.
It's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's very, very similar in their approach, which was we're going to build this thing up and then we're going to drop the quarterback in. Buffalo had already tasted a little bit of success, unlike Seattle, but they knew they weren't winning anything with Tyrod. They were building that football team, and then they got Josh Allen, and you saw what happened. That's what we're doing. We're building the infrastructure, and we've done a hell of a job. Now, the only thing stopping us is the quarterback position, and we think we got our guy. We'll see. We could be wrong, and he could be everything y'all just said. He could be absolutely ass-tastic. But I really think, and I've watched this dude, I've watched just about every snap he's had over the last 4 years, preseason included. I like what this dude can do, and he's not afraid of the moment, and this isn't too big for him. That's what gets a lot of these quarterbacks is the NFL is too big for him. Like Zach Wilson, it's too much for him, right? He got all the talent in the world. Dudes don't struggle in the NFL because they don't have talent. It's because they don't have it up here. Dwayne Haskins didn't struggle because he didn't have talent.
How do you? What makes you think? What makes you think that? What makes you think that he's ready for the moment though? Like, what moment has he been in that proves these theories? Like, Jalen Hurts was in national championships. Jalen Hurts was in big games before he got to the NFL.
Right.
What has Sam Howell done to make you think that he got that he got it up there yet? He got to show you that.
He's played in some good games, some big games for them at North Carolina against Clemson in the ACC championship. He's played in some games. My biggest thing is you can tell when dudes are overwhelmed by the NFL. You can tell. It doesn't take long to see that. You can tell when a dude like Daniel Jones, you can say what you want to say about him. They threw him into that Tampa Bay game. You could tell this shit wasn't too big for him. Yeah, it's one game, but you could tell he can play in this league. He might not be elite, but he can play in this league. You can tell very quickly. What did you say about Hurts his first start?
He shined, huh?
You say he played against number one defense.
He shined on the road. He shined.
It was a game that same year against Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. Went to Arizona. Arizona was a good team. He shredded them. Y'all lost, but it wasn't because of Jalen Hurts. You could tell real quick. He can play in this league. I didn't think he would be as good as he turned into. I'm not going to sit here and act like I was banging the table for Jalen Hurts. I didn't think he was going to develop into what he's turned into. I still need to see it again. And I want to see it.
Nobody don't care what you want to see, man. Nobody don't care what you need to see.
I'm telling you what my opinion is. You don't gotta care.
I need to see it again. I need to see it at some point from your guy. Let's ask Bad Dog. Let's ask Bad Dog what we think about Daniel Jones. He just got a contract.
Yeah, let's talk.
He just got a contract. Yeah,
let's not talk about the guy that just got.
Is he the guy?
All of these established dudes already. Who ain't?
Is he the guy?
Like I said with Daniel Jones, it's about time he's got some stability around him. I'm not making excuses for Daniel Jones. I didn't believe Daniel Jones was going to be here past 2022. I didn't. He had no track record of staying healthy through the year. He had a neck issue going into the year. We didn't know what that was going to be. He had how many offensive coordinators in 3 years? How many head coaches in 3 years? He had Joe Judge. We all know Joe Judge is terrible. He had tons of injuries, no wide receiver, still doesn't have a number one wide receiver, still doesn't have a really good offensive line. But he's got a coach that has a game plan. The coach's job is to get the most out of the player's abilities. Right. Okay. That's what he did with Daniel Jones. What impressed me about Daniel Jones this season was I said going into the year, I want to see Daniel Jones have his moments. He hadn't proved that he could consistently come back when they were down. This year he did. We were down in a lot of games. Daniel Jones brought him back and won these games. 5-game winning drives. Okay. That's huge. That says to me, okay, this kid can step up when it matters most. And he played the game of his life against Minnesota. And people can say, oh, they have a bad defense. That doesn't mean shit. He played his ass off and made some great throws. Not to mention his receivers led the league in drops, so they were right at the top in drops. That hurts his percentage. He has no, again, they lose Sterling Shepard. He's throwing to David Sills. He's throwing to freaking Richie James. They picked up Isaiah Hodgins off the freaking scrap heap. It was great. He had a good report. Dan Bellinger, dude gets his eye torn out. It's amazing how many injuries we had around him, and he still was able to succeed and win football games. In his second year in this system, with Joe Shane and Brandon Brown and Brian Dable having a year where they know we're with the Giants, they scouted for the Giants, they know the holes of the Giants in the draft. They didn't have that last year. They had like a month to put it together. Not to mention, Wan'Dale Robinson had a breakout game. And in the breakout game, he tore his ACL. So many injuries. So, to me, Daniel Jones going forward, yeah, I expect Daniel Jones to take a big step forward. I definitely do. Is he going to be elite? No. I don't think Daniel Jones is going to be a top 5 guy. But I think that Daniel Jones can be a top 12 guy, a top 10 guy, if you get the right pieces around him. But again, it's that stability. This is something that he hasn't had. He had bad coaches. He had Jason Garrett, for crying out loud. I mean, just
tell me about it.
Favors. And when the owner comes out after the 2021 season and says, we've done everything to fail Daniel Jones, and kind of took a step back and let Joe Shane do his thing, I think that was I think that was huge for the Giants, that he was able to admit, hey, I've been screwing this up. And I think Mara still has an issue, a part of what they do, but I think he's taking a big step back, and he's trusting Joe Shane and Brandon Brown to make these moves. So I do. I think Daniel Jones, again, I don't think he's not Joe Burrow. He's not Josh Allen. He's not those guys. But I've always said, to me, Daniel Jones' ceiling was a rich man's Alex Smith. Okay? He didn't have the greatest, strongest arm, but he was athletic. He could run. He could make the throws, and he won games. I think Daniel Jones can do that. So, again, I do think that the Giants are going to be good. They have their quarterback. That situation's done. Now it's time to build around him and get the most.
I would call Odell. I would make that reunion. That just makes sense.
Too much money. He wants too much money.
Plus, he said he didn't want 20 million, so he's not box wine. That's what he's saying.
Look,
what's the over under? Is he going to continue to throw 15 touchdowns or more?
Daniel Jones?
No, yeah, Daniel Jones had 15 touchdowns.
I honestly think it depends. See, that's the thing. It depends on the situation. Like LB said, listen, you can say Jalen Hurts didn't throw any touchdowns going to the Super Bowl. He didn't need to throw a guy. I don't even know if he threw a pass in the second half against us. And all he had to do was turn and hand the ball off and watch the freaking lineman push our defensive lineman 10 yards. I wouldn't throw the ball either. Here you go. Here you go, Miles, run the ball. Here you go, Scott, run the ball. 15 yards, 20 yards. Why the hell would you throw the ball? They bullied us. Daniel Jones played great against Minnesota. It was a great game. But when we faced the Eagles, talent won out. They're way more talented than we were. I was high on my horse. I thought we were going to give the Eagles a competitive game. I was kind of trolling a little bit when I said we'd beat them. But
I was there too.
I know you were. I know. I remember. But I mean, talent went out. The Eagles are way more talented than we are. This year we'll see. But I think Daniel Jones is the guy. And if he's not, the way this contract is constructed, the Giants are out after 2 years and they move forward from there. But for once, I think they got the right pieces around Daniel Jones. They got the right GM. They got 21st century analytical minds, not a relic like Dave Gettleman. And they got a really good head coach that got the most out of Josh Allen. Not that Josh Allen's got more talent than Daniel Jones, but again, you saw the improvement with Daboll there, and you saw take a little step back this year without Brian Daboll. So again, I don't think Jones will ever be that guy where I'm like, yeah, he's Joe Burrow, but he's going to be good enough. I think if you get the right piece around him, he's good enough to make a Super Bowl.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. This is where I think Daniel Jones' like superpower is for me. Like he impressed me a lot this year.
It's tough as shit, I can tell you that.
Game very tough, and the game-winning drive aspect. I think he's more clutch than that. I just think he clutch, man.
Yeah,
There's something clutch about him, bro.
He's 1-6 versus my Cowboys. So
it's something clutch. It's something clutch. I'm telling you. But it's something clutch about him. I mean, this the NFC East. We got to talk about it. Like Dak ain't clutch no more. You know what I'm saying? 2019, Dak would have beat Brock Purdy. This is a different guy. This is regress.
And explain again what type of resume that we had out there when we were running those plays. Yeah, it's hard stretch. Look, let me say this then.
That's the worst excuse of the offseason to me. How much blame y'all putting on the offseason?
Let me ask you this. Yes or no? Yes or no? Y'all would have been in the Super Bowl with Jalen Reagor and Smitty.
We don't have them.
What you been in the Super Bowl? Y'all had to go get an A.J. Brown and a
Jalen Reagor Smitty.
Huh?
Yeah. You got to do what you got to do.
Jalen Reagor. What you'd have been there with Jalen Reagor? So your quarterback needed weapons. And on top of that, they needed to run the ball. Y'all had 3 running backs that was taking a tote. Can you imagine if they said, okay, let's take away the running game, and you only had to lean on Jalen Hurts? Come on, man. I don't think y'all would have won. I don't think y'all would have got past.
Man,
San Francisco?
Giants,
whoever. Giants, San Fran, or whoever.
San Francisco
made it to the playoffs.
Do you understand how hard San Francisco defense was playing until they lost their quarterback?
It took all 3 of y'all played in a nice system. And what my guy Louie Tee and Bad Dog was saying before you jump live is that y'all switched out offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators. It may not be as sunshine as you think for the 2023 season.
He don't pay
Josh Johnson. What are you talking about? Jalen Hurts' new offensive coordinator, been knowing him since he was 4. I'm cool on the offensive side of the ball. I'm great. Listen, who wouldn't want a new defensive coordinator after what we've been dealing with?
No, I wanted him back. I didn't.
Exactly. I don't think we're gonna miss a beat. I don't think we're gonna miss a beat.
So y'all gonna run that back, huh? Y'all gonna go all the way to the Super Bowl?
I'm not saying that. That's a little unrealistic. What I'm telling you is we're gonna average close to 30 points a game on the offensive side of the ball. We're gonna average close to 30 again. Ain't nothing changed. What changed?
You really didn't.
You tell me what changed. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Okay. Kelsey came back. Our QB coach is now the offensive coordinator. We ain't bring nobody from the outside in. It's all in-house work, baby. We're gonna average 30.
All right. We'll say, look, this will be the greatest, I can't wait to see moment, because I think you're going to miss those 11 touchdowns from your boy Miles Sanders and what he was doing, toting the rock in between the splits and then putting Kenneth Gainwell in and letting Boston run and do his little stuff too. That was the secret sauce of the Eagles, running running backs. But you said anybody can do it.
Anybody can run behind it. Anybody can run behind this offensive line. I ain't worried about that. This is the best offensive line in football. I want Ezekiel Elliott. That's who I want. I want Ezekiel Elliott. I would take him with open arms, because Zeke will have a career resurgence behind his offensive line. Not a career year, a career resurgence. Respect will be put back on his name running behind Kelsey and these dogs.
Shout out to my guy Zeke.
So let's get to the comment section, see what everybody's talking about. They killing me in the comment section. I love it. I love it. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Most impactful first round pick from last year's draft. Now, are you talking about overall in the league, or are you just talking about in the division? I'm going to assume he's talking about in the division, since this is an NFC East conversation. I'll start and I'll say I think it was Kayvon Thibodeau. I would take my guy, but he didn't play enough games, and Thibodeau literally won them a game that ultimately got them to the playoffs.
That's right.
So I would take Kayvon Thibodeau as number one. Who do you guys think was the most impactful first round pick from last year's draft? Bad Dog.
Yeah, it's Tibbs. I mean, like I said, Kayvon Thibodeau. That I remember the first game when I remember Giants fans were killing Thibodeau because he didn't get he sacked him, but he didn't strip him. And I'm like, where's the strip sack? And then the next game, strip sack fumble, touchdown. I mean, everything he needed to do. And that was our season. That play got us into the playoffs. That changed everything. You guys are dominating
the game.
Literally,
it was over. Play literally changed everything.
Changed everything. So that play alone.
I mean, he dominated that first quarter.
And against Dallas, he was on Thanksgiving. That man was everywhere. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau was an absolute beast. A beast, especially the second half of the year. I mean, he dealt with the injury in preseason, so he missed the first few games. But yeah, I agree. And
I like Kayvon Thibodeau. I'm a second that. It's got to be Kayvon Thibodeau. We didn't see anything out of Jordan Davis. So. Or if you want to add AJ Brown, he calls us a first round pick. But I'm gonna go with Kayvon.
Law.
Who's you talking about? Who was the best out of
first round pick out of all the teams in the division?
I mean, you got to look at it like this. Left tackle is one of the hardest positions to play and learn in the National Football League. And I think that Tyler Smith was by far the best rookie to do what he was asked to do, moving from guard to tackle. He played all OTAs preseason at guard. And then week one, they said, hey, Tyler Smith went down again. Can you play left tackle? And all he did was stood tall in that spot and kept the quarterback upright.
I won't argue. If you want to go 1A, 1B, I'm fine with that. He was really good. I'm not a Tyler Smith fan, but I thought he played well, especially being yo-yo back and forth between tackle and guard. Then they finally just left him alone and let him play tackle. He was really good for you guys.
Who'd you guys draft in the first round, Louis?
John Dotson.
Oh, okay. He was a dog. Yeah, he was a dog.
Yeah. If he would have played more games, he would have been in the discussion for Rookie of the Year. So, in Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, LB scared since half his roster went to free agency. LOL. Mad Dog. How did they do that? How you feeling, man? You know,
I was usually mad. I was mad for years.
Too real. You like Daboll?
I love him. I mean, he was coach of the year and well deserved. I mean, he turned a lousy franchise into a playoff contender overnight. I mean, it wasn't just him, but again, I think these guys played hard. The first game of the year, we were down 13-0 at halftime, and we looked dead in the water here. Same old Giants. Daniel Jones threw that horrible interception in the red zone. He totally underthrew Barkley, stared him down. And I don't know what Daboll said to him. I don't know. And it told me a lot about Daboll, and it told me a lot about Daniel Jones, because Daboll wasn't happy. Went over there, ripped Daniel Jones. And Daniel Jones could have hung his head and go, oh, nobody likes me. What was me? What did he do? He comes back out there again. He goes down. He wins the game. And Brian Daboll said, we're going for two. We're going for two. We're going to win this game. And sure enough, they went out and won the game. So that told me Brian Daboll immediately had faith that Daniel Jones could do this, even though he threw a really bad interception. These guys play hard for Daboll. You can tell the chemistry is different. You can tell these guys believe in one another. It's just a different feeling. The feeling that the Giants had this year, we're definitely not the most talented team by far, probably the least talented team that made the playoffs. But this coach gets the most out of his players. That's what the best coaches do. They get the best out of their players. They build game plans around player strengths, which is why Joe Judge fooled me, because in Joe Judge's initial press conference, he said, don't tell me what these guys can't do. Tell me what they can do. And that, to me, was like, oh, he gets it.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
He said one thing and he did another. Yeah. Daboll talks the talk and he walks the walk.
Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who says how is going to be for the Cowboys with Danny, Vanilla, Mike, Vic, Jones is for us. So he's essentially saying he's going to be a Cowboy killer. So we'll see about that. I want him to kill the entire division, not just the Dallas Cowboys, honestly speaking. But we'll see. You know, one game does not make that the case. It's a good ass start though, right? Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, does EB make you respect Washington's offense more than Scott Turner? So I don't think y'all. So you can answer that. I don't know if anybody else really understood what he was doing in Kansas City or not paying attention, but I don't know if y'all understood how bad Scott Turner was. So I don't know if you understand the value of getting a guy like Eric Bieniemy from, the two-time Super Bowl champions, made it straight, 5 AFC championship games in a row. And he's a huge part of what they did. I'm excited about that. What says you, Law?
Yeah, the Washington team was 27th ranked in offense. So, that speaks for itself. Right. EB, yes, he got to stand alone. He don't have Andy Reid, nor he have the money magic Pat Mahomes over there throwing the ball. But I'm quite sure, man, if I'm a betting man, they're going to be better than the 27th ranked offense.
And that's what we're banking on.
Right.
Go ahead.
I agree. My only thing is that I think he might get away from running the ball a little too much. Because I feel like you guys are a really good running team. He might get a little pass happy and make Sam Howell. He might forget who Sam Howell really is.
LB, EB is a running back by trade.
I'm about to say he's a running backs coach at heart, bro.
Yeah, Eric Bieniemy, but
I don't think he's gonna get away from the run game at all, honestly.
So you think so you guys think that Andy Reid was kind of trumping him because they ain't run the ball that much in Kansas City?
Well, it was like EB was the yin to Andy's yang. Remember when you had Andy Reid over there in Eagles land, you guys would fall around and start passing too much too. And you had your boy that you could have put the ball in the belly of, but McNabb kept passing. But the thing, and I thank God that EB wasn't around for your Eagles, because maybe y'all would have had one with him there.
You know what I mean? But the thing was, we were like more of a West Coast offense. So to us, a dump off to Westbrook was as good as a run. That's right. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was as good as a run.
That's what his philosophy is West Coast. But everybody's West Coast is different, right? You put your own twang on the West Coast offense. There's so many variations of it. Yeah. So what he decides to do with his version of the West Coast offense is going to be intriguing. But he's made it abundantly clear that he wants to be a physical team, like on both sides of the ball. But specifically, he's the offensive coordinator. He wants this team to be more physical up front. And that's why we spent, a lot of free agency, upgrading the offensive line. They're going to upgrade it some more in the draft. And they love Brian Robinson. They love Antonio Gibson.
Yeah.
And so they feel like we're going to draft another guy, I feel like. And they feel like we got a really good running back group, which we do. And they understand that we can run it and we know we can throw the football. So I there's no doubt in my mind that the offense is going to be better than what
nevertheless, it's going to be better regardless.
Yeah.
I just want to see what he's going to do without Andy. Honestly, I'm interested.
That's what everybody wants to see, honestly.
And one can argue, though, just to be real, in the last 2 decades, you can put Andy up there with Bill Belichick, to be real,
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
In terms of what, like just winning games?
Just look what he did with your team, and then look what he did once he came over there to the Chiefs. So he was doing it even with Alex. Alex just needed to step back, and then Pat Mahomes put the cherry over the top. So I give Andy his respect. It's hard for me to even say that, but those are facts, man.
You're not going to win big in the league without a dog at quarterback. You're just not. And Belichick was a good coach when he was with the Browns, but he wasn't going to win without Brady, right? Like Andy Reid wasn't going to win without Mahomes. But once he got him, you know his genius. And then once he got a dude that could match what he was able to do as a coach, you see what he's done. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're the new Patriots, right? They've been to the AFC Championship game 5 years in a row. Like, who else is doing that? Nobody's doing that.
Right. My guy says, Law, you bugging. But let me know. Like, give me the top 4 or 5. I know you're going through the reads there, but give me the top 4 or 5 coaches that's been here. You got to put them in top 5, right? Andy Reid.
who's debating that? I don't understand how that's a debate.
Yeah, Eddie Reed is like top 3.
Right? Yeah, exactly. What are we talking about? Like,
yeah, he up there, man.
Kevin the PRF. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Bad Dog, what percentage of Jones's contract is going to Washington for inflating his value?
None. Sam Howell's a guy, right? So none.
No. He was saying we made him as good as he is. That's why he's getting the contract.
Oh, I got it. I don't know.
He won a playoff game. Yeah, he won a playoff game.
Yeah, the game against Minnesota got him paid, in my opinion.
That was his best game of his career, man. It's not even close.
Listen, he won, but Dale, yes, he's had very good games against Washington in his career. He has
great games.
Even the game that he lost was one of his best games he's ever had. So he does. He plays well against Washington.
Twin D, thank you for the super chat, man. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Twin D, appreciate you as always. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Watch. Yeah, right. He says breaking Washington trades 2 1s and Chase Young to Arizona for the 3rd overall pick. Could this be Anthony Richardson? Yeah, right. If they did trade up, it would definitely be for a quarterback. Duh. You just don't know which one it would have been for, but they're not trading up anywhere. They're going to
Chase Young a bust. I've been saying that for a couple of years.
A lot of people in within our fan base are saying that. I don't believe that to be the case. This is the make or break year for him. Like, if he don't come out and show improve this, and I hate that that's going to be the case for him because he's coming off of a major injury. He only played in the final 3 games of the season last year, so it's you hate to put that on him. And he didn't just tear his ACL. It wasn't a right, like he tore his patella tendon, his ACL, PCL.
That's what I tore. I tore my patella tendon.
Yo, he did some major damage to his knee. This wasn't a regular standard run-of-the-mill ACL back.
Nah, yeah. The patella tendon is different. Like it's
different.
It's that muscle that, don't you know how you flex your leg out? Mm-hmm. You can't do that without that patella tendon. You can't even straighten your leg.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy just to think about everything that he went through. So I hate putting that on him, but that's the reality of the situation.
I think at this point,
a sack and a half before he got injured, everybody looking at him sideways. So he's gonna have to come out and show improve this year.
I think at this point he's playing for his next team because he ain't gonna get paid there. Y'all got a lot of money on that defensive line.
It could be him or Montez Sweat. I don't think both of them are getting paid. To your point, Thumbo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Louie, are you ready to keep that 4th place warm another year? So I'm gonna put it to you this way. Usually in this division, nobody repeats in first place, and usually nobody repeats in last place. So normally the pieces get shuffled around, and so I can't tell you where we're gonna be. I'm not gonna be super bold this year like I was last year because the record that I felt like this division was going to have. And I told you, I thought everybody in the division was going to be good except the Giants because we were playing subpar competition. And I knew that this division was good enough to dominate the Jags and the Texans and the Titans and the Colts and the Bears and the Lions and teams like that. We're not playing those teams this year. So I don't actually know what's going to happen. But what I can tell you is that when it's all said and done, I don't think the team that won the division last year is going to win it. And I don't think the team that finished in last place is going to finish in last place. I can say that much. I don't know.
The Eagles winning the division again.
Yeah, let me just tell you again. Cowboys winning the division. Eagles going from first to worst, man. No shade at you. No shade at you, LB, but that's just the reality of it, man. That first place schedule finna put you back a little bit.
I know they're gonna take a step back. I just don't know how far back. They won't win the division this year, but
y'all hope we take a step back.
I'm just going off of history, past history, and what this division has shown. Somebody gonna break it eventually, right?
It's gonna be Jalen. It's gonna be the chosen one.
First to worst, baby.
We're gonna see what happens.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, though, man. Shout out to you, but from first to worst. Don't it have a good ring to it, y'all?
I mean, I'm down.
Don't sound good.
I'm down for it.
Yeah, he down for it. Hey, Bad Dog, don't it sound good?
I forgot the extra.
I hope that happens.
I forgot the extra important question, man.
With me, man. I got 2 people agreeing.
Is this?
I don't think it's going to happen. I would love to see it happen.
I got to ask you this, Law. Is this a make or break year for Dak?
Well, he's extended. You know what I'm saying? So this is a no excuse year for Dak Prescott, by the way. And I know some people are gonna say, well, hey, why did you use excuses last season? But this is the first time that we can clearly sit back and get true West Coast offense. I know how y'all feel about Mike McCarthy, but Brian Schottenheimer will be calling the plays, or well, he'll be installing the plays, and Mike McCarthy will be calling the plays. But the Dallas Cowboys offense been the same since 2007, y'all. That's a long time. That's a long time.
You ever run an option route since 2007?
No. We've been running variations of Jason Garrett offensive scheme and system and philosophy. So that's why I got mad when the Giants got rid of Jason Garrett so quickly. Y'all supposed to at least have him for 5, at least 7 years over there.
Have him back if you want him.
I mean, come on. You want why didn't y'all go get Kellen Moore, man? You know, you could have got him.
We don't want no more Cowboys offense coordinators, head coaches over here.
We're going to see what he does with Justin Herbert. We're going to find out how good
we're going to see how all of this stuff works.
Yeah, if he go over there with Justin Herbert and start tearing some shit up, we're going to be talking about him in a totally different light. So
I said earlier today, I'm watching every Chargers game. So I'm going to make sure. You already heard Austin Eckler say, get me up out of there, man.
Yeah, we're going to see.
Yeah, the running back is trying to get from over there. Go ahead.
Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Chris writes, hey, Lou and Super Friends. Question for Bad Dog. With wide receiver being a major need for number one, who would you like the Giants to select in the draft, even with Paris Campbell and re-signing Slayton?
Again, I think with the Giants, I mean, I would love a number one receiver, but we still have a lot of holes. So I think the Giants going best player available. I really do. If they have a wide receiver that is far above like a corner or linebacker or even interior offensive lineman, if they have like if Jordan Addison's way ahead of the board, I think they'll go that route. If they don't like a receiver there and they prefer Keely Ringo or Trent Simpson, I think they'll go that route. So to me, the wide receiver class is deep. I think the Giants could get a wide receiver like a guy like Marvin Mims at 57, which I'd have no problem with. So I think the Giants go BP, best player available. I think they're going BPA, and I'm not going to have a problem if they go center, and I'm not going to have a problem if they go corner, linebacker, or wide receiver. I'm going to trust in Joe Shane. I'm going to trust his vision because obviously his vision's been good so far. But I mean, I like Jordan Addison a lot.
Just don't draft JSN if he's there, man. Just pass up on him. I heard that he was trash.
I like.
Yeah, I heard that he was trash.
I like him.
Just pass up on him, man. Just pass up on him because I saw what Richie James was able to do with some nuanced route running. I can only imagine what JSN would do. So I heard that he was trash. Don't pick him up.
Oh,
man.
I'm telling you, that's another guy.
So
there's a lot of good receivers in this draft. So
it's good receivers. I don't know if it's a great draft for receivers. I don't think it is
deep. There's a lot of good ones. I don't think there's any great.
So let me ask you.
It's a lot of quality. It's a lot of quality.
Do you really think Marvin Mims could come in and be your number one though? Because that's what you need. You don't need another number two. I look at him as a number two receiver at best.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if he's there in the second round, we'll see what the Giants do. Again, I think it's going to be whatever. Like again, if
so, you feel like y'all are in a position to go BPA. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. There's 4 positions we really need: number one receiver, another interior linebacker, center, and corner. I really think the Giants are going corner.
I think so too.
I really think that's where they're going.
Yeah,
honestly, I think that's your biggest need.
Y'all still got Isaiah, right? Hodges.
LB, before we get to this next super chat, what's y'all biggest need heading into the draft?
Linebacker for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The chances.
You don't think y'all gonna take Bijan Robinson?
It could be safety.
You don't think y'all gonna take
I don't want Bijan Robinson at 10. You know what I mean? That don't even make sense. Like running backs damn near grow on trees. I just think that would be bad. And people are trying to sell me on it saying he's generational. I like him. I don't see like special like when Christian McCaffrey was in college. I just, you know what I mean? I think he's good, but I feel like it's good in the 6th round too in his draft at that position.
Running back is one of the deepest positions.
Like you said earlier, LB, right. Your offensive line is so good. You get a Travis Dye, somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. I think if Rashad Penny stay healthy, I think we will have a dangerous running back room.
You will, if he's healthy. There was a run at the end of 2021 where you could argue he was playing the best football of anybody in the league. So
yeah, he was averaging like 6 yards a carry during that run before he got hurt.
He's a walking explosive play if he's healthy, but that's the problem with him in his career. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Bad Dog, we need insights. Did Gates come to Washington to enact revenge on Allen for breaking his leg at FedEx? Hashtag double agent if you think so.
No. You guys are going to love Nick Gates.
I think so.
I was sad to see. I knew he was going to be a casualty, man. You can't keep everybody. Big Nick Gates fan. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to love that guy. He battles every play. Somebody hits your quarterback later. There's a screen. He's the first one there to protect your guys. That's a guy you want in a foxhole with you. He's a guy who loves to hit people. He loves to maul people. He's a throwback. Yeah. You guys are gonna love. You're gonna love Nick Gates.
Yeah, I know that watching him.
Yeah, you're gonna love.
All Giants fans, you always can tell how a player is perceived when they leave, and what the fan base is saying. Yeah. And every Giants fan to a man was like, "Hey, we gonna miss him, and y'all gonna love him.
Yep,
and he's a dog, and we need more of those up front.
Yep, he definitely is. You're gonna love him. I hated to see him go.
Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, what's up, guys? Question with the Cowboys, Cowgirls running back loss, rank the best running back list. So, who has the best running back room in the NFC East? Who do y'all think?
The room?
Yeah,
the room.
I mean,
because we've done the number.
Eagles running back room as a whole is probably the best. Saquon's the best. He's the most talented.
Yeah, Saquon's the best running back in
the division. Yep.
Yeah.
I think we said that. I think we said if Saquon's healthy, and that was the thing we couldn't, project. Yeah. But we if he's healthy, he's the best running back in the division.
And I like that they brought Breida back. I think Breida's really good. But again, I don't know what. Who's your other running back, Law? Besides, we
got a Malik Davis, and then we got Rojo now.
I love Tony Pollard. I think every team this.
Damn, I think Dallas might be last.
Overall, they could be, but I think
that's new.
At this point, man.
If you talking about just one back, then I think he's second behind Barkley in the division.
I don't know, man. I'm not that high on Tony Pollard like that.
Put it like this: a healthy Tony Pollard can do things similar to what Saquon Barkley can do, and he can do everything better than what your running backs can do now, Lord Brunson. Right?
Who?
Now, Tony Pollard can do just about everything your running backs can do.
When Tony Pollard got hurt against the 49ers,
Tony Pollard can't break tackles like Rashad Penny. He can't do it like a healthy Rashad Penny.
Well, at the same time, I like Rashad Penny, but we'll see what he's going to do now in that particular uniform, because we'll see. It's a wait and see. But I would not concede for us being the worst running back committee, because watch what we do in this draft. I'm telling you, we draft pretty well. Earlier, when we was talking about first-round draft picks and things like that, I could have used our fifth round draft pick, DeRon Bland. He had 5 INTs last season. 5.
We was talking about first round picks.
We talking about first, but his value was probably better than everybody's first round draft pick.
I mean, he was good last year. Nobody's debating that. He was really good. Too bad he couldn't play outside. That was the problem. In Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, in 2020, I called it in one of Bad Dog's live streams. The East was only 2 or 3 years from being the beast again. Glad it's back. Hope it stays for a while to shut up all the haters.
I think it will.
That was the thing that I enjoyed the most about last season, was just seeing, even though we didn't make it to the playoffs, we didn't make it to the finish line, it was just seeing this division, be what it was last year.
Did everybody finish 500 and above?
Yeah. Everybody finished at 500.
I wanted Washington to make the playoffs too. I wanted all of us in there. I thought that would have been.
I mean, you could charge that. You could charge that to Ron Rivera's account, because if he doesn't bench Taylor Heineke against Cleveland, then we probably win that game.
Yeah,
I'm tired of this Darren Waller.
And look, man, he's good if he's healthy. Again, if is a big word.
He ain't even healthy in 3 years. What is it, 2 years?
Hey, I get it. Same shit I said about Lamar Jackson. Y'all ain't give a shit about that. Health matters, right? In this league, New York Giants.
Best ability is availability.
Exactly. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, who's covering D-Wall if he's healthy? No one. I know we have issues covering tight ends. Oh, I'm scared as hell. When they got him, I was like, shit. We got rid of one beast tight end in Dallas, and now we got another one entering into the division in Darren Waller.
I love that.
I don't.
Well, we got a guy named J-Ron Curse who may wear the new number 0. He'll be able to slow him down just a little bit.
Paris Campbell's wearing the new number 0 for the
Giants.
I like Dallas. I like Dallas Goddard.
He's wearing 0.
Goddard is a hell of a
Paris Campbell is, yes.
Oh, I said Goddard changed his number to 0.
It's gonna be interesting to see all these teams because most teams are gonna have somebody donning the 0. You can't be trash wearing 0 though, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I want the Kobe Dean
wearing 0. You're gonna have to take it off you, man.
I want the Kobe Dean to wear.
Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, Lou, our D line is a beast. Can any of those guys rank up? I told you, I was trying to say this earlier, but we had gotten to a heated discussion. But the only defensive tackle, duo in the league that can even be in the same conversation with us is just right down the street. Is a family member in the Giants. After that, I don't think there's another tandem in the league that can even be in a discussion with us.
This gonna be a real good one after the draft, though. Who got the really best defensive line technically? Now, on paper right now, I would give a nod to your interior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those Bama boys, and then
that's what makes our line. Like our edge rushers are okay right now. They're not dominant. They're not better than what the Eagles are putting on the field. They're not better than the talent. Like I feel like ours talent wise is better than the Giants. But the Thibodeau, the way he played last year, and if Azeez Ojulari can just stay healthy, and when he's healthy, he's a problem.
He's ridiculous.
So you see what the Giants are building out there.
The Giants are still heading into that unknown.
Well, that's nothing to do with the line, but God, if we get a cornerback or Trent Simpson, I mean, Wink Martindale's gonna have a ball with this. And Andy Okereke was huge.
Yeah,
listen. I'm a Giants fan from the 80s.
If you can get a corner, because your defensive coordinator don't give a shit.
No, he don't.
He don't give a shit. He was doing that with dudes that was bums.
Yeah,
and he was still coming after you and throwing the kitchen sink. Imagine if he get a corner or two.
I think that my Dallas is just one interior big boy away, or a guy that can just penetrate on a consistent level. I've seen how Dexter Lawrence, he developed and got even better year for year. But how many years he's been in the league now?
4.
4 years. So his third and fourth year has just been like phenomenal, right? But he
got a lot of the Dexter.
Yeah. So it's just gonna I don't think that my team have the patience to draft someone early to wait for that. And we normally will have to go into the acquisition of making a trade to get that one little piece. But I'm waiting, man, to see how my defensive front going to look. It still should look good, though.
We'll see. I think it's really interesting because the Eagles took
I think the Eagles got the best defensive line in the division.
Go ahead and say it with your chest, man. I'm going to wait for you to say the 72nd.
The best defensive line in the division.
He ain't confident.
How I ain't confident? We brought back 3 people. I just let y'all talk. We brought back 3 people with 10 or more sacks. And Fletcher Cox, who y'all keep sleeping on. You know what I mean? Look like he found a second win to me.
We sleep. We ain't sleeping. We sleep.
Looking like he found a second win to me.
You know what I mean? Last season, he had
7.5 sacks. Yeah, 7.5 sacks. Yeah.
JJ Watt had 11 sacks last year. You knew that?
I didn't know that.
It happens, right? Shit happens.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Right, yeah. He retired with 11 sacks last year.
Damn.
Shit happens.
JJ Watt, we acting like JJ Watt ain't a dog, though.
He is. I'm just saying, shit happens. Fletcher had 7. That's cool. JJ had 11.
They cut him and brought him back, man. That was a real risque move, but
he did it 2 years in a row.
You know why? Because don't nobody want his ass.
He did 2 years. What are you talking about? He took a pay cut.
Ain't nobody want his ass.
People offered him more money. See, that's what happened when you really build a culture here. Deron Payne, didn't y'all just sign Deron Payne?
Yeah.
If somebody would have gave him the bag, he'd have packed his bags and did.
No, they stepped in the way. He's 24, 25. Somebody was going to take less money.
He wouldn't have took less money to stay.
You know why he's taking less money? Because he's 89 years old. The man done already had.
He would have took less money to stay.
If Fletcher Cox was going to after his first deal, you think he's taking less money to stay? You a damn lie. The dudes took
all I know is he took less money.
Brandon Graham took less money to stay. You know why? He done already got paid.
So did Bradbury.
Right, but they done already seen money. You talking
So did
about
Bradbury.
Hey,
What are you
Hargrave
talking
took
about?
that money and ran, didn't he? He
He
ran
ain't
with
took
the
the
club.
Hargrave took the money. We couldn't afford that
He
though.
ain't seen
We couldn't
money
even
though.
compete with that.
That's the thing. He ain't seen money, so he ain't taking no pay cut to stay for no.
That's
culture.
Hargrave.
And
That was Hargrave's second
wasn't even
contract. What are you talking
homegrown
about?
Right,
for
That
but
was
that
y'all,
Hargrave's
man.
first
second contract.
contract won't no real break. Y'all didn't break him off.
Yeah, he
He
wasn't even
ain't seen
homegrown. He wasn't
that's life
homegrown.
changing money
Yeah.
he just made with San Francisco. When dudes get
Deron
that kind
Payne, Deron Payne only there for the bag. He don't believe y'all gonna win.
you know what he said when he signed?
What'd he say?
We won.
Thank you.
We talking about
Thank
the
you.
quarterback. We one piece away. That's what he said. Hey, look, those who know know.
He said, "I'm going to the dealership now." Thank you.
Those who know. He said, I stayed here because I know we close. We one piece away. He talking about quarterback.
Man,
So,
come on,
well,
man.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that he said that. I'm telling you what he said. Okay, I know we more than one piece away.
People say a lot of stuff when they get that type of money.
Hey,
Come
I'm just
on,
telling you what he
man.
said. New York Giants 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Hot take. Giants show that they've caught up to Dallas.
I agree.
I can't say that I disagree with that, but I got to see it first.
I
disagree. I got to buy.
I think if Dallas didn't make any moves, I can agree with it. But Brandon Cooks and Gilmore, them some big pieces, man.
Yeah.
Again, them some big. If Gilmore is just second cornerback, we not gonna act like that ain't a big deal. That defense is totally better with Gilmore there.
Absolutely. There's no denying it. I said this before you got here, but this feels like Dallas saying we going for it this year. We're going to try to win the Super Bowl. This is the first
To me, Super Bowl again, Louie Tee. Just say it, man. This bring good stuff.
I didn't say you were going. I said
this
is the first time in a long time I can actually say you're going for it.
To me, it feel like this them saying that if Dak can't get it done with what we put around him, he's gonna have to pack his damn bag.
This says our window is closing. When you go get
Pretty
230 somethings, when you go get 230 somethings, you're saying the window. Cooks is 30, right? I don't want to disrespect him.
29, he 30 for 30 club. You might as well say, but it's okay.
And Gil was 32, right? 32, and Slay is 33. I love the fact that they brought Slay back.
Yeah,
Still damn good.
3rd and 30.
Corner, yeah, but I like the 30 somethings out there because the cornerback position is no country for old men. So I like when you bring these old geezers over here so they can get cooked. And no Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back there. I don't know. We're gonna see what happens.
You got Blanken. What's his name?
Blankenship.
Yeah, your Blankenship. You got him.
He was solid last year. We're gonna see if he's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson or not. We're gonna see about Reed. Good old Reed back there.
Y'all not even making the playoffs.
Thank you for the super chat.
Next
Greatly
question.
appreciate you. Who writes? Hey man, speak up, man. You got something to say? Say it.
It's
man.
it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. We are
all right.
crowning Sam Howell.
Then be quiet.
There's nothing to say.
All right, then be quiet.
There's nothing to say. You're right. I got nothing to say.
What's going on, fellas? What do you want in the draft in the first round? Personally, I want one of the stud corners at 16. I think we talked about what everybody's looking for. I mean, I don't know if we got into specifics, but we kind of covered who everybody's kind of, looking for in terms of positions in the first round. LB said, linebacker is probably their biggest need. Don't know if they'll get one in the first round. I don't think there's any linebackers that are really enticing to take.
I think we'll end up going safety, honestly.
Yeah, with your first pick.
Mm-hmm.
So you talking about? Well, I don't even know if he's really a safety. He's more of a nickel. Brian Branch is, because there's really no safeties, in this draft to take in the first round unless you consider Brian Branch a safety. But I mean, we kind of talked about the position. We didn't necessarily go into specifics with players because it's hard. It's kind of hard to say because the board is ultimately going to determine what you do. You know what I'm saying? And what direction you're ultimately going to go in. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, boys, how we doing? I wanted to ask the Three Stooges, do they have any worry about our offense now that we got EB, assuming Howell succeeds? So assuming how, I know you're going to say no, but are there any concerns?
Well, I mean,
we don't have to spend a lot of time because we already spent enough time.
If Howell succeeds, I mean, that's everything. If he doesn't succeed, why would we be scared of you? I mean,
he said assuming that he succeeds.
Well, obviously, if he succeeds, then your offense will be good. You should succeed with the amount of talent that's there. right? Dotson.
If we got a good, if we have a good, if the offensive line, I can't stress this enough. If the offensive line is decent, then we'll have a chance to be really good offensively. I'm more concerned about our defense, which might sound crazy to y'all, but I'm more concerned about our defense than our offense. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Chris writes, hey fellas, what is the one player in the draft that each of your teams is looking at in the 4th through 7th rounds that would fill a need and help raise your team to the next level, and why?
Yeah, I didn't go that deep.
Yeah, that's a tough ask, Chris, because
I didn't go that deep. 4th to 7th.
You talking about day 3 stuff, right? It's hard to get a day 3 dude to come in and immediately impact your team, right? Yeah. So you're asking a lot there, Chris. We appreciate the gesture there, but that's tough, man. Yeah, you're asking for a day 3 dude to come in.
What we hoping for is like a running back to fall. Running back class is deep. Easy.
Right.
Alabama Candy. We got some guys, man, that if they can fall in the right spot, man, they can fill in that Zeke void that we got right now for the Cowboys, to answer this question there.
Yeah, I'm sure like I said, I think the Giants are going to go outside of that first pick. I think they're going to go I think they're going to take a big swing at the offensive line because they gave Daniel Jones that money.
I think we're going to draft a quarterback at some point in the latter rounds.
I do too. Maybe Stetson Bennett. I'm telling you, the Giants like Georgia Bulldogs. So
clearly. But wasn't that the last? Wasn't that the last iteration? Though wasn't that more Gettleman that liked the Georgia?
He did. Yes, we did not take a Georgia Bulldog this time.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Now it's like the Eagles. We on all these Georgia Bulldogs right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and my Cowboys, we might go get a Max Duggan late in the round. So
I like Max Duggan.
Yeah, Max Duggan.
I like Max Duggan.
He's one of the fastest quarterbacks in.
I like him, man. I like him. Gutsy.
He's a kid. It's so crazy because I could say what I think. What I would do all I want, but Howie Roseman, there's no telling, man. We can go defensive line. Yeah, like Mozzie Smith, that's like a Howie Roseman pick. Jalen Carter, he's dropping off of people's draft boards left and right. I mean, Howie Roseman could go offensive line, defensive line. Howie Roseman loves the trenches.
Yeah,
he ain't gonna pass up on the trenches.
Surprised if it'd be a draft day trade, So Howie do some crazy things, man, for the right thing. So it's going to be a situation. Whereas, like I said, I mentioned Jeffrey Simmons earlier. The staple piece that can solidify my defensive front. If the Cowboys get rid of their 26th pick for him, man, I'll be doing backward flips. I'll have to go get Simmons seasons or something like that on my hat.
They're projecting the Eagles might do something like that, but you got to pay him though.
You got to pay him, but if the Eagles get him, I'm punching air right now, man. I'm just gonna be mad at the world.
Him next to Fletcher Cox, and then you rotate all other dudes in. That would just be nasty.
Hush, man.
That'd be nasty.
Like, God dang. But go ahead.
The Titans can't do that 2 years in a row. Because if they do that again, I'm gonna have to slap them at that point.
Right.
You're doing too much now. Right?
Howie Roseman, man. Howie Roseman.
Yeah, they can't be, but the Titans, they tripping over there, which made me think they were going after Lamar or something. The way they not paying their dudes, because they don't have a lot of stuff. So you need to take care of the dudes that you do have, and he's one of them.
If it's a fire sale over there, give me Kevin Byard, or you go.
They don't want to pay him either.
They don't want to pay nobody.
Like that's what I said. They made me think they were going after Lamar with the way they being cheap over there. Andrew B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Wrights. What up, everybody? I'm set on drafting a center after getting rid of Gates and Feliciano. So
I mean, John Michael Schmitz.
You talked about that earlier.
If he's number one on the Giants board, that's very possible.
John Michael Smith, yeah. It was so crazy for y'all to scoop him up at the 25th when we got to pick right behind you. That would be crazy.
My guy Silverback, what up?
Silverback 2.0. Thank you for the super chat, Wrights. Just showing my guy LB some support. Appreciate you, man. Absolutely. Good looking. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, Wrights. Must have been a long hangover, LB. Keep it going through 24.
You already know.
That was when you weren't here, man. We were picking on you a little bit when you weren't here. So that's all that was. We had a lot to say when you weren't here, but
trust me, we repeated ourselves, man. We repeated it. We didn't hold back. We all said it again.
Right. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Commanders getting their Super Bowl before the draft, which is Daniel Snyder selling the team. I already told y'all last year, I was like, look, all of this shit we talking about is irrelevant to us. we could do absolutely nothing. Getting him the hell out of there, I don't think y'all understand because y'all haven't. I mean, maybe Dallas can because Jerry's been.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
hey, one of the greatest Lakers of all time, Magic Johnson. Go ahead and buy the Washington team. He's a Cowboy fan, by the way. Come on.
Hey, he's had a good history of being a minority share in the Dodgers and some of the other teams he's been. So I wouldn't mind him.
Magic's a West Coast guy, so
yeah,
it'd be interesting.
I wouldn't have a problem with him being a part of the group that buys it. I don't give a shit who it is. As long as it ain't Daniel Snyder anymore, I'm all good, man. Because it can't get any worse than what it's been for the last 23 years.
Daniel Snyder about to get that bag, $6 billion. He about to ride off into the sunset.
Take his ass. He can take his ass on. I don't give a shit. Just go, bro. Just leave and do not come back. So we are definitely going to be on cloud 9 here in the next month and a half or so. Silverback 2.0 writes, don't do them that like that, LB. Don't do them like what?
I don't know what I said.
Hey.
Probably talking about Buddy being trash.
I don't know because I don't think we jumped in on that immediately. So maybe it could have been. Trey Fargo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Hurts had a fumble 6. He did his job? Question mark.
Let's go, baby.
You ain't got nothing to say?
LB, I know, man.
After the fumble, we was up 10.5. He came right back down and got the points back. People just looking for something to nitpick against.
Come on, man. We got to do our job.
What we talking about?
I mean, look.
Tied the game up, 5 minutes left. Never seen the Rock again. What we talking about a fumble for?
Yeah. I mean, look, I like I said, he played well. That was a big play, though. That's
big play,
that's 6 points. You lost the game by 3 points.
He got it right back.
But
do y'all win that game if that fumble never happened?
Got it right back.
You can't get those points back, though.
What you talking about? But he should be able to get the ball back with 5 minutes left.
That's not
in a tie game.
That's not nobody else's problem but your defense. We just
then.
Obvious.
Okay.
You can
when Jalen Hurts left the field, he wasn't down.
He won't up neither because of that fumble.
He wasn't down.
He won't up either. Can't win a tie, right? You can't win a tie, right?
While we was playing, while we was on our bye week, y'all was cleaning out your lockers.
Them two, Clyde and Ray, right there, boy.
Y'all cleaning out your lockers.
Yeah, look, hey, at the end of the day, you got a banner. You got a banner. You happy about?
You ain't got. I don't know. The banner means nothing. When the last time y'all put anything anywhere in that building?
But it don't matter. But we got more trophies in the case. I don't care how much.
When the last time?
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear. You're still trying to catch up. You losing. You still trying to play.
You still. I mean, come on, bro.
We talking in circles because
your grandfather's. I said something to say. You talking about other men's. You talking about other men's accomplishments. Them not your wins. Them not your victories. You wasn't popping no bottles, smacking models on the butt like I was in 2017.
Did you do it?
You wasn't doing that.
Did you do it last year?
You wasn't doing that. Did you do it ever? You wasn't doing that in 2017. What are you talking about?
I heard your video.
What are you talking about?
I heard your video was 5
minutes. What are you talking about?
I heard your video was 5 minutes long and you were already drinking and you got off.
You don't even.
Okay.
Clyde,
every time one of these situations arrives, I always gotta check up on you. I always
don't even remember a Super Bowl.
You don't even
remember.
Come on, Clyde.
I mean, we should be asking you that.
I'm good. You know where to find me, bro. You know where to find me.
We should be asking you that.
It's Clyde and Ray right here, man.
Every year it's the same thing with y'all.
All right,
the same thing with y'all.
Bad dog looking like, hey man, come on, next super chat. All right, my bad dog, man. John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John writes, gotta say it to LB, gotta eat my crow. Hurts looks like a dog. Let's see him follow it up, but I have no reason to doubt him now. But Bills Mafia coming to Philly this year, gonna be intense.
That is, I wish that game was in Buffalo. I got some connections in Buffalo. I would have loved to go to that game. But I'm gonna be at the one in Philly for sure.
That's exactly how I feel about Hurts. I just need to see it again. But
we don't care what you need to see again.
No reason. First, it's my opinion. That's what I'm telling you. It don't matter if
it's the most hating and paying again. I gotta see it again.
I just gotta
Not over no cornbread, Ray.
Is it hating when I already said he's the best quarterback in the division? You hear what you want to hear. That's my problem with you is you don't listen.
Oh my God.
You said he was the best? You said he was the best?
Said that. Did I not say that already?
I heard you when you said it.
You did. I don't think you
but
did.
To say I need to see it again. So if he don't duplicate it again, you're gonna be the first one. It was a fluke.
No,
you're gonna be the first one.
Fluke. I'm gonna tell you he's not the best in the division. He's not the best in the conference. Because you got to do consistency is the name of
right now. Right now, is he the best in the conference?
Yeah, he's the best in the conference.
Okay, cool.
I've told you, cool. I'm not. You guys want me to be a hater. I'm not a hater.
I don't want you to be a hater. I don't want you to be a hater.
I'm just telling you, I just need to see it again. It's about consistency in this league. He did it 1 year. Let's see him do it again.
Which one of y'all Eddie Murphy, man? Which one of y'all Eddie Murphy?
So by your standard, he got to go to the Super Bowl again.
No, that's not what makes you.
What do we got to do?
How many times Aaron Rodgers go to the Super Bowl? How many times did Josh Allen go to the Super Bowl? How many times
do we got to do?
Joe Burrow?
What do we got to do? What do Jalen Hurts got to do? I'm asking you, what does he have to do?
He just got to play well again, like he did last year. It may not translate into wins. It may not be his fault that y'all losing games. We just need to see him play well again. That's it. It may not be his fault that y'all.
And we will.
10 and 7 this year.
Oh my gosh, man!
I'm just telling you. It just need to see him play well again. That's it.
We gonna see it.
Jason Winfro, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate your rights. Love for the Cowboys all the way. Book it. Go Cowboys.
Claude.
See what happens with them this year. DeJohn Bell, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rights. Hey, Bad Dog, hit my line if you need 23 birds. All right. I don't know what that one was about.
I don't know what that one was about either.
Yeah, that one went over my head. Maybe if I would have slowed down, I would have been able to get it. But
yeah,
that one kind of went over my my skull right there. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up for rights. Where can I get Law's soundboard, bro? LOL. It's legendary. I gotta say that. The soundboard is definitely legendary.
Yes, indeed.
Damn. What do it look like? I bet you it's Eagles green. What it look like?
Nah, everything in there is blue, man. That thing gotta either be black or blue, man. It ain't no way that thing's green. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Joe Rockhead writes, McLaurin plus how y'all see cornerbacks are Terry's kids. I mean, he's been doing it with lesser quarterbacks his entire career, so I think this could be a big year for him. But, we'll see.
Yeah.
Amid Belfort, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate your rights. Strawberry daiquiri, LOL. Throwing picks like sprinkles on ice cream, LOL. Hey.
I got no rebuttal, man. Shoot, Dak gonna come back, Dak, man, next season, man. Dak season, man. Dak season, 8 seasons, man.
I don't know what we're going to see. Texas Angler Detailing. Thank you for the super chat rights. Rob Wave, don't know what he's talking about. Cry. All right. So, I don't know if he's talking about LB. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what he's referring to. All right. Let's get to another super chat. Boy, y'all in here going in, boy. Silverback 2.0. he must be talking about me. Silverback 2.0. Thank you for the super chat rights. Yo, I need what drugs T is taking. Wow. Hey, we gonna see. I like the fact that I'm in a corner. I like being boxed into a corner, man. That's when some of the best work gets done. In Diana Jones writes, LB hurt. It's okay, bro. Y'all got next year. Oh, never mind. We'll see what they do this year, man. I do not think there's going to be this precipitous drop off with the Eagles. I think they're too good of a football team and they're well coached. I don't know what these assistant coaches are going to do. I don't think they're going to win the division, but I don't co-sign LB thinking they're going to drop off and be in last place. I don't see that happening. Anthony Crowback, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate your rights. Louie want to be Stephen A. Smith so bad, laughing my ass off. I don't really though.
Low key, Stephen A. Smith want to be us. Y'all see him on YouTube now?
Of course, but everybody understands
on now. He got the mic. He just like us, man.
Everybody understands where the future is, though. It's not on TV.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? People don't even have cable anymore. A lot of people streaming stuff now. So
Yeah.
Times are changing. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Philly fans not getting tickets and buses to DC once the new owner is in town. Sold out. Nothing to see here. Move along. NHL.
Y'all don't even have enough fans to fill up your own stadium. I'm there every year.
Yeah.
It's like a dollar party. It's Pittsburgh fans there. They ain't even playing. There's people there with Steelers jerseys on.
Yeah,
Damn.
look, man.
People in there with hockey jerseys.
Hey, look, man. You ain't saying
Tickets $6.
You ain't lying.
Wow.
I mean, it's been terrible, which is why new ownership is so important. Like, you don't understand what that man has done to this fan base.
We came there week 3 and had a whole party in the back lot.
Bro,
we had a stage.
It ain't.
That was our stadium.
It's not even like you're right up the street. That's nothing. It's fan bases where you like ain't no way they supposed to come in and take over the stadium. Like Vikings, they not nowhere close to DC or Maryland. And
but the thing, but to be fair though, DC is a melting pot. Everybody is from all over the world.
Pot, but it didn't matter back in the 80s when we were like the New England Patriots.
DC stands for Dallas Cowboys. There's a lot of Cowboy fans over there.
It's a lot of
it's more fans everywhere, bro.
It's more Cowboys fans. It's more Cowboys fans in DC than it is DC fans.
There you go. Yeah,
that's a fact.
I don't know about
that. That's a
come
fact.
on, man.
I don't know.
That's a fact. In the DMV, it's more Dallas Cowboys fans than it is Commanders fans.
It may be.
What's your daddy? What's your daddy? What team he root for?
We've already established that. That's not fair because you already know that.
That's fair.
You might be right about
that.
Y'all. You might be right about it. And I'll take it a step further. Now that we're no longer the Redskins, it's a lot less Commanders fans than there were like Redskins fans. So,
that's okay. That's true. Yeah.
So yeah, if we were still the Redskins, I'd fight you on that tooth and nail. But the Commanders, yeah, I think you might be right about that. King of the East.
And up.
Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Louie, please put the bottle down. You killing me. My stomach hurts. Hey man, I'm trying to give y'all a game before it happens, so y'all could say y'all already knew what was gonna go down. But hey man, whatever you gotta do, you can't say I didn't tell you so. Because I'm gonna definitely say I told you so. Because I like saying I told you so. So just know that. Texas Angler Detailing. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Law, tell Drewski to let y'all talk. Who is Drewski? I guess he's talking about me. I'm not sure. He was supposed to.
He keeps spending all of this money on these weak ass insults.
I don't know what he's trying to do there. B,
get him off the screen.
Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, if we wanted to sign a quarterback to actually compete, we would have gone for someone like Mariota. Didn't y'all sign Mariota? I didn't even see y'all do that. When did y'all?
Yeah, the Eagles signed Mariota, huh?
Yeah,
it was like as soon as free agency started. It was sneaky, but it makes sense though because if Jalen Hurts can't play, you coming in with a statue like Minshew.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to change the whole game.
I love the signing. I mean, there were people that were saying it wasn't a good signing. I disagree.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said it was like one of the top signings of the year. Some metrics that they use, something like that.
I thought it was a good signing, personally. It's
I don't expect him to play though.
I don't either. Hurts is built to last. I was shocked he got hurt last year. He got to be smarter though. Like he can't be taking that hit that he took against
and that's why I want Zeke, man. Like I understand we have a lot of drives that kind of cap off 3 yards away, and we use the read option down there. But that's what somebody like Zeke is for, man. Zeke had 12 touchdowns last year, man. You know what I mean? All in that red zone area. That's why I want Zeke to take some of the blow off of him. I'm not saying Zeke gonna be 2017 Zeke. I just need him to get some of them tough yards, so we ain't gotta use Hurt so much in them situations. He got hit like 6 times in a 2-point conversion in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he got up.
I mean, but that's how y'all use them, man. Like y'all gotta cut that shit out, man. It's such a big part of what y'all do though, because
it's because Miles Sanders is non-effective in the red zone, and we run Kenneth Gainwell a lot down there.
I know this. It's such a big part of what y'all do. Him and his legs. I talked about it last year. Like Hurts without his legs, it neutralizes your offense. Like he's got to be a threat. Like the San Francisco game is a great example. We didn't know what we were going to get because the last game we saw him, he didn't do much against the Giants, didn't have to. And the week before, the 2 weeks before that, when he played the Giants, he didn't do really anything. So we really didn't know what he was going to get against the and you could tell he didn't really want to run against the Giants. He was sliding and doing shit that he didn't normally do. He let that shit hang out against the 49ers. But that's his game. But y'all gonna have to bring that shit in.
But you got some teams that stop it though. Like the Chiefs, their mission was to make sure he don't kill you with his legs. That was their mission.
That was what we did
during the Super Bowl.
We said, hey, he gonna have to beat us with his arm. And in the first game, that's exactly what he did. But that's what we like when we play y'all. Our first priority is do not let Hurts beat us with his legs. If somebody else gonna get us, cool, but it can't be him with his legs. And I think you're gonna see more teams try and do that. Not everybody can do it though.
Everybody tried. The Tennessee tried. They got cooked. Steelers tried. They got cooked.
Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Eric B gonna make them clap to this. That's something that I keep hearing from people. This year
Eric B and Rakim song.
Yeah, that's EB, Eric B Enemy. So that's what everybody been rolling with. Sacred Dust. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I want to see a wager between Louie and Brunson. If Howell gets the starting job, Louie wins. That's not a good bet because he's gonna.
That's not a good bet.
Yeah, he's gonna get the starting job.
Like, I wouldn't even take that bet.
If it's Brissett, Brunson wins. Decide the stakes, dudes. That's not a good bet because Brissett was bought here to be a backup. Law was the one trying to insinuate that Brissett was going to start. That shit is not happening.
Sam Howell's going to get the job off the buzz alone.
I mean,
he got buzz right now.
Yeah, and not only that, Brissett is a career backup. Like you bring in Tyrod Taylor, unless you have nothing or you got a rookie that you do not trust, like an Anthony Richardson, for instance. Jacoby Brissett or Tyrod Taylor or Gardner Minshew or one of these backups, they're not going to start unless you have a guy you do not trust. They trust Sam Howell. They feel good about Sam Howell. He was there last year. They feel like he's ready to play. In Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat, writes, Law bringing up passing stats, but forgot how pulling a Vanilla Vic on their asses, LOL. Mad Dog acting brand new too. That 7-9 record or 9-7 record got him hype as F.
They won a playoff game. I don't think people don't understand how important that is. They beat the number 2 seed.
Not only did they win a playoff game, they got to the playoffs, which was a accomplishment in itself. Do you realize what they had on that roster?
That dude the Commander fan?
Yeah. Listen, we won 22 games the previous 5 years. So you're damn right. Having a winning record, getting into the playoffs, winning a playoff game for the first time in 10 years, you're damn right. I was hyped up. You're damn right I'm hyped up about the Giants' future. Find me a Giants fan that isn't. Well, there's a couple out there. But turn the fan base around big time. When you're in the doldrums as bad as we were, the worst team in football for 5 years, a team that had -10 passing yards against the Bears in 2021, ran back-to-back quarterback sneaks against the Commanders in the last game of the season. Yeah, to come from that and have a season we did with nothing there, with no talent. Yeah, you're damn right I'm hyped up about it.
Hey, you know what? I still
his post games used to be bad, yo. I used to feel so bad for him, yo.
They were awful. They're awful.
I still trip about
I had the target bag in my head when we did this.
I remember that.
I had a target bag in my head. Bad. It was bad time.
I remember when you said, I couldn't believe this when you said, I didn't know this until you told us. You said we haven't been over 500 since like
in 5 years, right?
5 years.
5 years, right?
In 5 years.
I was like, wait, what?
We beat the Titans. That was the first time since the end of 2016 we were over 500.
Because they never
time.
So that means they never. Years. That means they never won their first game of the season.
Correct.
Game of the season.
Right.
We won our opening game once since 2009, and it was against the Cowboys in 2016. Because Terrence Williams stayed in bounds. That was it.
That's rough, man.
That was rough. That was rough.
Max,
I used to say that shit every week.
Every week I was here with that shit. Every week. So yes, I took my lumps. I took my lashes. I'm ready to give them back.
Hey, look, if I was you, I would be the same way. I already told y'all I would be unbearable if we're good. You trust me. I'm talking shit and we trash.
Right.
So what do you think is going to be the case when we get? And I told you we about to be back up once Daniel Snyder sells this franchise. I'm telling you, it's like the football gods were laughing at us for the last 25 years because I believe in karma. And our owner is the worst of the worst, bro.
25, 30.
I'm talking about with him owning the team, though.
Damn, he owned the team for 25 years?
23. This is year 24. Would have been 24, but he's about to sell. He took over the team in 99. So we've been under this cloud like forever, bro. And I'm just telling you, when he is gone, it's like this black cloud is gonna just part and it's gonna open up and we're gonna see blue skies and the sun for the first time in over 2 decades. Shit's about to get real. Oh man, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back. Max on the beat. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, DJ gonna sweep the Commanders this year and get a win versus the Cowgirls. Just wait.
I hope so.
I mean, he look. Of all the quarterbacks in the division, he's the one that scares me the most. If that makes sense, that's just crazy. I know.
And we want to see improvement from Daniel Jones. We want to see him win some games. We want to see him come to big spots. He did that. Next step, got to beat the Cowboys and Eagles. Got to. We haven't beat them in years. Yeah. They own us. That's our next step. Next step's not the Super Bowl. We're not. It's going to take some time, but we have got to be able to beat Dallas.
You got to win in your division.
We have to be able to be right. We have to win in the division.
It ain't happening, man.
Well, hey, y'all might not, may not be up, man. Y'all may not be up. We gonna see.
I'm saying, man, if that keep giving them fresh turnovers over,
that's okay. If that is
fresh off the oven,
y'all got a shot. But if he's not, y'all on the way down, bro. So we gonna see. We gonna see. Indiana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I think I know why LB scared. The OC that destroyed his elite defense is now in the division. Got to face him twice. He projecting like a motherfucker. LOL.
We don't got the same defensive coordinator, so things should be different.
Yeah. Look, I don't think you can get worse than what y'all had on.
And y'all don't got Patrick Mahomes.
We don't. You're right about that. We do not have Patrick Mahomes. We do not. But we didn't need him when we beat y'all last year. I couldn't help myself. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Meek Phillips. Thank you for the super chat.
Why he gonna ask Law that? Like a law doctor.
Meek Phillips. Law. Why is Louie Tee so big? Right, like he's gonna be able.
Right, like because scientifically.
Let's take a look at the film. You know, let's take a deeper look at the film.
Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, LB having a hard time understanding taking advantage of a rookie quarterback deal is ironic. If Howell pops off, the roster will only get better. I mean, it's essentially what the Eagles did, right?
I mean, but I'm not having
right.
He's misunderstanding though. I'm not having a hard time understanding the concept. I just don't think Howell is one of them guys yet.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't proven. He hasn't proven anything. Right. I don't
think he's.
It's totally within reason to feel like, why do you feel as strongly as you do?
He should cook though, because he got weapons. He should cook.
If
cook
him, he will.
He got to be ass to mess this up. That's how I feel.
Y'all said he was ass though, so you expecting him to f it up? Is essentially.
Yeah, I'm absolutely expecting him to mess it up.
Well then, just stay with that. Don't try to backtrack or clean it up.
No, he's ass. He's ass.
Good. Yeah, just leave it right there. Leave it right there. Okay. Drop it, put it down, leave it right there. Don't pick it up. Just leave it right there. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, what up? I've been watching playbacks lately. I got addicted to 5M GTA. I'm back in action though. So stay on them toes, my guy. I'm always on my toes. You ain't never got to worry about that because, like I told you, you'll never get me again. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Tressway has a better career QBR than all the QBs. He's a punter and he doesn't throw it a lot, but when he does, he's very effective. Meek Phillips.
That was assuming, by the way. Just
you say what? Yeah, you had to throw that in there, right? You couldn't let that go by.
That's right.
Meek Phillips, thank you for the super chat. Who writes, Law, Louie Tee is fighting for his life in there. Hey, they had me in the corner, man. But like Muhammad Ali, man, I was rope-a-doping on the ropes. I'm good, man. Max on the beat. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, DJ makes all the throws last year he made. The most Pat Mahomes throw I saw, a crossbody throw to Hodgins while off balance, and Hodgins wasn't seeing good enough to stay on the Bills practice squad. Louie Tee don't talk about DJ. I've already said that Daniel Jones is really solid. I don't know if he'll ever be good enough to take the Giants where they ultimately want to go. But what he's proven to me is that he's exactly what they thought he was in terms of mentally. They thought he was Eli Manning, and he is. He's unflappable. Like you don't see things phase him. He doesn't show a ton of emotion. He is a guy that could throw a back-breaking interception. I think what Bad Dog said is the perfect example of that. He throws a terrible interception, easily could have cost him that Titans game. And what does he do? He went right back down the field, led them on a touchdown drive, went for 2 and scored, and they won the game. So he's a dude that mentally, and I think that's half the battle in the league, honestly. Everybody's talented. You make it to this level, you're talented. Do you have the mental capacity? That's what I think separates Jalen Hurts, to be honest with you, is Jalen Hurts mentally is far beyond most of the quarterbacks in the league. He just gets it. And so when you get it mentally, that's half the battle.
That was my biggest question about Daniel Jones. His talent was never – I never questioned his talent. I questioned in between his ears, his decision-making, his confidence. And in this year, you saw it. Better decision-making, way better confidence. And confidence is one of those intangibles that's not shown up in the box score. It's not in a Madden rating, which I know a lot of people look at Madden ratings and think that's how you rate a player. It's not. There's intangibles that go into winning football games. And Daniel Jones showed me a lot of those intangibles this year that I didn't think he had. So, again, I expect him to be better. I don't expect him to be elite. I don't expect him to be a top 5 quarterback. But I do expect him to continue to improve, and I expect him to continue to help the Giants in football games.
You know what? To piggyback off of that, and I think you would agree, I can't say what the rest of the panel feels. I never thought Daniel Jones was capable of elevating a team. Would you agree that that's what he did last year?
I did not think that. And
would you agree that's what he did last year?
Absolutely.
I never thought he was capable of doing
that. The funny thing is, I always talked about how, coaching makes a big difference. And because the Giants were so bad, I mean, just so bad. I'm just like, he can't do it. He can't do it. Like, I gave up his rookie year. And like I said, I made videos saying he'd be better than Sam Darnold is. I said he'd be better than Mitch Trubisky is. I said he'd be better than Dak Prescott. People got over my case about that. Well, he certainly took a step towards Dak Prescott last year, and Dak Prescott took a step back towards Daniel Jones. So we'll see. Give Daniel Jones Amari Cooper.
I've never seen Dak elevate a team.
Right. So that's Daniel Jones showed a lot.
That's okay, man. The man broke his thumb, man.
I can't let that ride. I can't let that ride.
I can't let it ride either. Because he broke his thumb and stayed out and nursed it and got better. What are we talking about?
He didn't throw a single pass in preseason. He played 1 game, broke his thumb, came back mid-season. Everybody wanted him to be mid-season for him. We went from being we went from the 27 ranked offense all the way down to the 14th to the 12th offense when he came back. So what is Dak then? What is he?
He's better than Cooper Rush. That's what he is.
He's better than Cooper Rush. Well, they went from the 27 ranked offense all the way down, and he was 8-5. That's what his record was last season. So that made us 12-5. Made it to the playoff, won a playoff game, beat a guy that he never beaten before, named Tom Brady.
He damn man, Tom Brady damn near in the sarcophagus. Stop it.
I don't care if Tom Brady was 55. The Cowboys the Cowboys on the road in the playoff game haven't won one in 30 years. On the road.
Tom Brady needed a damn CNI dog his last season.
I don't care, man. I don't care. So
it's a win. It's a good win. It's a good win.
It goes out in the book.
It's a good win.
Yeah.
Because it was credit to the Cowboys losing. That's what everybody was crediting, that they was going to lose that game.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it.
I can't let you rock, LB, because you was sitting there. I tried to tell you Tom Brady won't Tom Brady no more, and you kept saying, "I don't want to see Tom Brady in the playoffs." I don't.
That's true. I was
like, Brady
true.
ain't Brady this year, and you was like, I ain't trying to hear that shit. It's Tom Brady.
But it's that's what I'm saying. It's the GOAT though. You know what I mean? I gave the GOAT the benefit of the doubt. Sue me. I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Keep moving the goalposts. They keep moving the goalposts because the Cowboys didn't supposed to make it to the playoff back to back. By the way,
but it's Okay, but it's like it's for me. It's the fashion that you lose and who you lose to. You lose to Jimmy G and Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
It was girls crying in the stands last year.
No, y'all lost to a quarterback with one leg, and he didn't even throw over 100 yards.
Oh my! What's his name though? Say his name. Say his name. Who's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Okay. Say his name.
No one else around you. No, I'm not going to say that. You know, but they did hung that L on y'all though. Thank God for the Chiefs, though. Thank you for the Chiefs for doing what they did.
I think everybody here that's not an Eagles fan need to thank the damn Chiefs.
They better.
For getting that win.
They better. I'm telling
you. And the rest of these damn
Eagles
fans would have been insufferable.
Agreed.
Yeah. Bro, it would have been, bro, I would have still been drunk.
Look, the same drought my Cowboys on, the same drought the 49ers on. It's even longer, believe it or not.
But this is the thing.
The Super Bowl, even though they go, they and look, I know the feeling that you have because I got a brother that's a diehard Niner fan, and that brother was laid out like Family Guy when they lost to the Ravens in that Super Bowl, and they laid out like Family Guy when they lost to the Chiefs, and I was sitting there like, yeah, dog, maybe next year. So when it was up, Eagles versus the Niners, I wouldn't been able to breathe comfortably until y'all lose again. So it was miserable for me, the Super Bowl. But when I saw that L, I said, I know what you're going through, LB, because I saw my brothers go through the same situation, laid out like Family Guy. It feels bad. I know it feels bad. It burns you right now, man. I know it burns.
It's just the feeling still. It burns.
It ain't gonna go away.
I don't know.
It burns.
So you just confirmed what I didn't know. I was like, I don't know which one hurts worse. Getting there and not winning, or just missing on getting there, like losing in the championship game. Whatever one it was, that's what I wanted for y'all. Whatever was most painful.
It all sucks. Anytime you lose that game, it doesn't matter if it's the first round of the Super Bowl. It sucks.
Any playoff loss hurts. Because you're a couple games away. Any playoff loss hurts.
I think it depends on the way you lose. Like, to me, as a Giants fan that hates the Eagles, obviously I said that was the best way for them to lose in heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah.
Like, and the Ravens beat the shit out of us. You just take the cap. Like, they were the better team. We lost to a better team. We had nothing for that defense. They demolished us, just like the Eagles. I hate losing to the Eagles. Yeah. I sit there and go, they were better. It was obvious they were better. The better team won. There was no doubt about it. Again, I hate losing to them more than anybody else. But at the end of the day, you're like, they're just better.
But to be fair to you, the Giants, when they won their Super Bowl in the last decade or what have you, it was a bittersweet for me because I couldn't stand the Patriots, right? And then when the Eagles won that Super Bowl, it was kind of like, damn, I can't stand the Eagles, but damn, I definitely can't stand the Patriots. So it was bittersweet.
I'm a huge Tom Brady fan, so I always have.
But it's like,
I like beating Tom Brady. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but I do not root for. Listen, I've seen these since '83. I've seen every one of these teams because I'm old. I mean, I remember watching. I didn't really know much about football in '83. I remember them losing to the Raiders, and then obviously I watched the Cowboys win 3 Super Bowls.
Well, how did it feel?
It made me vomit in my mouth a little bit to watch them. I hated Dallas.
I remember the Cowboys.
Philadelphia lose their Super Bowls. It made me feel good to watch Philadelphia win this. So I remember watching that Super Bowl and just going, "Oh my God, man! They're actually going to pull this off. Like they're actually going to win a Super Bowl." Which
bro, that second one, bro, it was like this.
I'll admit, I rooted.
It was like this. I had my hands on it
against the Broncos.
I had my hands on it.
For the Redskins, I rooted for them.
I had my hands on it.
Really, I can't root for them. I can't do it. I don't give a damn.
I was about to be like, we won behind Washington. I was counting shit up. I had my hands on it, bro.
Count it up.
I had my hands on it, bro. I was like, I was like, this is the best division in the world. I was just ready, bro.
When y'all see Dak Prescott lift that Lombardi trophy up, man, ooh, it's gonna look good, man. But Dak did win a trophy last year at the Super Bowl, man. Well, this year.
Oh my God! Y'all gotta stop. He
did lift up a trophy, man. You know.
Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with that.
He lifted up the Man of the Year trophy. You know, he did lift the trophy up, though.
Joe Rockhead, man.
He got a humanitarian award. Come on, we want to get an award for being a quarterback, not a humanitarian.
He's the best humanitarian.
He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude.
Right.
Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, man. I just ordered my NHL hat tonight. Hey, that's a good job, man. You're a good dude for that because you're gonna be out ahead of this train too, man.
Do they come in blue and silver?
Yeah, you're gonna be ahead of the train when it runs your ass over. Is what's gonna happen.
Hey,
send me a blue and silver one, man.
I'm not established as LB in the color department. I'm gonna keep it basic right now. I got some other colors on the way. But yeah, we not.
What
doing
you mean? I only do equals colors.
Nah,
get your burgundy. Get your burgundy one.
I seen me a championship color joint with some gold.
Which one? I
seen all kinds of different color joints.
You talk about this one? Yeah, this the gold one right here.
Yeah, that's the one you said exclusive. That's the playoff. That's the Super Bowl
now. That's
the Super Bowl.
Man.
Super Bowl.
I don't know about that.
This one a 306. Oh, they made 306 of these.
Man,
this one a 306. This will never come back out. You see, that's the shiny thread. That's the shiny thread right there.
That's Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, that's the
I ain't there yet.
That's a dope hat, though, man. Dope hat.
I appreciate you,
Cowboy 83. Look like you got a new member.
Law. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Texas bread, man. Oh, breed. Yeah, appreciate him. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. Texas bread. Donnell Shipley. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. Right, greatly appreciate you. Right, Louie need a mute button. I'm in control of this, boss. All right, I do the mute around.
You me last.
Yeah, because I was talking crazy about Emmitt Smith. I had to.
Yeah, I mean, I was dropping facts. I mean, I'm sorry.
Hey, Louie. He said
Bad Dog is dying on that hill. Everybody got a hill.
I am going to die on that hill.
Tiki Farmer.
I'm going to die in the Tiki Hill, baby. Yes.
He in the bunker getting bombed. He don't give a damn.
I know. Listen. I know. Listen. I know we reading the chats. We try and get out of here. But in the we talking about the fashion of losses. What about the way the Dallas Cowboys lost, though? You know what I mean? I understand Dak, your guy, but listen, we're just gonna leave it at that. That wasn't heartbreaking. That wasn't heartbreaking,
man.
Come on,
you know what I'm saying? That was heartbreaking, though.
How you play with Zeke at center?
Yeah,
it's not even
at all, man.
It's not even that. I'm talking about what Dak did on that drive. Do you know how happy I was to see y'all just fold and it be at the hands of your $40 million man? I was happy, and that's the way I didn't want to lose, by my quarterback folding. Yeah. Anybody else? I'm glad it was the coordinator, not my quarterback. He's gone. But when your quarterback fold, your team is lunch meat.
Yeah, so
on
when the quarterback fold is different.
On the high end, he can be like what Tom Brady be like after he loses the Super Bowl. But on the low end, he can be like Cam Newton after he lost the Super Bowl.
Who are we talking about?
Your quarterback. Oh. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact,
we talking about yours.
I'm just talking about yours. That in the biggest and the brightest of the stage, didn't Cam Newton fumble the ball just like Jalen Hurts? Hey, that's who Jalen Hurts may be. He may be the next coming of not Tom, but Cam Newton. He's gonna be one of those guys that
I never see
forgotten in the line. You know,
Cam Newton ain't get this much respect off his loss. Jalen Hurts earned his respect, man. I'm so happy for that dude, man. I can't wait for next season.
Okay. Did they pay him yet? Did they give him a contract yet?
We know that's coming. What we got to say?
What y'all waiting on? Go ahead, pay the man.
How we working out the particulars?
Because he's filling in the shoes of Cam Newton right now, fumbling in the Super Bowl. So we'll find out what he's going to get, because I can't wait for y'all to pay the man. I think that he should get paid $52 to $54 million. Pay that man $240 million guaranteed. Pay that man. Play Jalen Hurts, man.
I agree. Pay him.
He earned it.
No choice.
He earned it. Listen, if Daniel Jones got paid, Jalen Hurts deserves to get paid.
Yeah, give him the money.
Yeah, look, that's the going rate. If you got a quarterback that you believe in, you're going to eventually have to pay him, right? You want to be in that position.
Exactly.
You want to be in that position. I'm dying to get to that position.
And everybody's like, oh, Daniel Jones got over. Daniel Jones and I get overpaid. Daniel Jones got the going rate. And remember, the salary cap increases 10 to 15% every year. So by the end of Daniel Jones's contract, it ends up being a bargain because what is Jalen Hurts going to get? What is Joe Burrow going to get?
Right.
Not that Daniel Jones is Joe Burrow, but what are these guys going to get? What are the middle tier quarterbacks going to get? They're going to get paid. Quarterbacks.
Right. There is no low. There's no mid tier contract anymore. Like,
right.
You may not reset the market. You may not, like Daniel Jones didn't reset the market.
Right.
But he got good money. Right.
He got good money.
And he based his contract off of what Derek Carr got. Like Derek Carr signed, and then Jones got his, I think, the next day. Right.
And so, listen, I think that those guys are comparable. So you give me a 7 year. You give me a guy that's 7 years younger that is not that close to the talent that Derek Carr's had around him. I'm okay with that. And I like our head coach. I think that I like where we are. I like where we're going. For the first time in a long time, I like where the Giants are going. I like what our future looks like.
I'm seeing all these comments about the ACC being like the 6th best conference in football. Are y'all crazy? How are you going to have the 6th best conference in college football if you got Clemson in your conference? That doesn't make any sense.
It's the only good team in the conference.
It doesn't matter. Clemson
took a big step back when
they did last year
to the NFL.
They took a massive step backwards, but they're still Clemson, right? Like they're still one of the better schools in terms of getting talent.
South Carolina beat Clemson this year. Didn't South Carolina kick the shit out of Clemson?
Yeah, but their quarterback situation stinks. You got to have a quarterback. It don't matter what level you at.
Yeah,
the Gamecocks.
Huh? Indiana Jones. Thank you for the super chat. Writes, Eagles going to taste B-Rob cleats again. LOL. I think a lot of teams in the division going to have problems with that young fella, especially if this offensive line gets their act together. Clutch B-Ball TV.
My guy Noah.
Baseball, basketball. Which one?
Basketball. Basketball. Yeah, that's my guy Noah.
He going to be the new Zeke in the division.
Who?
He don't have the speed, but I'm talking about power-wise. Brian Robinson.
Oh, yeah, Brian. Oh, yeah.
He's going to be the new hammer in the division. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, who was the worst head coach y'all teams had during your years of being fans? Lou probably knows the answer to this question, but for me, it's Jay Gruden. And you might not like Jay, but he wasn't our worst coach. Trust me. Jim Zorn is by far and away the worst coach we've had during the Dan Snyder era. It's not even. You know what? It's
not close. Joe Judge is the worst coach.
Oh, yeah, for you.
I dealt with Ray Handley for 2 years. I dealt with Ben McAdoo. It is no question.
Yeah.
Joe Judge was by far the worst coach I've ever had to endure. And
for me, it was Chip Kelly.
Really, Chip won a division though. Really?
Chip was trash.
Chip Kelly went 10-6 and 9. Well, he
never had a losing season.
Never
as an Eagles coach. He was horrible though. He was a horrible personnel guy. You know what I mean? Nobody liked him.
A lot of LB's tenure though it was Andy Reid. I mean, how are you gonna say Andy
right?
Reid?
You know what I mean? It was Chip Kelly for me. Like nobody liked him.
I got you.
I think we had Dave
Campbell. Were you around for Rich Kotite, or is that all before your time?
That's probably right.
Rich Kotite was really bad for you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's probably like
that was mid-90s.
That's when y'all was celebrating y'all last ring.
LB's a young man.
I don't know nothing about that.
That's before his time because he was right after Buddy, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man!
I think he was right after.
Buddy. I've been around a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Tom Landry coaching the Cowboys.
What you got? What you got, Law?
Well, we had a coach to go 5-11, 5-11, 5-11, and still had the job, man. His name was Dave Campbell. And then y'all lump all of that in. Cowboys haven't won, and Look, we had a coach to go that long, and the Cowboys didn't want to get rid of him. And then we got Bill Parcells, which was good, and then we kept Jason Garrett forever. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's a tie for us. It's got to be Spurrier and Zorn. Both of them were terrible. Zorn was horrible though too, man. I don't know. It's tough. Luck. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Right. Where's Bad Dog getting heart from? You've been soft forever.
Luck obviously don't know my work.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna let you.
You don't know Bad Dog body of work.
Man,
you don't know my work.
I can't stand by that one.
That's obvious.
I can't stand by that one. Sean Birch. Oh, I like this one. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes Hurts has never beat Dak. Neither has Jones.
And both quarterbacks better than Dak.
How?
You do
So it don't matter.
You do realize there's other components to a team, right?
Right.
Oh, so now is the team. Okay.
I'm saying, think about this. The last 7 years, Dallas has had a lot of better rosters than every other team in the division.
Yeah, how good was the Giants roster since Daniel Jones got there? Worst team in football.
You act like Howie just got there, right? Howie been there, right? So if Howie was able to make all of these finesse moves, he wasn't making them then.
No, I'm saying when y'all seem to catch us when we in the middle. You know what I mean? Howie fast with it. 2017 happened. You know what I mean? In 2022 also happened. You know, we've been to the Super Bowl twice. But y'all have had consistency. Y'all had the quarterback under contract since 2016. You know what I mean? You guys have had the weapons for the majority of this thing.
Well, he's way ahead. He's 27-7. So y'all catch up.
Yeah.
Y'all got to catch up. Y'all got to catch up. Dak Prescott is 27-7.
You living in the past, bro.
Man, come on. He was 2-1 last season versus NFC East. You would have been 3-0 if we wouldn't have been vanilla. But hey, he's 2-1. 2-1 is more than 1-2.
Did he throw an interception against every team in the division last year?
That's okay. But as long as he finished 2-1, he's okay with me.
Wait, Bad Dog, did he throw a pick 6 to y'all?
I don't think they got.
They
picked him off like 2 times.
I mean, we was up, man. We was up. They scored some.
This dude a bum. That's a real bum. He threw multiple picks to like 3 different people, I think.
I know he threw a pick 6 against the Eagles. Then he said, "You know what? Let me get my mind set together." And he hung 40 on.
I don't even think we had half our team when we played Dallas on Thanksgiving. Like everybody was hurt. Everybody was hurt. We were coming off a short week. Everybody was hurt. And they still had.
I mean, when we have everybody hurt, it's still Dak Prescott's fault. When we had lost our right tackle last season, everybody still want us to have the same production. Not just with Dak Prescott with the broken thumb. 4 out of the 5 guys on the offensive line was hurt, so we had to move things around. And we had play with no broken thumb. So hey, if we still made it to the playoffs, and we make any excuses about that? No,
Dak ain't play with no broken thumb. We act like he taped it up and gutted it out. He sat down and healed up. He had surgery.
He had surgery. And let me know if any other quarterback coming off of a surgery made it to the playoff. I'll wait. Off of a broken hand or a thumb.
I'm pretty sure back in the day, dudes ain't even complain about the injury he had. We would have never known.
Had the same type of injury. His name is Russell Wilson. He still haven't made it and recovered back since he broke his thumb, by the way. That was the person.
Max on the beat. Who writes, Louie, DJ had a historic playoff game versus the Vikings. Facts. People were only down on that defense after DJ cooked them. Put some respect on the next. First of all, the Vikings defense was garbage all year, but
everybody was down on that.
Everybody was down on it. But that did I disrespect Daniel Jones in some way, shape, or form tonight? That got under your skin? I don't think I did. I don't know why you keep coming after me like I haven't.
Because you're hosting. But yeah, I mean, again, that's what people said. All their defense sucks.
It doesn't matter if they suck though. Right. He still had to go out and blaze them, and
exactly.
he did.
He did.
Like, I don't understand this narrative of, oh, this team sucks. Okay, well then go out and do what you're supposed to do to them then.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Vikings won 13 games. I mean, they were doing it somehow.
Right. I mean,
we should have beat them the first time we played the damn team. We should have.
That's why I thought y'all could beat them, because y'all could have beat them the first time.
No.
Luck, thanks for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Man, get out of here with that. I'm not even reading that garbage.
My joint good for all 50 states. I'm a military vet. I fly with my joint.
Hey, look, man, I ain't even reading that garbage. It's Diana Jones. Great.
My shit got wings. It go everywhere.
It's like red.
It go everywhere.
9-7.
The drive-through, Walmart, Target.
9-7. See, a lot of people don't know you ex-military either. So it like
that's on them.
Yeah,
they don't know. They also don't know how big LB is.
No.
9-7.
It's the chair. I'm actually like 6'4", 250.
That's what I'm saying.
They won't. See, that's the thing when you don't know how big somebody is when they on this screen. The same thing on TV. People look regular size on TV till you get up in person and you see how
I'm nice though. I'm very nice. But that thing fly everywhere with me though.
And Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat rights. 9-7 got Bad Dog acting Bad Wolf. LOL. They were 9-7-1. And again, if that were watching, you would have been acting the same way, dude. Like, what are we talking about? We were dying to be in the Giants' place last year. We said that was supposed to be us.
You guys were acting like that winning a division at 7-9. So I don't want to.
Yeah, when you won that division 7-9,
I don't want to hear shit winning 7-9, talking like, ooh,
yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Louie, I'll never forget that. He went 7-9. We all felt it.
That's right. The champ is here. I didn't hear that one.
And this is why I try to explain to y'all. You remember they said they should have never gave y'all N-words money? Remember what they said on Dave Chappelle? They better not never give us a chance to be good. Because I'm telling you, LB over here just chilling,
LB,
cooling. Yeah. Like, I'm telling you, I'm going to be up. You already, most fans
we know how you all that year. Hush your mouth. I'm the champ. Let me speak first. We win it. We did the winners.
I'm talking to you. He was 7-9. It's not your turn to speak.
Yeah, it's not your turn to speak. The champ is speaking right now. I'm the division champ. Hush your mouth.
You should have seen when I was, and me and my dad don't even get down like that because my dad been clowning me for years. He's a Cowboys fan. They've been dusting us for years. You should have seen how I was acting when we won the division that year.
You were going to the house.
I would come in the house.
Feed me first, you know.
I come in the house and the alarm chirps when you open the door. All you would hear was beep beep. The champ is here. The champ is here.
So mom had to feed you first. You sat down, you got the dinner first, you get to sit in a chair and everything.
First slice of pie.
Hey, I get to eat first.
You already knew what it was when I
the big piece of chicken.
Hey, all of it, man. All mine, man. What you doing? Don't touch that.
Don't touch that, man.
That's for champs right there.
Oh my gosh, man.
Oh, you got to read that, Bad Dog. You know when you're
tutto es grazie, paisano. Grazie. He says, massive slew respects the Bad Dog, king of the Giants, the one and only, the legend. Greetings from our entire rugby club in Italy, and slap all the boys losers. Tutto does not like the Eagles. If there's anybody that hates the Eagles more than me, it's Tutto. My buddy from Italy.
I love him when he tweet. I was like, yo, Bad Dog, handle that. He always got to do that. For me. Thumbo, thank you for the super chat. Right, Sam, I am gonna throw 17 interceptions. Calling it right now. I don't think he's got that in him, man. I really don't. But we'll see. I mean,
he threw an interception in his first game, right?
No, I'm talking about 17 of them though.
I mean right now, since y'all want to do anecdotal type of stat stuff, hey, he may throw an interception every game.
He could be that.
That's halfway.
He could be that. Right?
He could be
multiples in every game and do it in like 10 or 11 of them. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll find out.
All right. Only time will tell, man. Only time will tell. He's never been a big interception guy, but you know the league can do that to some people. So
hey, so Dak, you know.
I don't know about that. We're gonna find out. Indiana Jones writes, LB a bigger Giants fan than Bad Dog. It be feeling that way sometimes. It's funny because LB will give the Giants a compliment just to give a backhand slap to Dallas, right?
But you know what? This is the thing. I know they can't beat us.
That's what I was going to say. You know, it's different. You can't beat them. Right. That's why I give Washington all those compliments because they can't beat us. That's what it is.
You know what I mean? It's not can't beat us.
He knows we're no threat to him. It's damn good, Bad Dog.
I'm happy. You think I would be happy for Bad Dog if they was cooking and just destroying us every year? I would hate him, but I'm happy for him. I'm happy for his success.
I can't with y'all, man. I cannot, man. I can't do it. I was wondering, so you just made it make sense for me. I'm like, there's a lot of compliments going over here.
You do the same thing too, though. You do the same thing too. You do it with Dallas.
I do the same thing because I respect Dallas. It's a difference. They don't own us. We don't own them. Like
they own y'all. Am I tripping?
they beat us a lot more than we beat them, but we get them every now, every so. The Eagles don't ever lose to the Giants.
No, they don't. They haven't really lost.
It's a big difference, right?
The Buddy Ryan days, they've given us. Except like the late 90s. The late 90s, we were able to beat their ass pretty good.
We're like the only team that we have the better record, like between us two all time.
Yes,
it's like by 2 games, but
because
we don't have the better record.
We were way ahead. We haven't been able to beat you guys in a long time.
They dominated that series.
I told you that my highlight in the last 5 years is making Philly 500 wear that Mark Bavaro jersey because we beat you guys.
That was the Jalen Hurts interception game, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
His worst game as a pro.
And you still could have won if your boy could catch.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right. Sup, Cowboy Nation. Law, hold it down for the nation. He always does.
Appreciate that, man, right there.
All right. Got another one here from Joe Rockhead. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Joe Rockhead writes, Bad Dog, Daniel Jones is from that same ACC as Howard. It doesn't suck all of a sudden.
Joe, so this is the difference. I base Daniel Jones' performance on 4 years of NFL football. Mm-hmm. The man left the ACC after the 2018 season. You're comparing apples to oranges. Sam Howell's played 1 game in the NFL. Louie Tee is talking about what he did in the ACC. I'm not talking about what Daniel Jones did in the ACC or didn't do in the ACC. I'm talking about what he's done in 4 years of professional football. There's a big difference between a guy that's played 50 NFL games and a guy that's played 1. So
that guy did. Daniel Jones won a playoff game. I can't stress that enough.
Because there was a powerhouse when Daniel Jones was there at Duke.
Well,
to be fair, bowl games, and they never make bowl games. And Daniel Jones won the 2 bowl games. So
I never thought Daniel Jones would ever win a playoff game. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I didn't. I'll tell you what, I didn't either until this year. But yeah, that's the difference. Daniel Jones, we're not talking about what he did in the ACC. It was 4 years ago.
To be fair, Bad Dog didn't like Daniel Jones when they drafted him.
I didn't.
So,
and everybody knows that. About 8 million people saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, SI.com. I was the thumbnail. For the it's a thumbnail. How many million people saw that?
Hey, send me that link, man, when the show over with, man. I
forgot about that.
I ain't forget about that. Every time I talk to Bad Dog, we talk about, that's crazy, man.
It is. It's insane.
He said he was the thumbnail.
I was the thumbnail on SI.com for
man.
Jones getting drafted. Like the
just what it was. No, my head was going to explode when we drafted him.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, you've been pretty much consistent with that, So it's crazy to see how he is kind of won you over, so to speak.
Yeah,
you got to do it on the field. It
was a lot of this. He had to show me, and again, I think my criticism of him has always been fair. I don't think I've ever been like overly harsh on him, but it was the entire Giants team was bad. So I was pissed off in general, but I did not like that pick. I think
he used to be like Daniel Jones stinks.
Yep. But I tell you, I have been all over the place. I hated the draft pick. I went back and watched film, and I said he's not bad. Then I came out with the videos, and they're on my page. I'm about 50 pounds heavier. You can see it in my face, okay? And I said Daniel Jones can be better than Dwayne Haskins. I remember this, and people crucified me in that video. I said he'd be better than Mitch Trubisky. I said he'd be, like I said, it's better than Sam Darnold. God rest Dwayne Haskins' soul. Daniel Jones is better. Mm-hmm. He's better than Trubisky. He's better than Sam Darnold. And he may be better than Dak by the time it's all said and done.
Okay.
He climbing up.
I see you.
Yeah, but then he regressed to a point where it's like the guy can't stay healthy. The guy can't. All he does is throw interceptions. We can't win any damn games. Listen, man, it was rough. It was rough 5 years as a Giants fan. Ask any Giants fan. That was terrible. I was born in the 70s. My dad grew up with really bad Giants football, and I know I got some guys on my channel that lived through the 70s, and I said I never lived through that. I started following the Giants in 84, They made the playoffs in 84, and they were one of the best teams in football for 27 years. They won 4 Super Bowls. They were in the playoffs almost every year. They're one of the best teams of the 80s. Mm-hmm. I never dealt with the bad football that I did for that decade between 2013 and 2021, and especially those years from 2017 to 2021. It was hard to watch. It was hard to watch that every week, knowing you have zero chance of winning.
Man, those were the good years.
That was difficult.
Yeah. It ain't nothing worse than showing up on a Sunday knowing you about to waste 3 hours.
Especially when it was Jake Fromm and Mike Glenn. I mean, there was no point. It just got to a point where I just kind of laughed. I started making those videos of the target bag in my head and saying the Giants playbook was a roll of toilet paper. And
y'all should have kept Jason Garrett, though, man. That's a big mistake, man. It's a big mistake. Y'all should have kept Jason Garrett. I promise.
You can have him. He's out there. You can take him.
That's one thing I can say, man. Like, as long as I've been an Eagles fan, we've never been outright non-competitive.
That's
exactly a different feeling.
You've had years, but not stretches.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, of course. You could have a year where, like when we were 4-12, when Carson Wentz had his meltdown, we still were competitive. Carson Wentz just was, that guy. That was rough. Too. 2012, let me think. 2012.
Yeah, no, that was y'all were ass because we were good that year. We swept y'all. We don't sweep y'all very often, but that was the Nick Foles year, not the 20 whatever over 2 or whatever the hell he was. That was Andy's last year, pretty much.
Oh, okay,
2012 season. Donnell Shipley, thank you for the super chat. Writes, Law had Dak, Cooper, CD Wilson, CD Lamb, and Gallup. So stop acting like y'all never had weapons.
Yeah. So who is Wilson now? Right. So here's the thing, though. People always say, "Hey, man, he had this and had that." What happened to Cedric Wilson? What's the greatness of Cedric Wilson now? I digress. Keep going.
Somebody named Tyreek Hill. and yeah, that's what happened to his ass. Hey, Bad Dog, you up?
Tutto, grazie, paesana, grazie. He says, Bad Dog, please sign me up and suit me up in blue next season, and I guarantee you Hurts won't be walking off the field at his own power. All I need is half a chance. I always say Tutto needs to be.
You're going to be getting RPO'd out your socks.
Tutto is
trying to tackle the GOAT.
Tutto is ridiculous. He plays rugby, so Tutto probably breaks somebody in half.
I
see him. Be working out together.
Yeah, that's the only thing. A lot of people see me and they don't know anything, and then I do one of these, and they're like, "What the hell's going on in there?" I didn't know you were built like that, man. They don't notice people on camera. It's different when you see them in person.
Right?
People look different in person.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't, but they must not. They're not following you on socials either.
Yeah,
they don't follow. If they follow me on Instagram, they see my.
I'll be looking at which you eat and all of that. I'll be looking at everything. I'll be looking at everything you eat and everything when I look on your Instagram.
Yeah. I need to get some of that ice cream you be eating, man.
Yeah, Nick's ice cream, man. It's the best. It's the best.
Right. I started drinking Blue Moons because of Bad Dog, like 3 or 4 years ago.
Blue Moon, yeah, it's good beer. Good beer.
It is a good beer. It is.
Ty Eagles fly. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate your rights. Hey guys, love you all. Watch you all. Who do you think has the top weapons on offense in our division? Honest opinion.
The Eagles.
We knew you were going to say that. You know what? Let's just start with you. Go ahead.
It's not the Giants.
The Eagles. It's the Eagles. Our quarterback is a weapon, dual threat. Mm-hmm. AJ Brown, the best wide receiver in the division, almost had 1,500 receiving yards. Mm-hmm. Devontae Smith, the best wide receiver in the division. Dallas Goedert, the best tight end in the division, the best offensive line in the division. Like, what do we talk about here? Let's be for real. I
don't disagree. I'm a second that.
I give the Eagles a slight edge, but all you guys have really good weapons. Like what? Dotson, McLaurin, Robinson, Gibson. That's pretty damn good.
But is the quarterback a weapon? Because mine is.
I mean, that's a good point.
Mine has a chance to be. He scored a rushing touchdown in that game against Dallas as well. You're going to see more of the quarterback as a threat to run. I don't think we're going to be running him like y'all run Hurts.
I'll be honest with you. If Daniel Jones had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in that offensive line, we're in the Super Bowl.
I think a lot of people
look, that's where you get carried away. I've been saying a lot of nice things to you.
Why are we not? Why are we not in the Super Bowl?
Because okay.
You just said he throws one of the best deep balls in the division.
I think he does.
If he's not throwing to Isaiah Hodgins and Richie James, and he's throwing to Devontae Smith and AJ Brown, you don't think we're better?
I think you're better, but he ain't got that dog. He ain't got that dog.
He ain't got the dog. He had 5 game-winning drives. You saw the dog.
He ain't got that dog, though.
He had the dog against.
He got that dog. If Kansas City punched Daniel Jones in the mouth, that game over. That game over. Jalen Hurts. It's a certain level of dog. It's a certain category.
We were winning. I said we were in the Super Bowl. I didn't say we were beating Kansas City. I said we're in the Super Bowl.
I don't think Daniel Jones could have beat San Francisco.
But I do. Yet they had no quarterback. I mean, you didn't need to do anything. They couldn't throw the ball.
Look,
Jones didn't even
the game, man. Y'all made that a non-contest.
Jones didn't need to be on the field.
Listen. You
couldn't throw the ball.
I love Patrick Mahomes, but they better be lucky they did some shit with that field. I'm telling you, that field was shaky, Louie. That field was shaky. It was horrible.
He was a Big 12 quarterback. Big 12 quarterback. Had one of the best games I've ever seen. I want to say it was 2016, 2017, the Oklahoma, Texas Tech. That was amazing. Pat Mahomes was like 800 total yards in that game. Oklahoma won 66-59. Mayfield had 6 touchdowns. It was incredible.
Patrick Mahomes had a legacy-defining game in that Super Bowl, man. That was a legacy game, yo. Went out limping. It was like a movie.
Special.
Right.
Yeah, the scramble at the end was what set it off too. Like, because
Jordan Davis, Godzilla, on that same play, getting blocked by one man, not even being able to move. You know what I mean? Patrick Mahomes is tiptoeing around him. I'm like, man.
Listen, guys, it's been fun, but I gotta get it.
Yeah. Hey, anybody that need to get out of here, go ahead and go, man.
No,
listen, I always want to say I appreciate you putting it together, Louie. I love you guys. I hate you. I don't like your teams. But you guys are great representations of your fan base. You all do it differently. You all do it awesome. And this is one of the favorite things I do on here, man. I always love chopping it up with you fellas. I love that our division is really good again. And I'm really looking forward to maybe beating Philadelphia and Dallas sometime in my life again. That'd be really good.
Yeah, you're sleepy. You sleepy, man.
I am sleepy. I'm sleeping for like an hour.
Man. I know you got to go.
We'll link back up after the draft sometime and talk about everybody draft and start looking towards the start of the season. So, hey, I appreciate you.
I'm going to drop off with Bad Dog, too.
Yep. I appreciate you.
Be good, man. Talk to you soon. Enjoy your weekend.
All right, gentlemen.
Be easy.
Well, we're gonna be the two that win the get to the playoff and go deep, man. We're gonna be us. It's gonna be us too, man.
It's gonna be us too.
Yeah.
Well, you already told LB he going the last place, so
he's last place, man. He's last place. Yeah.
My guy JL Smooth, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Law. Josh Allen on a downward spiral is an insane stretch. He threw less picks than last year. Had 42 total touchdowns and 18 turnovers and had a 60.7 QBR last year, 71.4 this year. Y'all coming here this year. Can't wait.
Ooh.
So it's getting a little spicy.
So he's saying that
to say about Daniel Jones, because you said he used your word. You said he was on a downward spiral. That's what you said.
I did say that. Yeah. So did he improve since the ball left? I think that Bad Dog left a little too soon, because I think Bad Dog would have been able to add more context to that right there. But you can clearly see that Stephon Diggs was frustrated, and he was mad for a reason. So when there's smoke, there's a little fire within that. And you probably know Stephon Diggs. He's from your area. So
So I could tell you, my guy JL Smooth, that we talked all year long about his Bills, and he was adamant and early too, before the struggles, that he wasn't really buying their new offensive coordinator, Ken Dorsey. So he knew the value of a Brian Daboll and what he brought to the table. And the lack of them using the running backs was a problem. They traded for Naheem Hines and they didn't even use him, and they didn't throw the ball to the running backs. It was he said one of the things I remember him saying, and it stuck with me, was everything was, deep down the field. Essentially, there was really no short to intermediate game for the Bills. Everything was such a deep drop, and Josh was holding on to the ball too long. So I think it does.
I mean, and at the same time, if I don't know if he's a Bills Mafia fan, but it wasn't like that win against the Dolphins was a very impressive one.
It wasn't.
It's got a top.
They had a third
almost,
string.
Yeah, they had third string. So I get it. We lost to Brock Purdy, but they probably wouldn't have got out of there if Tua was playing that day.
I don't think you're wrong. I would argue if it was Teddy Bridgewater, I don't know if they make it out of there.
True.
Marky Drew, thank you for the super chat. Who writes, I've been in this chat for about 10 seconds, but I got to say, Bad Dog is really like that. Go Dolphins. Sorry, Bad Dog. Giants are getting slapped up. So we play the AFC East this year. So everybody's going to play the Dolphins. Everybody's going to play the Jets, the Bills, Patriots. So that's a tough division, man. And the Jets, we assume they're going to get Aaron Rodgers. They're going to be a good team if they get Aaron Rodgers. And I assume that they're going to do that. So,
I mean, look, they stretching it now. Well, they want picks. Yeah,
look, see, both of them, I like the game that they're playing. They're playing a game of chicken right now because the Dolphins know, the Jets know that there's no way Aaron Rodgers can be on their roster. If you're going to start Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers can't be on your roster. So they know that, and they're not going to just give Aaron Rodgers away. They're not going to cut him and not get anything for him. So they know that, and they're like, ain't nobody else going, trade for Aaron Rodgers. So you only dealing with us. And the Packers are like, well, Derek Carr's gone, Jimmy Garoppolo is gone, ain't no options left. You got to come to us. So what you gonna do?
And they already got Alex Lazard, like you said. So
it's an interesting situation. Who is going to blink first is what ultimately that situation is going to ultimately come down to. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Right, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, LB still looking like a pack of smoked Newports. Hey, you ain't gonna be talking about my guy LB, man. Chill.
Oh yeah, they agreed.
Max on the beat. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, Darren Waller's injuries were small tissue injuries. All small tissue injuries went down 200% last season. I'm optimistic, and Waller is number 12. I don't know what jersey numbers. Is he really going to wear the 12? I don't know. But he definitely had a number of injuries, and they were soft tissue injuries. Those are always bothersome because it's hard to know the time frame for a soft tissue injury. Most
and on top of that, if soft tissue injuries also go back to your strength and coordinator and conditioning coach. Also, before the injuries, let's be real. He was up there with Travis Kelce.
He
was. So, I mean, it's a hot and cold situation, but the Giants could very much so got them a blessing in disguise if he come over there fully healthy, etc. But we will see.
Yeah, I know.
I more the latter. I'm not wishing injuries on him.
But you ain't trying to have him come in here and wreck shop and turn back to what he was when he was one of the best tight ends in football. Because that's a problem. Stanley Frederic, thank you for the super chat. Who writes, hey, Louie, do you think Washington will draft Anthony Richardson? I don't think he's going to be around when Washington is on the board. He's going in the top 10. What I don't think y'all understand is these quarterbacks are going to go, 4 of them are going to go in the top 10. So by the time we're on the board at 16, at one point, early in the process, probably right at the end of the college football season, Anthony Richardson wasn't even talked about as a top half of the first round quarterback, maybe late half of the first round, second round. But as this process, and we see this every year with these quarterbacks, as you get deeper into the process, if it's a really good class, quarterbacks get pushed up. And
they do.
Anthony Richardson is one of those dudes that's going to get pushed up.
And I think he's better than the kid that went to the Tennessee. I forgot his name at the tip of my tongue. I've seen some people said he's the.
Oh, you're talking about Willis?
Willis. Yeah. I think he's better than him.
He way better than Malik Willis. Malik Willis trade, and I hate to do this because it is what it is. College is what it is. But he I don't want to say he ran, but he left the SEC, Malik Willis,
right, to go.
Yeah, because he couldn't cut it in the SEC.
Couldn't cut it, yeah.
Right. You know, he got beat out and he left and went to Liberty, you know. So different level of competition, you know. And again, I hate comparing dudes because Anthony Richardson is 6'4", 245. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Cam Newton-esque type nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Like measurables, yeah.
Right. Like the Malik Willis is barely 6 feet tall, man. Like we talking about two different dudes. Like they're not even close to being comparable to me. Gang Green David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Rice. Incredible crew. Much love to you all, man. Appreciate you and looking forward to seeing what happens with your Jets. I actually think y'all building a hell of a roster. Now I'm anxious to see what you're gonna do if you can get your hands on Rodgers. If you do, I got a shot, man. I got a shot.
Yeah, that back and forth with Sauce Gardner and Parsons is going to be very interesting if the Jets fool around and get Aaron Rodgers. But I still think my Cowboys will hand the Jets that L, though.
Do you know where y'all play them? Is it a home game or a road game?
I think you got to come to Dallas. I think so. Y'all let me know in the chat.
LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Rice. What Louie need to see Hurts do to call him top 5? Just do it again. I mean, he's trending in that direction as is now. Again, there are a lot of really good quarterbacks in the AFC. We talked about that already.
Yeah.
It's still Mahomes, it's Herbert, it's Burrow, it's Allen, it's Lamar Jackson. Like that's 5 right there. So to penetrate that, he's going to have to do some really significant shit. Like he can't be good. He's got to be great. Those dudes are next level, right? So I just need to see it again. Like what he did was borderline MVP. If he's doing that again, then we're gonna have to have that conversation about him penetrating that group, especially if Lamar.
I literally hate to use this, but we've seen this before. We've seen my guy Colin Kaepernick go crazy, go all the way to the Super Bowl. It was like he was damn near unstoppable, and then teams got tape on him. And we've seen Cam Newton do his run. And I'm not putting salt on Jalen Hurts, but Jimmy Johnson said it right before you guys. He actually predicted that the Washington team was going to hand the Philadelphia Eagles that L. He said it's something about when you play a team the second time.
He did.
That now that they get tape on you and then they can figure out your tendencies and make you play left-handed. And I think that a lot of teams didn't get a chance to see the Eagles. Remember, they jumped up quickly on a lot of teams and was kind of selling it after the third and fourth quarter. But we'll find out, can they repeat what they did last year with less talent, of course, because they lost a few guys.
I'm anxious to see if what they can do with, because last year they were good and I think people expected them to be good. I don't want to make it seem like they snuck up on people, because with all the moves that they had made, people looked at the Eagles as a Super Bowl contender.
They did.
I don't want to make it seem like they snuck up on people, but now they're truly the hunted. When you play the Eagles now, you're circling them on the calendar and you're saying, hey, this is a measuring stick game. They're going to get everybody's best.
Yeah.
So I want to see how they handle being in that environment.
It's like they knew that they had talent, but then when they were playing, like, oh, these boys are really coming at us, But then they were like, hey, they are beatable, and it was just too late. That's why they pulled off on most teams.
It was like you said, they would jump on teams and then they would coast.
Right.
Meest, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I hope we can trade back again and get Darnell Washington. I think you're talking about Washington.
Unless you talk about Darnell White,
tackle from Tennessee.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Thoughts on that? Also, I know he's clowning, making y'all look better, but can we get a new Philly guy? Nah, man. LB is that dude, man. And I love going back and forth with him. And he loves going at Law and talking about that. I swear though, he will compliment the Giants just so he can come and backhand Dallas. You know what I mean? Like it's funny because I'm glad somebody else saw it and I didn't bring it up.
Right.
He does that so often,
all the time.
I'm like,
man.
hey, it's hilarious to me, but I can see them trading back from 16. I've already said they're going to ultimately determine what Washington does and what other teams want to do, because again, I always remind you guys of this. It takes two to tango. Somebody's got to want to come up to 16 because there's something there that they covet. And so you can't go back if other teams are like, nah, I'm good. You know, you got to make a pick. So we'll see what the board, you know, actually speaks to us and says, and then you go from there. But it'll be interesting to see what happens as we get closer and closer to the draft, because I think we're going to see 4 quarterbacks. I know all of this noise around the defensive tackle from Georgia, Jalen Carter, but I still think he's going top 10.
Yeah, he will.
And I still think that when it's all said and done, you're going to see offensive linemen go, because teams always need offensive linemen. So you're going to see some offensive linemen go. You're going to see these corners come off the board. I still think when it's all said and done, you're going to be in a position where trading back may make the most sense, but you may not be able to get out. So we'll see what happens. Edwin Strickland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate your rights. Dallas drafts can't see at 26. We will not be the best.
What do you mean about that? Like the best draft selection or BPA or?
Yeah, I think he's saying that won't be BPA, because we talked earlier, and I think most of us are in that position of best player available, right? As you get deeper into the draft, especially where y'all are, you know, towards the back end of the first round, you're usually picking from what's left of the first round. And so best player available, you were talking defensive tackle when we talked earlier about what the Cowboys might do with the first round pick. And I guess he's saying that if you took Kancey at 26, that would not be, you know, the best possible player you could get, I guess, from a value standpoint. I'm guessing that's what he's making.
Well, it's so many unknowns with that. You know, he had 14.5 sacks from the inside in the last 2 years. Not many of those guys coming out of the draft got that, right? And on top of that, over those pressures, man, that he generate, he get upfield so quickly. They got his comp, man, literally as John Randall, you know. So you remember John Randall. You know, I get it. He's not the big burly guy. He's not going to have all of the stats and stuff like that, far as the measurables. But the last time someone from the interior ran his speed was in 2002, you know. So he's a freak nature. He's a freak as it relates to that size and speed. I know he's only 281, but you know, it's still something to think about. I just look at it like this: just don't fall in love with size, y'all.
I will say this: our general manager, I remember him saying this about, I'd say, a month ago or so. He said, so he used to be the general manager in Detroit as well. And he said one of the biggest mistakes he's ever made in his career as a general manager was dismissing Aaron Donald because of his size.
Wow.
And he said,
y'all had a chance.
So he was in Detroit then.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
So he was saying that he just dismissed him strictly off of his size. Like, okay, this dude ain't big enough to play inside. Yeah, we saw what he did at Pitt, but you know, he ain't getting away with that in the NFL. And you see what Aaron Donald has turned into. So he said, I will never, you know, just strictly base my evaluation of a defensive tackle off of size. Like that won't be a prerequisite for me to feel like they are worthy of a pick or not. Because there's certain things that, you know, people, and we're all like this. We have preferences. You know, there's certain things you look for in a player that somebody else may be like, oh, I don't care nothing about that. This is what I'm looking for. And one of his things was size. Like, you got to be big. It's a physical sport in the trenches. These guys are huge. You're not going to win with a guy that's getting gobbled up, you know, especially in the run game. But maybe Kancey is a different breed, man. He might be a different breed.
And you guys had a 5'9" London Fletcher who ran a 4.38, you know, and a lot of people fail to realize that London was balling. Let me know if I'm wrong. Yeah, I had London Fletcher, right?
Yeah, we had him.
Yeah. And 5'9", 240, 4.3 guy, 4.3, 4.38. Yeah. Boy, fast. I mean,
yeah, coming out of John Carroll, he was something else, man. He would tell you he was a basketball player. He was like, I didn't want to play football, but you know, you look at his size and he was like, hey, real quick, you find out, hey, I probably need to make a position, you know, sport change and switch. Right? I'm not going to the league at this size. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stanley Federic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lord Brunson, Jalen Hurts wasn't meant to be a champion. He failed to win the national championship. He failed to win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's true. I don't know if he failed to win the national championship. He got pulled from the game, and Tua won them the national championship.
True.
So I don't know if he actually lost the national championship per se, but he wasn't getting the job done. And if he had stayed in the game, they probably would have lost. That said, I mean, what you said is factual. In terms of him not getting it done those 2 times, but that doesn't mean he can't get it done in the future. So, you know, we'll see, man. I mean, at the end of the day, he made it to the Super Bowl. Like, and nobody else on the panel can say that their quarterback has done that. So,
true.
As much as we hate to admit it,
I mean, come on, right?
Got to give him credit for that. Indiana Jones writes, why LB getting defensive about Hurts having to do another successful season? A quarterback don't become elite after one season. Robert Griffin III was rookie of the year. Flacco has a ring, etc. Again, I think this is the problem I have with not just LB sometimes, but Eagles fans is they don't listen.
They don't, man.
They don't listen. They hear what they want to hear. They're so defensive. To your point, they can be so defensive that they don't hear what you're saying. They already jump into the defense side of things, and they're not hearing the points that you're making. I literally told this man that he's the best quarterback in his division, and he was like, so is Jalen Hurts? I said, I already told you that. Like, I already said that. Is he the best in the conference? I said, yes, he's the best in the conference right now, but I need to see it again. That's not an indictment on Hurts. That's more of an indictment on the rest of the conference, right?
True.
The fact that he's done it for 1 year and we're already elevating this man to the top tells you that there's nothing in this conference.
If you take away the rushing touchdowns, he had Dak Prescott rookie year. And look at the stats. They mirror each other. So and if he's supposed to be the greatest quarterback in this particular division, if they want that cookie, let him have it. But he still got to prove it. Now he's going to have first place schedule. People are going to be more cognitive and aware of how he's going to try to utilize A.J. Brown and the other weapons. So I can't wait, man. Look, this is why I can't wait for the football season to kick off again.
Yeah, me too, because it's a lot of talking.
Yeah.
You know, all we can do is talk, and I'm ready for some action. You know what I'm saying? I love the offseason because it gives you hope.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's about what happens on the field. I like talking about tangible stuff. You know what I mean? And so we got a ways before we get to that point, but it's going to be fun. I can tell you that much. Grinding with Levi. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, Dak is 2-4 in the playoffs on a loaded team. Ouch. Go DJ.
Yeah, I get that all the time. So I got an automobile that's a luxury automobile. I got a daughter that's 6. You think she can drive it? Just because it's luxury doesn't mean that she can drive it. So my thing is, Kellen Moore was calling some crazy plays, man. And here's the thing. You heard Bad Dog earlier. He was talking about the fact that he was glad that Jason Garrett left. Half of over half of Dak Prescott's career, we had Jason Garrett. A lot of people didn't know how bad Jason Garrett was until he left. He was worse than what a lot of people think. You know what I'm saying? He was terrible.
I was calling him Redhead Jesus, and I was like, look, y'all need to keep Redhead Jesus as long as y'all can in Dallas, because he is a blessing, man. You know, he was the gift they kept on giving. Yeah, my dad couldn't wait till y'all got rid of Jason Garrett, man. I mean, it was like he was like a black cloud over y'all offense. You know what I mean? And
man,
I just love the fact that Jerry was like in Jerry's hip pocket, so Jerry was so comfortable.
And then the next thing we do, we take his disciple and make him.
and it's crazy because everybody just assumed he would be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
It was close, but Mike McCarthy had to play it like, okay, all right, I'm gonna let him burn himself. I'm gonna let him burn down his own situation. So that's what happened. That's what happened. So now we get a chance to finally see West Coast offense.
I mean, that's what we're gonna be running to, a variation of it. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. And y'all got the personnel for it. Legend Kokis writes, DJ, best quarterback in the NFC East by a mile. Switch teams with any quarterback and see who does better. I can't disagree with the part about what he dealt with last year, but I don't think putting him on anybody else's team elevates those teams. It's just crazy because of what he did in New York. But I don't know if putting him on Dallas makes the Cowboys better. I don't think putting him on definitely putting him on the Eagles doesn't make them better. I don't think only team that he probably elevates is Washington, honestly speaking.
Is your team. Well, here's the thing though. Jones will fall right into the same conversational piece that you said with Jalen Hurts. Do it again.
Do it again.
Yeah, do it
exactly.
again.
Do it again. Like that was a really good finish to his season last year. He was really solid. They didn't ask him to do a lot, and I get it. They didn't have a lot of talent, but he didn't throw a lot of touchdown passes.
15 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Come on, man.
It was pedestrian numbers, right? So I want to see what happens now that he's got all these weapons, and they're going to ask him to throw it more. We're going to see if he can consistently make smart decisions, protect the football, all the while scoring points and putting the Giants in positions to win games by scoring 27 and 30 and 33 and not winning games 20-16, 23-20. Let me see if he can actually outduel some quarterbacks in some games.
But the craziest thing of it, and I wish Louie Tee, I wish that LB was still here. I'm not hating. It's more than likely that he would have a better chance of doing it again versus Jalen Hurts. And here's my reason why. They're keeping some of the main important pieces as it relates to the coordinator that's calling Brian Daboll, that's really pretty much putting things into place, and they're about to add more and more weapons to him. So this dude have a more chance of repeating what he did last year juxtaposed to what Jalen Hurts did, believe it or not. And that's DJ.
That's the next time we talk. I'm gonna bring that up. Like we're gonna talk about that. Those last two super chats I think are really good talking points. I would love to see how the rest of the panel feels, specifically those two, because it more so involves their quarterbacks. But that's interesting right there. Will Kavanaugh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we're gonna take them receipts next year. NHO. Look, man, it was roughly about an hour that they were grilling me, roasting me. Right? Y'all had me in a corner. Right, and I was just like this, rope-a-doping, right? That right there is the framework. It is the foundation of any receipts that will be kept, right?
Boy, you got to go back and cut that up because
it's already here.
Instead of saying do it again, Sam Howell got to do it.
He got to do it first.
He got to do it.
Everybody said he ain't gonna do it. He trash. And so I've got all the receipts I need in about an hour's worth of time. I got all the receipts I need.
You do. So he gonna have to do it.
He gonna have to do it. But if he does it, I'm out.
If he does, like I say, send me that hat. I'll wear it on one of my episodes, and I'll drop the link to someone to go get it. Yeah,
I would definitely have to say you were for sure.
Hey, and let me show you. This is the real reason why the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? I put all type of voodoo stuff on this, man.
No, you did. I couldn't see it. It was out of focus at first.
Yeah. I might have said it had to Philadelphia or someone. We was on a network show, me and Philly 500, and he had lost his bet and I had lost my bet, so I had to wear that old filthy hat. And I said, if I put this hat on my head you guys gonna lose wherever you go, and especially if it's the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts is gonna fumble it or throw an interception and lose it. And guess what happened?
Yeah, fumble 6.
Yeah,
Hey,
fumble 6.
You need to keep that, brother.
Yeah, I might just hold on to it as a relic, you know.
Yeah, you need to hold on to that just in case you need to put that on your head one more time, just to make sure you keep that bad juju going.
Yes, indeed, man. So I'm gonna keep it right there, man.
Yeah, you gotta have that.
They winless. They winless with that hat in my possession.
Hey, 0-1, man.
Yes, indeed. Let's go.
FJS Geckos. Thank you for the super chat rights. Let's go, Law. We raising that trophy in Raider Nation. All right.
The Super Bowl is in Vegas. Yeah, come on, baby. Yeah.
Is it in Vegas? I'm not keeping tabs on it. Is that where we at this year?
Yeah, I think that's where we. Yeah. Let's go raise that trophy up, man. It won't be a dry eye for me. Yes, indeed.
Well, if y'all win the Super Bowl, are you gonna cry?
Man, I'm gonna cry live on TV, man. Since 1995 and 6 season, man.
I know I ain't gonna cry. I'm gonna be so damn ecstatic, man. I would lose my voice. I would be.
I just know I won't be the only one. There'll be some more people up in here crying with me, man, for all of these years.
I mean, I've seen so many Cowboys videos of crying after losses. I couldn't even imagine what would happen if y'all won, man.
Man, come on, man.
But you think Eagles fans are bad? Let y'all win a Super Bowl.
But we won't be eating horse droppings, but we will be doing some crazy stuff, though.
Buddy, y'all are something else, man. Kev Singh, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, if you can bring back one player from the division to ever play in the division that you just put on your team while your players in their prime, who would it be? For me, it would probably be Sean Taylor. It'd probably be Sean Taylor. We had this discussion with Washington fans, but Trent Williams is obviously a guy that makes such a huge difference. But I just wanted to see how the rest of his career would have gone. Had he, I think he would have been a Hall of Fame player. Had he not gotten.
Oh my gosh, man! We got so many greats, man, over here. I mean, God, and you could have even went with Prime for you. Let me get the Prime.
He was he wasn't the one you got though. I didn't get the one you got.
But he said in their prime. Said prime. Bring him back. Jeez, man, give me Roger Staubach. Because it would just be magical to see 12 again in the Cowboys uniform, getting a chance to throw the balls to these guys, man. But man, I don't know, bro. I'm gonna have to lean to the chat. Y'all just let me know who would be that one person that could be the difference maker that you can bring back in their prime for the Cowboys to play.
And for us, I think it would easily be a quarterback. We just don't have any.
Joe Theismann or Joe Theismann.
Yeah, right. Like that's the only one we got. Like that would be the only guy that we could bring back. At quarterback. It's just crazy. That's how bad it's been, man. Just thinking about it like that is terrible.
Yeah.
In Diana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Who writes, real ish, why DJ go Super Saiyan God against us? LOL. I don't know why we can't beat Daniel Jones and why it's not just that he beats us. He plays his best football, like he's his best version of himself when he plays against us. I can't explain it, but we have no answer for him. It's like we'll play read option against everybody, Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts and all the mobile quarterbacks, and we'll play that shit to perfection. Then we play the Giants, and it's like we lose our damn minds. And we got him running out of the gate for 60-something yards. You're like, what are we doing? I can't explain it at all, man. I can't really explain why. Oh, we don't wipe these 304s.
That's my guy. Shout out to him. He's still up. Yeah.
I love it. Ask Brunson how many top 10 defenses Jalen Hurts has played well against. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. But I mean, again, my whole thought process is it don't matter what the defense is ranked, who's out there on the field. You still got to go out there and blaze them. If they're not good, then you're supposed to smoke them. Then go ahead and do it, right? If they're not good, then you're supposed to make them look like trash. If they're really good, then you got to step your game up. So whether they've been really good and not good defenses, it doesn't matter. We put so much on the quarterbacks, but it's really a team sport. You know,
it is. Yeah,
we put so much on the quarterback position. When the team plays well, we give the quarterback all the credit. When the team plays poorly, we give the quarterback all the all the blame. And so it's a team sport, man. I mean,
yeah. Terry Bradshaw got 4 rings, man. You know.
Enough said, man. I mean, you know, Trent Dilfer has a ring. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it goes, man. But obviously, we know the quarterback touches the football on almost every snap, so we get it. But diehard Giants fan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, "Cause of Joe Rockhead, order your 420 hoodie here. 420 merch. All right.
Shout out to him.
Shout out.
Shameless plug. You
know, shameless plug. I ain't mad at
hey, that's what
$5 for it.
Hey, y'all can pay all you want for your shout out, man. Check out my store, you know.
Exactly. I'm gonna leave it up there for you. Get your $5 worth, man. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah.
Legend Cole Keese, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes 31st O-line his entire career. Last ranked wide receiver core, and DJ wins 10.5 games, including a playoff team. DJ is mother effing elite. I wouldn't go that far. He's got a long way to go to prove that, and I'm pretty sure Bad Dog would second that. Daniel Jones is far from elite, but given the circumstances, and I've already said this tonight, which is why I forget who Max on the beat who keeps thinking I'm killing Daniel Jones. I don't know what I said to make him feel that, but I said I never thought Daniel Jones would be able to elevate a team. And that's what he did last year. You got to give him credit, man. They didn't have nothing out there.
And on top of that, I say 15 touchdowns, but he actually ran for 7. So 15 plus 7. That's 22 touchdowns, right? So shout out to him. He scored when was necessary. So the name of the game is to put your team in a position to win. And Brian Daboll proved that. And then it's all about also establishing your confidence in the team. I think in the Carolina game or their first game, they went for it and they ultimately got it. And that's letting them know that, hey, I got your back. We're not finna be the same team. And that's building culture right there. So as much as you see Josh Allen elevated, you can see now Daniel Jones elevating. Not saying that he's going to elevate to that top tier class, but coaching do matter.
I keep telling people that all the time. Coaching matters. That's what was so frustrating about Washington last year, because I think so many Washington fans got upset when we saw the Giants pass us. We got more talent than them, and they passed us strictly off the strength of their coaching staff, coaching up the guys that they did have. They didn't make any excuses. They didn't have any talent, and they found a way to get the most out of what they had. And here we are with what we perceive to be all of this talent. And the quarterback position ain't great, but you should be able to maximize what you do have. And it was just frustrating. So coaching definitely matters.
No, yes, indeed. So you contextualize it like this. You guys finished 27th in the offense. Your defense last season finished right above our defense. So what, and you was one game from being in the playoff, right?
Right.
So what happened, and I'm not trying to speak too glowingly of the Washington team because you know how I feel about you all, but what happens when you get Eric Bieniemy in the house and he's your team no longer the 27th ranked offense, and y'all climb all the way down to the top 10 offense now with that 12th ranked or better defense. You see, so now it's going to be better. Now you're going to have a whole different type of world, and your team is one of the unknowns because what Eric Bieniemy. When we talk about the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl 3 times out of the last 5 or 6 years, Eric Bieniemy was there too.
Right.
So now you bringing all of that pedigree over to the table, mixed in with what your coaching staff already got. It could be dynamite, or it can be like, oh my goodness, you know what I'm saying? So it's either or, you know. So
it can go in either direction.
And
And I say it could go in either direction, and
either way.
that's why Washington fans are so excited about Eric Bieniemy's arrival, because look, it can't be, to us, it can't be worse than Scott Turner, and it could be, but it more likely than not won't be. And with Eric Bieniemy's pedigree and what he was to the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was a part of, he may not have been the central figure there offensively, but he was a part of a group that put forth the best offense essentially the last 5 years, that went to the Super Bowl 3 out of the last 5 years, and went to the AFC Championship game, and not just went, hosted the AFC Championship game each of the last 5 years. And everybody say, well, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, touche, you're not wrong, but you still have to have these players be put in positions to succeed. They take away Tyreek Hill, they add in all these different pieces, and they don't miss a beat. That's not by accident.
It's not by accident. Can you still throw the ball?
Who?
At least 10 yards? You?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. You could have threw the ball to me in that Super Bowl. You saw how he schemed that touchdown pass? I know you watch every game. I'm talking about he was so wide open. I could have made that catch and walked in for a touchdown. And that's scheme. You don't get that.
And they said,
I call him dumb plays,
that he was the one. Andy Reid and all the coaches said he was the one. Bieniemy was the one that saw that on film with the Eagles, what they were doing when they sent guys in that jet motion, that they were passing it off. And so he knew if they went in a half jet motion and came back across, that guy would be wide open.
Why? He was so wide earth open, man. I know for sure. Twice. I would have had 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, man. Y'all would be like, who's Law Nation, man? That Law Nation dog, man. Hey, the beard coming out of the helmet, man. That dude cold-blooded. Yeah.
2 of them.
You would have passed 2 touchdowns in the NFL, dog. In the Super Bowl.
Die hard Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, enjoy it, Lord. Once you pay Hurts, okay, good luck keeping crucial players, essentially. But that's how it is, man. You want to get to a point where you got a guy that you have to pay, but it can be painful.
It can be.
It can be painful, and it can cost you some of your players. It's unfortunate, but that's how the league goes.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, because they claim they're working on a deal with Hurts as we speak. So we'll see what they decide to do there. John Livingston, my guy JL Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Law, not to mention Josh had a severely sprained UCL joint in his throwing arm. We saw what a tear did to Purdy, but 17 played through it. Josh is greater than Dak.
I wonder what Josh will look like with a broken thumb, though, and then rushed back out there. It's not about who's greater or better, right? Because even if you marry up the numbers, since they both started, Dak numbers still superior as far as quarterback completion percentages. Look it up, John. Quarterback completion percentage, touchdowns to interception ratios, and yards. So even if we look at all of that, it will always be looked at that, hey, this is the Cowboys because we televise, and it's always the Cowboys versus every other quarterback. I get all of that. I'm not discounting that. But at the same time, Josh and Dak both never seen a Super Bowl, right? So we all fighting for the same thing.
Right. Yeah. And right now, Josh is closer than Dak, right? I gotta say it.
I know you were gonna say it, man. Look. That's not a person. There's not a defense attorney for Dak Prescott on this planet like me.
Now.
You know what I'm saying? There's not one, and it'll be hard to. He left us only a short piece of real estate. I would love to see Josh Allen with Kellen Moore, right? But I would love to see Josh Allen with his first few years under Jason Garrett. But we were not privy to that. Josh Allen came into a situation whereas he didn't have those handicaps amongst him. So I get that. So that's why it's so hard to compare the two. They say comparison is the thief of all joy. It is because once you start comparing,
I heard about it, but that's a good one. That's a really good one.
You can't trade Dak. He got a no trade clause.
Meek Phillips. He been talking shit all night, man. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, Louie Tee. First of all, it's Louie with an E, not an S. If you're gonna come at me, at least spell my name right, man. Close your eyes. You're scaring the kids, man. They should be asleep any damn way. It's after midnight.
Go to bed. Yeah, I got shades on for mine. You know,
it's after midnight on the East Coast. You left that at 11:42, man. They supposed to be in bed any damn way. Why they still up? John Cedillo. That's a Cowboys fan that I rock with, man. Love me some John. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy John writes, "Sup, fellas? Hope all is well. Hey, Law, is this the last shot for MM?" I'm assuming Mike McCarthy. And does the team start to look for other options at quarterback if this year fails to progress beyond the divisional of Dallas are in the playoffs? So
yeah.
What do you think about this season? Is this a make or break year for Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, really?
Here's the thing. Most Cowboy fans been trying to get rid of Dak Prescott since he's been here. And I've been doing this YouTube content creation for a long time. And I've seen multitudes of people every year. Dak is trash. Dak suck. And this is since 2016. You know, he's a system quarterback. He dinks and donks. So he's been hit with negative connotations. I get all of that. As far as Mike McCarthy, he was doomed before he got here. There were people in 2020 said, I literally got chat logs of people saying, come on, man, get Jason Garrett back, you know, because of our record in 2020. And then 2021 hit. Think about it. This dude literally went back-to-back 12-5 seasons. What would you do just from an outside looking in, fam? If your team went 12-5, well, how would you be feeling right about now?
Boy, we would be on the other side of the moon. You know what's crazy though? Because you guys are held to a different standard, rightfully so. You're America's yours, boys, and you can't go no damn where. I mean, they spend 2.5 hours talking about. I don't even watch it, and I know this. They spend 2.5 hours every day on First Take or whatever show, talking about Dallas. They find a way to create something around Dallas every day. Like, it's in the offseason and they talking about Dallas. Like, what could you possibly be talking about, right? So there are these unrealistic expectations that are put on y'all, but it's because that's what y'all are. Y'all have earned that. Y'all have earned the right to be put under this hot ass light. This is what Jerry Jones wants. He's this animal into this ridiculous, situation that you're put in this. And granted, your roster is good almost every year, right? It's like is it really good, or is it good because they talk about it so much that people know more about our team than their own team? Literally, I've seen Saints fans lose, and they would jump over here on this chat and say, "How about them Cowboys when we lose, right? Or we won, and then their team lost, and they would still talk noise about my team, about the quarterback throwing INTs when they don't even have a quarterback over there." So I give it what you're saying, though. I absolutely do. It's Dallas is forced down people's throats. It is, man. And because of that, you are a villain, whether you like it or not. And because you're a villain, expectations are put on you. And I think you've had a really talented roster the last few years. You've had injuries too. Yeah. And I think it's impacted some of the things that you've been able to do. But you're a talented football team. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Right. So, we are a talented team. Just like Smooth said, hey, his quarterback had like the joint thing hurt or what have you, with his arm and what have you. His UCL. Yeah. But four out of the 5 guys on our offensive line got hurt. Who was moved around like chess pieces. We got a guy, meat fall. It literally said Tyron Smith meat fell from the bone. You know what I'm saying? That year, week 1, right before week 1, and he came back to play, but the expectations were still Cowboys must win the Super Bowl. Cowboys must make a deep run. But nobody else talk about this. And on top of that, we had a guy that literally 4th or 5th option named Noah Brown. Right. Shout out to Noah Brown. He just got a contract to go. I mean, come on, man. But they sound like babies of excuses, right? Yeah. But no other team is held to that. You know what though? Because you say that, but then there's games like the Indy game where you score like 800 points in the fourth quarter. You score 50 something on their head. You had another game where you put up a ridiculous number,
40 to 3
on the Vikings head. And so when that's happening, we ain't talking about the injuries or this, that, and the third. We talking about, damn, this is a damn impressive Dallas team. Look out for the Cowboys, right?
Well, see, we blow them out. Okay, all right. So, for example, the Giants, they beat the Vikings, right, in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Parade time. Look what they did in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. We beat the Vikings 40-3. I know it wasn't the playoffs,
right?
But it was like, well, you know. Not a word mentioned about Jefferson, who's the best wide receiver in the league? Jefferson. Mm-hmm. They had 3 points. They had a full healthy team. Jefferson couldn't even be found. But not a soul talk about Jefferson. Jefferson never did anything against the Dallas Cowboys, but everybody know about Trayvon Diggs. Everybody say that Trayvon Diggs give up so many yards. Mm-hmm. He's trash, blah, blah, blah. He shut down Jefferson every time they matched each other. There should be some middle ground with that.
It's hard to give dudes credit when, again, they play on a team that's so hated. So I talk about this all the time. Like, if I can't stand you, I'm not going to give you credit when it is deserved. I'm not talking about me in particular. I'm talking about true. Human nature, right?
Yeah.
When I can't stand your team,
right,
I'm not giving you credit for the stuff that you do well, the positives. I'm waiting for the one slip up because I know it's coming. Right. And when it comes, I'm gonna keep beating that over and over again.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm gonna let you know about it. And so with Dallas, that's usually the case. Like,
right. And, Jamar Chase didn't do anything. Jefferson couldn't do anything. But all of a sudden, I take it a step further. I take it a step further, Law, because y'all have done this so many times. Right. It's like, look. Dallas is a regular season team. You did it with Romo. You did it with Dak multiple times. Hey, Dallas can win 13 games. You did with Tony. You went 13-3. Best record in the NFC. Giants show up, beat you in the first game in the divisional round. Right? Yeah.
You had, what was it, Dak's rookie season? 16, right?
Yeah, 16. 13-3. Yeah.
13-3. Best record in the NFC. Number 1 seed. Aaron Rodgers, Moses is in the town, takes you out, boom, you're gone, just like that, right? We've seen this movie from y'all, where y'all are one of the best teams, or you got 12, like last year, 12-5. That's a hell of a record. You win, you destroy Tampa, right?
Right.
But then you go and you had no business losing that 49ers game, to be honest. If I'm being honest with you, if Cavante Turpin just runs straight to the left instead of running into the dude on the kickoff return, that's touchdown. Like, I don't even know what he was doing. He could have went left. He could have went right. He went straight into the dude. Like,
I see the game already in front of us. They gave that man an all-pro. They made him a Pro Bowler, and he couldn't do anything as relates to kickoff return this year. Now, he did get us multiple yards. I'm not selling or denigrating that, but I've seen the little kid from the Patriots land run it all the way, Marcus Jones, whatever. He run it all the way in. All those other guys, they run it all the way in for a touchdown, right? Not even getting considerations for Pro Bowl, All-Pro, etc. But what they do here, what they do is they know Pro Bowl is about ratings. That's why they would elevate a Tyler Biadasz to the Pro Bowl. They'll elevate this dude, Cavante Turpin, to the Pro Bowl and all of those things. And guess what else it do? It raised the price tag because those boys going to say, hey, we Pro Bowlers and you got to pay me. And then all of a sudden the Cowboys talking about payments and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Cowboys, this is how it is.
But you know what also helps? Playing for the Dallas Cowboys. That man, you know how many fumbles Cavante Turpin had this year?
Oh, yes.
I mean, want to get the tank, change the whole Texans game. You gonna blow the Texans out, and all of a sudden they had life, and you were fighting for your life against the Texans.
And because he fumbled. All pro.
But
that goes on his resume, fam.
He's a Cowboy, man. That's it. That's it, man. I mean,
that's it in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not dogging the man, y'all. I'm just saying I'm calling a spade for what it is. But if it was any other team that happened like that, that dude wouldn't be considered pro or no bowl. He probably been cut or something like that. But it is what it is.
I mean, the Pro Bowl is a joke now, though, too.
Yeah.
You know, Tyler Huntley was a Pro Bowler last year.
True.
Do you understand that? Tyler Huntley, Derek Carr didn't even finish the season. They told him to go home, and he was a Pro Bowler in the AFC. So, I mean, let's not put too much stock. But to your point, when an agent sits down and is negotiating a deal, they don't care nothing about 15 alternate, none of that. Hey, my dude's a Pro Bowler.
Pro Bowl.
These are all pro. He needs to be paid. You know what I'm saying? They're going to use that for sure. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jamal writes, Lou, Law didn't have to bring your dad into this. LOL. I gave him the ammunition. I didn't expect him to use it against me like that, man. I didn't expect him to forever use it, man. He says Daniel Jones is the target this year in the division. We're not getting swept by the Eagles or the Cowboys. I feel like last year was big from a psychological standpoint for Washington, because Ron Rivera's message since he's been here is we got to compete in the division, and he's right about that. The first goal of every team in the league is to win your division. Yes, the ultimate goal is to win a Super Bowl, but you want to win your division on the way to winning the Super Bowl. And in order for us to be, and Bad Dog said the same thing, they got to beat Dallas and the Eagles. Like you can't consistently be competitive and win big in this league if you can't take care of business within your own division. You know, that's one of the things Dallas has actually done a really good job of. To your point, talking about Dak's record, is they win in the division, you know, and that's what the Eagles are doing now. They're winning in the division. If you can take care of business in the division, it's going to give you play 6 games in your division, right? So that's a third of your schedule. So if you can take care of business within your division, it's going to give you an opportunity to potentially play bonus football. And one of the things that continues to cripple us is we don't win in the division enough. Last year, we were 2-3-1 in the division. I've always said, I'm shocked the Giants made it to the playoffs because I've said this. If you don't have at least a 500 record in your division, you're not supposed to go to the playoffs.
True.
And the Giants won one game. They were 1-4-1 in the conference, or the division rather, last year. 1-4-1. And somehow they managed to make the playoffs. So I think psychologically it was big beating Dallas. And it was a meaningless game at first. It took on a much greater meaning than it initially. Going into that game, we were like, whatever, man. It's whatever. I don't even care. You know, by the time we got to halftime, we was like, yo, let's beat these bastards. Like at first, nobody wanted the game. And then we were so excited, like, yo, let's end this on a high note. Yeah. And then it turned into Sam Howell and, you know, kind of thrusted him into the offseason. They say the end of one season doesn't carry over into the next season. I'm not sure that's true or not. I don't really think 2 seasons are connected, really. They're separate entities. Shit, every week in the NFL is a separate entity, if we're being honest. But that Sam Howell win over Dallas in week 18, that's been like the springboard for this offseason.
I mean, from a coaching point, you know, you can use that as a philosophy change too. You can say, hey, man, we beat the team that went into a playoff game, beat the Tampa Bay, and that team could have won against the 49ers and been in the championship game. So you got to take it one day at a time, but you got to understand you can build upon that team we beat, you know, and that could have been us in the playoff where we just do X, Y, and Z things. And you can build off of a win versus a loss easier.
Absolutely. And that's what I've been telling people, like, Dallas is a good team. Like, make no mistakes about it. We can't stand Dallas, but they're a quality football team.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Eagles. I can't stand Philadelphia, but they're a good football team. Who are we kidding? We beat them, right? We beat Dallas. We beat Philadelphia. Those are 2 playoff teams, and not just any playoff, 2 of the better playoff teams in the conference.
Yeah.
So you look at those victories and you say, hey, man, like, we beat some quality opponents.
Yeah.
So you can build off of that. You know you're capable is about consistency, which we've lacked. So we'll see if we can pick up the pieces there. Indiana Jones, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right? Yeah, we've been bad for decades, but talk to me about 05. That's his thing. He's an 05 guy. He lives in 05.
05.
What kills me with him with 05 is we didn't win the Super Bowl in 05. It'd be one thing if we won the Super Bowl.
What was y'all record in 05? That's a long time ago.
A long time ago. We were 10-6 in 05. We were 10-6. We didn't win the division. We were a wild card. That was the last time we won a playoff game. I know that.
My thing is, when I think of you all, I think of like 2012, right?
Yeah.
That was the year. Okay.
2012 would have been, I think we would have made it all the way to the championship game. We would not have beaten San Francisco. That was, as you mentioned, Colin Kaepernick's emergence that year. Yeah. We would not have went in there. Their defense was so good that year. They had what's my man name? Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Smith. They had all those boys, man. They were nasty.
Did y'all who y'all lost to?
We lost to Seattle. Russell.
It was a home game, and it was that terrible field, right? Yeah, y'all lost at your home field.
Snapped his knee in half on the field, and we were up 14-0. They had no answers for us. We first 2 possessions, we moved it right down the field, scored touchdowns, and on that last touchdown he threw, he jumped in the air and he came down and he tweaked his knee. Yeah. And from that point forward, it was all downhill from there. If he was healthy, we would have smoked those boys. The next week we would have went into Atlanta. We had played them in the regular season. Yeah. And they beat us because Robert got a concussion that game. And Kirk came in and threw a back-breaking pick late in that game. We would have beat the Falcons in Atlanta. I feel pretty confident about that. I don't think we would have beaten the 49ers, though. They would have beat us. Profit one time. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, writes. If Herbert has a better year than Dak, will them boys admit Kellen Moore wasn't the problem? How you feel about that? Because you said you watching every single Chargers game.
Oh, he said Herbert. I'm thinking he said Hurts.
No, Herbert. He said Herbert. If Herbert and them boys, if they have a good season, are y'all willing to admit it wasn't Kellen Moore? That's the
what constitute a good season? Like, look at the numbers. Even if you look at Dak 2021 when he was healthy, he put up real good numbers. But although we were still saying that, hey, that thing would not work, and when it's time to go play in a playoff game, because you got to be able to come up with a scheme. So Dak Prescott threw for 4,449 yards. He had 37 touchdowns to only like 9 interceptions or 10 interceptions with a 104.2, and his completion percentage was right at 69. So can Herb beat those numbers? I can tell you that Herb gonna throw for more yards than that. I think that Herb got a real good arm. But are you just going to be a team that's collecting stats, or are you going to be a team that can get you to the playoff? You know what I'm saying? See, Herb get let off the hook for that playoff game. You notice ain't not a single soul talking about how they blew that game. Do you see anybody saying, oh, man, it was an accident waiting to happen, they blew that game? They get let off the hook. Not a soul talk negative about them. And by the way, hear me out. That was their first time going to the playoffs, right? How many years Herb been in the league?
Him and Burrow came in the same year, so 3 years.
So 3 years. So in his first time, in his first appearance going to the playoff, he got knocked out 1 and done. So he's 0-1, and his team for all of those 3 years, that was his first winning season in 3 years. So we'll find out, man. But at the end of the day, we'll find out. That's all I'm going to say. We'll find out.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if he can elevate, because they couldn't stand their offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and they think that similar to how we feel, you know, and it's kind of how you felt about Kellen Moore. Hey, we about to upgrade, you know. Yeah. So they think Kellen Moore is gonna come in there, and I've seen videos where people have defended Kellen Moore and say, hey, look at this concept. This is not on him. This is supposed to be an easy completion. What is Dak looking at? So we'll see. We'll see what happens, right?
Here's the thing. They were 30th in rushing last season, or 32nd or something like that.
Yeah, no, they don't run the ball.
I don't think they're gonna go back to running the ball. You know what I'm saying? They don't think they're gonna start running the ball. So that's why old Austin Eckler like, get me up out of here, please. I'll play for anybody for peanuts, basically.
Yeah, he wanna get paid, but They definitely don't run the football. That's not what they do in LA. They didn't do it last year, and they won't do it this year with Kellen Moore coming on board. We don't wipe these 304s. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes DJ had less touchdowns in the last 3 years as Dak in 21. Look, 15, and then remember he was injured most of 2021 was Daniel Jones, but he probably won't go throw a whole bunch of touchdown passes even if he was healthy either. You know, just hasn't been. It's crazy to look at his numbers because I think his rookie season was by far and away the most touchdown passes he's thrown. It's kind of just been decreasing year after year, and then he stabilized because there was a lot more turnovers, and he stabilized that this year. But 15 over 5. I expect those numbers from like a rookie. You know what I mean? You don't expect that from a. But again, his situation was what it was, and his legs coupled with his ability to protect the ball and make smart decisions with the limited resources he was given, you got to give him all the credit in the world for what he did last year. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, figured I'd be late for the stream, but dang, y'all still at it. LOL. Did I miss any Sam Howell disrespect? Oh, did you ever? Oh man, all you got to do is go to about the 2 hour and 30 minute mark.
It started the 1 hour mark.
Hey, look, man. Soon as LB came on here, they jumped on me. He saw my hat, and it was on from there, man. So you missed a whole hell of a lot of slander of our guy Sam. But don't worry, I got enough ammunition that if he's any good, it's trouble. It's trouble.
All
Every
right.
single one of the panel members gave me work too.
I said around about week 5, week 6, man. If he's doing his thing, send me that hat, man. I get one, man.
I love it. I love it. East Coast Cowboy. Thank you for the super chat.
East Coast.
LB, why do you hate on Dak with a 27-7 record versus division and routinely abuses your secondary? At the end of the day, Hurts still hasn't beat Dallas.
Right. With Dak. Yeah.
Dak at quarterback. He obviously did beat y'all with Cooper Rush early in the season, but he hasn't beat y'all with Dak at quarterback. So that's until he does that, that's still something that they have to do, you know. And so we'll see about that, because that's my dad's thing is we own Jalen Hurts, you know, with Dak in the lineup. That's his thing. Like, he still ain't beat us when we've got our quarterback. So we'll see what happens with that.
And we're 9-2 versus the Washington team. And one of the games was that doggone kick gate, man, when the dude was blowing the whistle. They said a false snap or what have you. So
and he hit the pole, the upright. That was crazy. That was a crazy game.
So 10-1, that's definitely, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's 9-2. It's 9-2.
You won that last one fair and square, man. You know,
definitely 9-2. I need all my dubs. I can't be giving away nothing. I need all my dubs. We don't get enough of them to be giving them away. I need all of mine.
Oh my gosh, man!
I need every single one. 24/7 Cowboy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, who lost the Super Bowl and how did they lose? As a great reporter asked an Eagle fan, why are you crying? The Eagle fan answers, those stinking Cowboys did it to us again. Cry, Eagles, cry. Hey, it was, you know what was crazy was they played so well offensively, but all I could think about was, I'm glad they ain't win, because if they would have won, oh my stars, it would have been on. I'm just so glad that they took that damn L, because it would have been a long off season, boy. I'm telling you, these would have been painful.
Oh my gosh, man. It would have been crazy, man.
They were coming after me even when I ain't even do nothing. You know what I mean? Which I don't mind. You know, I've talked enough trash to where I know what I got coming my way. But, I mean, boy, they were insufferable. So if they would have won the Super Bowl.
And still 2017 is a mystery to me, though. Because I was literally, when they had Chip Kelly, I was like, yeah, they're going to be doomed for life. And then when they got the other guy, Doug Peterson. And then, you remember his first year, 2016, we were making jokes at him.
Yeah, because he was going for it on 4th down all the time, and they weren't getting them, and they were losing games. You like, hey, this dude a clown.
Yeah,
out of here in a heartbeat, and then just like that.
So this is me when I'm like literally trash talking the Eagles. I always have that in my mind, like I ain't gonna go too deep because them jokers made 2017 me again. So I always like. I would hear my guy Boss Cowboy. He was giving out grades for like the off-season stuff. I said, wait a minute now, hold on. It's too soon for the Eagles because that Howie, he's up right now, drinking coffee and doing snorting some stuff, man, and trying to look at this waiver wire and going through picking up phones. He's trying to make a deal right now because his back is against the wall every year.
I can't believe some of the deals that this dude is able to make. Like, it don't make sense though. Like, you'd be like, why did they make that's not a good deal for them? It's great for the Eagles,
right?
That's not a great deal for them though. Like, how does that make sense? Like, he be fleecing dudes sometimes.
He fleece. And then he get people to come back, like Fletcher Cox, come on back. Slay, come on back. So I'm waiting though. I'm waiting to see how they're gonna do things. But Howard he's up right now. He's watching this show, by the way. I bet you he is.
He probably is. Take command for life. Thank you. Wait, hold on. I think I skipped over that. That was my guy, John Livingston. John Livingston, my guy JL Smooth. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, D-Hop was in Toronto working out. Just saying that's an hour away. I'm not giving up on that yet. Diggs and D-Hop is so I saw a report today that spoke to his contract, and that's what's scaring teams away because it's a big number. We all remember when he got the deal. But the Bills have been one of those teams that he's been rumored to be, traded to. It's going to be interesting because he's going to get traded. Something's going to ultimately happen there. But that's the hurdle right now is the money. What you ultimately want Arizona to do is eat some of that.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Cardinals are like, nah, we're not eating none of that.
No.
If you want them, you got to take everything, all of it. A lot of people killed Dallas. I remember trying to explain it to people when y'all traded Amari Cooper to the Browns. And it's like, y'all gave him away for a hot ham and cheese sandwich that was cold. And I said it was because they needed Cleveland to eat that salary, that contract.
Yeah, they did.
They were paying. They essentially took less in draft capital for Amari just to pretty much say, hey, y'all just take this salary off our hands. Had y'all ate some of that salary, then you would have gotten a 2nd round pick for him or something like that. But because he was making so much money and y'all was like, yo, we need this off our books. We'll take a 5th,
Well, what happened then they looked at his contract and then they said they renegotiated his contract and got it down to $4 million. But here's the thing. Cooper said that he was willing to renegotiate because remember, you guys offered Cooper a contract.
Our contract, so there's no state tax in Dallas, Texas, is it?
Yeah, but man, the property taxes, Texas really taxes. They're gonna figure out a way to get it back. But I feel no state income tax.
It's worse in DC. Okay, so we offered a similar contract. Actually, ours was more. Y'all was $5
million more. Yeah. Y'all
was like 110. We were 5 for 110.
Okay.
So, but he's not gonna see that money because of the taxes, right? So, and he wanted to be in Dallas. He's from the South. He wanted to be closer to home. So he probably grew up a Cowboys fan. If I had to guess, he didn't want to leave, right? Which I wasn't mad at it. Because I'm not the biggest Amari Cooper fan, but he pissed Jerry off.
He did something to piss that man off. Man. Yeah.
He wasn't like Jerry. He wants everybody to fall in line. Like that's why I love Dak because Dak's he does what he's told. Dak's gonna represent the organization the right way.
Put it like this, man. Hey, look, Dak gonna toe the line. He's gonna toe the line.
Company line.
Toe the line.
Right.
Yeah.
He's going to do what Jerry wants him to do. And when that whole, COVID situation, because I think he was a non-vaxxer, was Amari
Right.
Cooper, and Jerry wasn't going for that. He wanted all these dudes to fall in line with that. You know, obviously the whole kneeling thing, he wasn't cool with that.
Right.
And so anybody that spoke out against him, that was a problem. So Amari was a little bit vocal, and Jerry was like, all right, I got something for your ass. Don't worry.
You got some ass,
Yeah, you gonna be out of here. You taught that shit in Cleveland. You won't do it here. I run the show here. You know,
Dak told a line. Amari Cooper was a silent assassin, even with his witty ways and stuff like that, and that rubbed Jerry the wrong way. And Jerry been trying. Look, this is just for what it is, man. Jerry been trying to hang out and get Dak to go on these retreats and yachts and stuff like that. Dak every time, nah, I'm good. Which I don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? You know, get out,
boys. Right?
Yeah, get out.
I ain't down with you like that, man.
Hey, now we cool, man, but I ain't gonna go on this yacht cruise around the world with you, man.
Right.
Nah,
we good.
Dak ain't that.
I'm glad he can at least draw a line there.
Yeah, at least he does that, you know. But Tony was on the cruise, man. Tony was like,
Tony was living it up, man. I don't blame him, man.
I don't blame him.
Undrafted out of Eastern
Illinois.
Yeah. Do it up big, man.
Yeah,
that's why Tony getting all these Sketcher commercials and stuff.
Sketches, and I bet you Jerry picked up that phone and said, "Hey, CBS, you might want to," because I think it was your team. It was Washington, Denver, and Texans that Tony could have went to. And to this day, he's not even retired. He's still under the NFL.
I remember the rumor. That
Tony
Romo. I remember that.
It was your team. But he told Snyder, you know what I'm saying? He said, I got something for you, Snyder.
Get your damn act together.
I love it. I'm glad he finally distanced himself, because he was the biggest ally that Dan Snyder had. And if you want an ally,
a mentor,
owners in the league, Jerry's the one, man, because he's probably the most powerful of all of those bastards. So take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, just popping in to say hi to Law and you, Lou. If you're both still here by the time you get to this, are we going to sweep the Cowboys next year? I never go into a season expecting to sweep Dallas, ever. Never, ever, ever, ever. As much as I hate Dallas, when is the last time we've done that with Dak actually healthy? That's always been my thing. If Dak's hurt, they can get two. You know, just like they did in 2020. They can get two with Dak not in the lineup. But hell, we couldn't even get him with Cooper Rush last year. You know, because if we'd have beat Cooper Rush, we would have swept him.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? But we couldn't even get him with Cooper Rush. So
cool.
I just always go into the season like, let me just get one up off them. You know, let me get one up off of them. So I doubt we're gonna sweep them, but in order to get a sweep, you got to get the first one. And rarely do we get the first one against Dallas. We never are playing with house money against the Cowboys. It always feels like they got us the first time. Now we got to try to get them the second time. So got to win the first one if you want to sweep them.
Yeah.
John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. JL Smooth writes, Law, Josh has 3 4K seasons in 3 years. Dak has 1. Josh has 129 touchdowns and 38 interceptions. Dak has 74 touchdowns and 29 interceptions. 66 to 63% in favor of Dak in terms of completion percentage. But come on, man, it's not close.
Or where he's comparing those numbers from? Are you leaving out Dak rookie year all the way up to this point, or he just starting from when? Because I don't look like Dak numbers there.
So I think he's talking about the last 3 years. So he's talking about when Josh is ascended, essentially. I guess that's
no, you gotta put all of it. Don't put pieces of it. He's sprinkling it. That's called cherry picking the stat line there. You know what I'm saying? Because you can literally probably put the full things together. Because I think Dak now that's where Dak Prescott is winning, the completion percentages, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's touchdown to interception ratio. He would still be winning in that category. So I mean, you got to add the whole picture. But here's the thing. he didn't have Kellen Moore nor Jason Garrett covering
that's
him
what
out.
that's what you go back to. Like, look, he didn't have to deal with what Dak had to deal with.
Right, right. And we seen what happened when Jason Garrett went to the Giants. He only averaged 17. Look, Danny Jones and the Giants himself only averaged 17 points a game.
Oh, you talking about Jason Garrett? You talking about
Jason Garrett? Yeah. So it's a moot point.
Yeah.
He ain't even in the league anymore.
Yeah, he on Sunday Night Football now.
How you doing, guys?
When I look at him, I'm like, man, you trash. I mean, it's hard for me to even respect what he's saying, you know.
Right.
And smile, like
goofy smile.
Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Stop the disrespect. You know what it is. Hashtag new Howl order. You should have seen how they was. Hey, if you was here, you should have seen how they was doing the kid, man. They was coming for Sam's life up here, man. I was defending them. They was coming for his life, man. So Sam gonna have to go out here and prove it to these dudes, man, because they not buying what I'm selling, which is fine. I get it. I understand. Half the fan base ain't buying what I'm selling on Sam, and that's fine. But they came for his life. They were trying his life tonight, man. So he gonna have to go out and prove it for sure. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? We're gonna pull up them receipts. Oh, I told you I don't need any more receipts than what I accumulated tonight. I got about a good hour worth of content of receipts that if I need to, I can pull out of my back pocket. So this video right here is all I really need for this particular group. Oh, I got all the receipts I need right here. But you know, it's gonna be more because we're gonna do more shows before the season start, and they're gonna continue to kill Sam. This ain't the last time they're gonna kill him. So we're gonna have more. We're gonna have plenty of receipts. Plenty. Abel Ambrosio, my guy, double A. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, how is the only quarterback in the division to beat Dallas with Dak? Don't tell him nothing, man.
Hey,
don't say nothing.
Hey.
Don't say nothing to him, man. Jalen Hurts don't have one of those. Daniel Jones don't have one of those. Don't tell him nothing, man.
Hey. Let me just say this too. It's cool how he left out that passer rating. His passer rating 92.2.
Oh, you was looking.
Yeah, let me pull up that passer rating. Yeah, that passer rating. Yeah, 97.8. You know what I'm saying? So 92 from 97. That's one is an A++, and another one is just an A. You know what I'm saying? So hey.
He's like, look, don't try to do my guy.
Don't try to do my guy. And 66 completion. I know that's 66. I know that because Dak is at that 666 number. He got to get up out of there, man.
Yeah, no, that's not a good omen at all.
Yeah, it's not a good omen. Although it's a great completion percentages, but you got to get out of that though. And Josh Allen is 62. So yeah, he's gonna have to come on up. He got to keep building that resume.
We gonna see what happens. I see one more comment. Somebody, Charles Barkley says, "Nah, you was wilding, Louie." We gonna see. We gonna see how much I was wilding, man. I feel just like LB felt strongly, and again, there might have been more of an NFL body of work, but I feel the way I feel because I've watched enough Sam Howell to feel like his game projects well. Plus what I saw in the preseason, plus week 18. And that was just a small sample size, I know, but it showed me he can play in this league. You know when you see it. I don't need to see a dude play in order to say that he can do this consistently. You need more time. Like Jalen Hurts has shown the ability to play in this league. Now, if we want to talk about him being elite, top 5, top 7, top 5, top 3, we want him to penetrate that. Now he's got to do it again. He's shown he can play in the league now. We don't question that anymore. We were questioning that this time last year. We were still questioning Jalen Hurts and could he get it done? That's no longer a question now. Now the question is, can he do it again? Is this consistently something he's going to do year in, year out? So, and this is a big year because now he's got a new offensive coordinator. You know, LB's like, yeah, this guy, he knew Jalen Hurts since he was 4 years old. Okay, we're going to see. We see if he can do it now with a new, offensive coordinator. If it's just, hey, we're going to keep the party going. We're going to
keep it going. Yeah.
Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes 14 is the second best QB in this division. I can't do that right now. I won't do that right now. He is the 4th best quarterback in the division. And that's where we're going to start. You got to start from the bottom and work your way up. And then we're going to see where he is by the time we get to the end of next season. But right now he's at the bottom. He got to work his way up. And I think we are going to see him by the end of his rookie season. he will not be the last quarterback in his division. I promise you that. I can't say who he will leapfrog, but the likelihood is Daniel Jones. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So let me ask you this. I haven't asked you this all night. Do you see a bounce back year for Dak? Because while Dak wasn't garbage last year. This is the misnomer, right? He wasn't trash. He just wasn't himself. Like Dak isn't a turnover machine. He hasn't been a turnover machine in his career, right?
He haven't been.
He usually takes care of the football. Like this was an anomaly for him. But the thing I struggled with wasn't that he was injured. I can deal with the compromised thumb. He was making poor decisions.
True. I always look at it like this. I read the fine print. Mike McCarthy just yesterday, they came out and said he went over 4 to 5 hours of watching film with Dak Prescott. And it hit me. Why in the hell would you wait till after the season to go and look at the interceptions after the season, right? Mm-hmm. That would be something that you should have been doing during the season. Mm-hmm. But what this speaks to me is that Mike McCarthy allowed whatever Doug Nussmeier, people don't know who Doug Nussmeier is, but y'all look him up, and Kellen Moore was doing with Dak Prescott was an appeasing to him to be in the room. So now is Mike McCarthy, Brian Schottenheimer, as well as Scott Tolzien, who, all in under the same coach. Yeah, he's the new quarterback coach now. And all of them are going in and seeing what the issue is. In a West Coast scheme in a system, it is no longer the digit system. This is more of, hey, your deep overs, some of your shallow drags, some of you're getting the ball in spaces for your guys coming off of an ACL injury like Michael Gallup. He shouldn't be doing hitches and comebacks and options. He should be doing some of your drags, your slants, and every now and then maybe you hit him with a slow go. And if you look at it, even with A.J. Brown, he wasn't asked to do complicated routes for the Eagles. Slants, hey, let's go for some fades. Let's go with some bang eights, and that's about it. But the Cowboys asked all of their wide receivers to do too much. So what they're going to do is dumb it down just a little bit and just try to get your balls to your playmaker. I like the way we got a guy named Skywalker on the morning shows called A to Z Sports Dallas. Basically, what the West Coast is touchdown or check down or touchdown, basically. And if you've seen what Brian Schottenheimer did with Russell Wilson between the years of 2017 to 2020, Russ was pretty much on his good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Almost MVP Russ. So I think that you're going to get more of that kind of caliber of Dak Prescott. Not saying that he's Russell Wilson, but you're going to get that type of an approach to the game.
The West Coast offense, like I said, there's so many variations of it. It's going to be so interesting to see what yours looks like, what ours looks like, because like I said, there's so many different variations of it. But at the end of the day, we're going to see truly, because you blew me away earlier tonight when you said that the Cowboys have had essentially the same offense since 2007.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it had been that long. I remember Jason Garrett being there.
Yeah.
And I forgot how long he was there. And then his understudy was there for the next 6-7 years after that. So it's crazy that it's been that long.
That's a long time, man.
That long. That's wild.
Yeah.
So I want to see what it looks like, you know what I mean, and see if Dak can thrive in a different system than the one he's been in pretty much his entire career. It's crazy because him and Kellen Moore were actually teammates at one point. You know what I mean? That's got to be weird.
It's peer to peer, man. It's peer to peer, and at some point, here's where I would say, you there's no growth in comfort. And Dak Prescott get a real lion's share of some of those issues there, because at some point if I beat you out in a spot, and then all of a sudden, Louie Tee, now you're gonna be over me, coaching me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be still looking at like, man, low key, I beat him. You know what I'm saying? So there would be no contrast. I want a coach that can come in here, and someone called into my show earlier today and said, hey, Law, we should hold Dak Prescott more accountable. Well, do you really think that Kellen Moore would hold Dak Prescott accountable? I seen EB go back and forth with Pat Mahomes. I seen Andy Reid check Pat Mahomes. I don't see nobody in the last 7 years check Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott needed to be checked when that near interception that he threw against the Washington team, even though that was kind of like an exhibition game because you didn't want to show everything. But I'm giving it to you. Y'all won, you know. But there should have been someone saying, you can't throw the damn ball there. You can't go that way. You can't. You got to get off of that read. You can't do that. Go back to your concept. But when it's peer-to-peer, hey, buddy, get him next time. God darn it. You know, all of that stuff. No. So that's where we were missing some of that stuff at. And there was no concept to the run game. So all of those things count. And I just need for Mike McCarthy to show up. I want the Mike McCarthy that was yelling at Aaron Rodgers. You remember that clip? Him yelling at, spitting all on Aaron Rodgers with the beard and everything. They had to get players to hold him back. That's Aaron Rodgers. And in the last 14 years, Aaron Rodgers haven't won a Super Bowl, right?
Right.
I mean, it's been a minute, you know. So yeah, I want that. And if the Cowboys want to get the best out of their $40 million quarterback, then they should demand that from the sidelines. Allow these coaches to coach. And I know it's crass for someone to say, hey, it's 8 years, you need somebody to coach you up, but that's just the reality of it. There's no shortcut to success.
That's right. It's funny that you bring that up because our new offensive coordinator, Eric Bieniemy, dropped a gem on our melon, and he said, comfort is the enemy of success. Right?
It is.
So maybe making this change for Dak Prescott is going to reinvigorate him. We'll see, you know?
Yeah.
Eddie Behringer, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, just getting out of the studio. Got to hear all the talk earlier. NHO, boy, I'm telling y'all got to go back, man. They was killing the kid.
Yeah, about 3 hours ago. Yeah.
Oh, man, they was coming after me hard about Sam Howell. John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JL Smooth, writes, what happened when Josh played Dallas? That's the moment Josh turned into the creature, as Von Miller calls him. Expect the same, but at our house. I remember that. That was the Thanksgiving game.
The Thanksgiving game. He was standing up like this. Yeah, he picked us apart. But even, look, Cole Beasley came out and said, now this is the guy that actually met with Josh Allen, who played with Josh Allen. He said, John Livingston, and you can Google it, you can look it up, and these are not my words, but this is Cole Beasley word. He said that he had his best season and his best years with Dakota Prescott. Now, are you willing to go back and forth with Cole Beasley and debate him on that? Let me know. And also Diggs also called out Josh Allen. So somewhere, not everybody's lying. Somewhere it got to be the truth. Let me know, John. Let me know. I want to know. I need to know. I got to know whether or not I'm spitting truth, because Law Nation got a mind like an elephant over here. So you got to make sure you come correct. I need to know, John. I need to know.
I'm going to tell you what. There was a little bit, and I think there's a weird relationship. Cole Beasley's best football was definitely in Dallas.
Yeah.
He had some good years in Buffalo, but
he did.
His best football, I thought, was in Dallas. But there was a weird relationship in Buffalo. Obviously, he didn't get the vaccine. He was outspoken about that. They had, a little situation in Buffalo or whatever. He ended up going back to Buffalo.
He went back,
right. So, maybe some of that blew over. But I think with Diggs, it's interesting. I think he want to play with his brother, So I think he's starting to get, and he's really, I don't know if he's bipolar or what, but it didn't end in Minnesota well. Yeah. He's real volatile. You know what I'm saying? So I
up
think
and
he
down.
could be trying to force his way out to try to get the Dallas to play with his brother. That's kind of the
Man,
thing. Like,
he getting that bag, man.
no, yeah,
You Louie Tee, but he getting a Louis Vuitton bag over there, man.
no. They gave him a massive contract. They gave him one of those, hey, you need to finish your career with us type contract.
Yeah. And he a dog too, man.
He is.
And I like Gabe too. Gabe is pretty dope. I think that to give you guys a real raw analysis of the Bills, I like Cooks, but they still need another combination with a running back over there. And if they fool around and get a nice, good running back, and put more and more weapons around Josh, man, shoot, they can go pretty far.
That's why he's advocating them getting trading for Newt Hopkins.
Hop, yeah.
Because if they get him with what they already have, good luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good luck
stopping them. I don't know though, because we see what Diggs is. How many footballs you think you got to go around? If you bring him in, you already got Diggs. You just talked about, what kind of a beast, Davis is, Gabe Davis is. Hey, how many footballs you think you actually got?
I mean, the more the merrier, man. Shoot.
I mean, you ain't complaining about having weapons, but you know how these boys is. They ain't getting a rock. It's a problem, especially Diggs.
When I saw what Eagles did, right, AJ, I literally seen like against Chicago. Old boy dropped back, closed his eyes, and then AJ Brown came down with the ball. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And even if you go back to like the Tennessee game, 2 touchdowns in a row. Jalen Hurts, I look, he just dropped back. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, man, it was twice. He threw one of those in the Super Bowl. The first touchdown, hey, Brown. The safety is right there as the corners. But I'm like, if the safety doesn't jump early, if he can track the ball, it's a pick. That wasn't a good throw. Yeah, but I can't tell LB that because he ain't trying to hear that. But that wasn't a good throw. That could have easily been picked off. So, and AJ Brown went and got it, but
he went and got it, man. So when I tell people, you know how far east is from west is an unknown number or unknown distance. That's how far Noah Brown is from AJ Brown. So when Dak Prescott dropped back in that Jacksonville Jaguar game and he hit him right between the 8 and 5 the ball, he was like volleyball, and then it was pick 6. Everybody was talking about that.
Oh man, the Jacksonville game that's crazy.
It hurt me, man. That hurt right there. That hurt.
Brutal. That's brutal, man. That was brutal.
Yeah. So wide receivers do matter. And what I was trying to tell LB, that they wouldn't have made it all the way to the Super Bowl if they kept Jalen Reagor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Zach Pascal, if he was the other wide receiver. He know he deep down in his heart, he know that. And Devontae Smith is eating off of the fact that, hey, he can roam free. It's no extra added pressure to him. Roll Tide to him, but it's no extra added pressure to him, man. Because you got AJ Brown alleviating some of that, and Dallas Goedert, when he went down a little bit, they dropped a little bit, but when he got back, hey, he alleviates some of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, Smitty's good. I'm not gonna sit here and act like that, but it definitely helps when you gotta do like AJ Brown, taking coverage and allowing you to kind of just roam free, as you said, and get at worst the other team's second best corner. You get to abuse him. So and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you want. You want to build your team to the point where you got a 1A, 1B combo at wide receiver. That's what you want. So you pick your poison. You want to take away AJ? Okay, well, Smitty can get you. You want to take Smitty away? Well, AJ can get you.
True.
So that's what they have. John Livingston, my guy JL Smooth, writes, Diggs got broke off and restructured. Nothing there. I mentioned that. He just restructured his deal. That's a forever deal. Like
that's ever.
Yeah, ever. Like he's not supposed to, but the vibes I'm getting from him seem like how it was when he was towards the tail end of his Vikings
deal.
I'm hoping it don't go in that direction because I love the music that he and Josh Allen create together, but it didn't end well last year. It was a little, weird last year. I'll just say that. Anyway, that's the last super chat. We made it to the finish line. can't thank you enough for hanging tough with me. You did it the last time, so I really do appreciate you, Law, for hanging in there with the kid and wrapping this thing on up. And can't wait to do it again. Post draft, we'll have to bring the fellas back again and talk about what every team was able to, get in their draft haul and now where you feel like your roster is after the draft. So we'll reconvene sometime in the near future. But as always, man, it's been a pleasure chopping it up with you, picking your brain, talking about your boys, talking about this division and what's in store for the team with the star on the side of their helmet in the upcoming future. So with that said, we're going to glide to the side and allow y'all to get to whatever it is you need to do. And we will get with y'all next time. I thank y'all for joining us. As always, y'all take care. God bless and good night.
Good night, man. Salute.